For more info, head to whitesox.com/city.
Hey guys, it's Sylvie for my friends at Window Nation. You've heard me talk about my new windows in the living room, in the kitchen, in my master bedroom, and in the kids' room. Now it's your turn. A chance for a house full of windows at a 60% discount. Plus, you'll get a free entry door. All you have to do is call them at 866-90NATION or check out everything they have to offer at windownation.com. 866-90NATION and let them know that Sylvie sent you.
Wildlife around the globe needs help. And when you help protect them, you become a friend of the San Diego Zoo Wildlife Alliance. A real friend. The kind of friend you want to thank. And not just with a card or a text, but with a song.
Thank you for being a friend.
Travel down the road and back again.
Your heart is true. You're a pal and a confidant.
Thank you for being a friend. Thank you for being a friend. Thank you for being a friend.
From your friends at the San Diego Zoo Wildlife Alliance, thank you for helping protect wildlife around the globe. Without you, there's no them. Learn more at sdzwa.org/friend.
Thank you for being a friend.
This is ESPN Chicago, WNVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
Chicago. This is your morning routine.
Listen, respect my name.
Kap and J Hood.
That's right. We bad.
Watch the show on Twitch. Follow ESPN 1000 Chicago. Stream the show on the ESPN Chicago app and on FM 100.3 HD2 and on ESPN 1000 Chicago. Now, David Kaplan and Jonathan Hood.
Good morning, everyone.
Bring them out. Woo! Bring them out. 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 Bring them out.
Oh, God. Welcome in to the Kap J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app with David Kaplan and Jonathan Hood with you. We've got Shay, we've got Jay Moore. We've got you for a 3-hour ride here on this Deal Breakers Thursday with open phone lines for you at 312-332-3776 is our phone number. Reminding you, we'll hear from Ryan Poles, the general manager for the Bears, coming up in 1 hour from now, right here on ESPN 1000 at 8 o'clock. Don't forget to watch the show and all the shows on YouTube, youtube.com, and on Twitch, twitch.tv/ESPN 1000 Chicago. The Pirates beat the Cubs by the score of 4-3, but the major story coming out of that game from PNC Park, Cap, was that there was a man who fell from the 21-foot-high Clemente wall in right field at PNC Park during the game yesterday. And it was stunning to see the coverage of this, Cap, because it's so rare that you see something like that in which a fan falls to the turf. I mean, seeing that video, and I've seen it over and over again, how stunning that is to see a fan fall from that height and to see the players and the managers and personnel trying to take care of this man was just, again, stunning television to watch.
Yeah, I was watching both games last night and thinking, can the Cubs hang on here? Like, you're caught up in the moment of the game. And then they hit the ball up the middle, and Theobar tried to field it. And then it went off of Swanson's leg, glove, as he and Horner crisscrossed, shot into short right center field, and 2 runs scored. Next thing I know, I see Craig Counsell running onto the field. And I'm like, what could he possibly be challenging here? That's where my mind was.
Sure.
And all of a sudden, he's pointing out in the outfield, and Marquee, and I thought they did deserve a lot of praise, they refused to show it. And they said, fan has fallen out of the stands. It's not good. He was motionless. I mean, it was literally a horrific situation. And then the video starts circulating on social media. And I saw it. I ran it again and went, I don't want to see that anymore.
No.
I originally thought that was intentional, that he tried to jump. Like suicidal type jump. And, I mean, it was chilling. And I never thought they should stop the game. And now the more I think about it, I was talking about it with Shay this morning. Maybe they should have. Did you see the faces of the players on both sides? I saw a couple guys had tears. Like, to see somebody die, potentially. He's in critical conditions, the last thing we heard. To see what happened, to slam face first into the ground from 21 feet up. Now you're supposed to get back in the batter's box and focus on a 98-mile-an-hour fastball from David Bednar. It was sickening. And I don't really understand why. Why would you want to keep watching that thing and sharing that thing?
It's just anytime you see something that you have never seen before, Cap, there is this penchant to be able to share it, not just for clicks or views, but just like, can you see this? This is amazingly shocking. Right. If you haven't seen this is why people share this kind of thing. And, again, we don't know the latest on him outside of critical condition, but he just remained motionless while the medical crews rushed to his aid, placed the fan on the stretcher, and then walked off the field. The Pirates closed the clubhouse afterwards, by the way. They were not letting anyone in. But Derek Shelton, the Pirates manager, gave his thoughts after the game.
Even though it's 350 feet away or whatever it is, I mean, the fact of how it went down and then laying motionless, like while the play's going on. I mean, Craig saw it, I saw it, we both got out there. I don't think the umpire saw it, unfortunately, because of the way the ball kicked, but just it's extremely unfortunate. I mean, that's an understatement.
So thoughts there from Derek Shelton, the Pirates manager.
When Andrew McCutchen wears a cross, even when he plays, some guys don't want to have anything around their neck. Other guys do. And he had a cross, and he was holding it, praying. There were other guys that, I saw a couple guys had tears. There were other guys in shock at what they were seeing. Like, everyone's competing at the highest level. It's Major League Baseball. Oh, my God. And, again, I never thought they should stop the game. In hindsight, there's a lot of people saying, man, maybe they shouldn't have finished that game, or they should have just suspended it, and we'll see you tomorrow when we play the morning game, I think 11:30, first pitch Chicago time, that maybe they should have picked it up right then and there. But, oh, my God, it was like the game. Okay, they lost. Whatever. That was life, man.
It was.
A human life.
I just don't understand what the fan was doing in that spot. Was he cheering for the Pirates and then got just overjoyed about what happened with the Pirates and then fell? Was he overserved?
Shay saw a Reddit report allegedly from a fan who was sitting right near him.
So
there's a post going around, somebody who claims to have been sitting in that section and have been like around that fan the entire game, said got a little too drunk, taken his shirt off the inning before, was going a little wild with his friend. Said it was like maybe his girlfriend and an older lady, and stood up to celebrate the Pirates getting that hit, stood up too quick and just went over.
Man.
Who knows if that's true, but that's what's being shared online right now from a post. Somebody claims they were at that game and sitting in that section.
I mean, you go to a ball game and celebrate, you're, having a good time, whether your team wins or loses. You're out there having fun with your friends, and I don't want to see the video again. It's been shared 40 billion times. Zero interest in seeing that again.
Yeah, I would agree with that. This is not a one-off. This has happened before. In 2015, the Atlanta Braves season ticket holder named Gregory K. Murray, he flipped over the guardrails from the upper deck at Turner Field. That was 4 years after Shannon Stone, who's a firefighter, attending a game with his 6-year-old son, fell about 20 feet after reaching out for a foul ball tossed into the stands at the Texas Rangers' former stadium. Both incidents prompted scrutiny over the height of the guardrails at stadiums. The Rangers raised theirs while the Braves just settled the lawsuit with Murray's family. I think that it could be uniform, Cap, if Major League Baseball wants to get ahead of this. If you have an incident like this that is devastating on the field, both teams have a right to come together and say, do we need to play this game or not? It doesn't just have to automatically just start up after you take the fan off the field. I think that Major League Baseball now should get ahead of it and just say, if you have tragedy or something like that on the field, it's up to the managers if they want to continue.
Yeah, and there would have been nothing wrong now that I look back at it to say, see you tomorrow. Get a good night's sleep. We'll see you tomorrow. Let's say a prayer for that guy.
I had not considered for the game to stop.
I didn't either till this morning, and then started seeing things where people said they should have stopped the game. I mean, when you look back at the faces of the players on the field who are just in shock at what they're looking at, maybe so.
But what about you as the fan in the stands watching the Pirates Cubs? Would you have left after that, after seeing that? Or would it just be an incident at the ballpark? I mean, look, we've seen crazy things happen at the ballpark before, Cap.
Correct.
I was not in place, but I know that I had family members just happened to be at the White Sox Kansas City game when the Legoo brothers went after Tom Gamboa at first base for no reason.
Yeah, correct.
For no reason, just attacking an old man for no reason. At that point, there could have been a consideration like, okay, there's been an attack on someone. How does the players feel about that? But they continued the game. So I don't know. I just, in these situations, and this is not a one-off, as I just said, there's been incidents before of fans in this situation flipping over the guardrails trying to get a foul ball. In this situation, the guy is overjoyed about what's happening with the Pirates game and just falls to the turf 20 feet.
Yeah.
So I hadn't considered that the game should be canceled. But maybe Major League Baseball should install something that says if the players feel uncomfortable,
suspend
it and finish it up tomorrow.
Yeah, it's just, I'm waiting for the game to end, and the Cubs go quietly. The ball game's over. And then I'm getting ready to do my recap, and I'm like, what do you say?
Yeah.
So it's truly tragic, horrific. It just, wow.
This seems to happen a lot at Major League Baseball games. Are the parks built different from the NFL arenas?
I think a baseball stadium is more on top of the playing field than football because this football sidelines
it's different. It's a
different layout.
Got it. Yeah, because it seems like it just happens at baseball games a lot.
But there was several years ago, there was a fan that fell at Soldier Field, but I think he'd had a heart attack, if I remember correctly, that died at a Bears game.
He died at the Bears game?
Yeah.
Jeez. What was the score?
Wow. 31-7.
Okay, I'm just asking the question because that also is a factor.
But remember the fan that...
Football's like wrestling events, too. Every year I see a video of somebody getting in a fight and throwing somebody down the stairs of an upper deck someplace.
Remember the...
Football's a different beast.
Remember the guy on Monday Night Football that jumped out of the stands to catch the extra point?
Yes. Yes, I do recall that.
And landed on his feet.
Which is insane.
Insane.
That guy was fully croising. That's things on YouTube if you want to see it. You can open up a tab and look for a fan that jumps out of the stands to catch the ball that goes through the uprights.
On Monday Night Football.
Yes, it's out there.
Was he okay after that? Did he?
He was fine. He was doing interviews.
Yep, he went right back to the stands. All right, let's go and finish up the game. Weirdo. Fully croising, clearly.
I want to say it was like Al Michaels was doing Monday Night Football back then. There's a call of it. You can hear Al Michaels. Oh, we got a fan. Yeah, I'm like, what?
Well, good boys, play ball. It was bizarre to me. Like they just kept playing.
Yeah.
It was a weird moment for me where it's like, oh, you actually see somebody get scraped off the pavement, and the show must go on. Like, I don't know that I've seen that.
Yeah, 2010, 11/28/2010. So November 28th, police believe the death of a Bears fan at Soldier Field during the game Sunday was a tragic accident. Stuart Haverty, 23 of far northwest suburban Woodstock, fell 35 feet to his death from a balcony on the west side of the stadium. Friends say he may have hopped over as he was going to the bathroom, a railing to enjoy a cigarette behind one of the famous columns before he fell. I thought there was also some talk that he may have had a heart issue. But, again, just horrific.
Yeah, it is. So let's get your reaction at 312-332-ESPN, 332-3776. And the question that we want to ask you is, again, we were talking about this fan that was at the Pirates-Cubs game. He fell from the 21-foot-high Clemente wall in right field right to the turf, and obviously the EMTs was there. He was transported to Allegheny General Hospital. How would you feel as a fan? Would you want to continue to watch that game, or would you understand if it was suspended? Like, as Kap and I are, diehard baseball fans, as we both watch it together, we did not think, they're going to suspend the game. But is that a consideration for you? Would you want to continue to watch after seeing a fan fall to what we thought maybe his death at the time? So
yeah, again, I didn't think they should stop it in the moment. No. Now, 12 hours later, maybe.
Kap and J Hood, weekday morning, 7 to 10.
Good morning to you.
Kap and J Hood Morning Show on ESPN Chicago.
Duval.
Bears Weekly. Host Jeff Joniak and Tom Thayer take you inside with the latest on your team. The latest news and the best interviews. Bears Weekly, tonight at 6:30 on ESPN Chicago and the ESPN Chicago app.
We're all shaped by those who came before us, including Brandon of BrandonMrFinance.com.
So at 15, my mom became an investor. She created the marketing for the largest, I'll just say, telecom company in the world, and they disposed of her. But they kept her marketing, though. Gave her the buyout in 1991, and then I watched her when I was 15 start buying real estate. She opened a print shop and decided that, hey, I wanted to create an increase. But within 6 months of her doing real estate, she had made $200,000 buying property, fixing property, renovate. After she fixed it, she refinanced it and pulled cash out and her initial investment. And I looked up and she owned the whole community.
Put some real life experience to work for you. Visit BrandonMrFinance.com.
She made me go in there and do work, so I had to learn how to do drywall and floors and masking mud and tape and paint, but it gave me several skill sets today. So I recognize, how things should be done when it comes to real estate.
BrandonMrFinance.com. Make an appointment today.
When you're injured, you need a team that knows how to win. Postman Law delivers. Simple, right? Even simpler. Remember this number, 844-POSTMAN. Postman Law has secured over $3 billion for clients. Fast, easy, and stress-free. So think Postman Law when you've been hurt in a crash, on the job, or anywhere else. Call 844-POSTMAN today. That's 844-POSTMAN for Postman Law Offices Chicago.
Hey guys, it's Kap, and let me tell you about the great people over at Automatic Mechanical Services. They've been a trusted name in comfort in Chicagoland for 80 years. You can rely on them for HVAC services for your home or your business. Their highly trained technicians are the best and offer fast, responsive support. Automatic's team is ethical, and it's easy to see why they have been relied upon for so long. That's my team at Automatic Mechanical Services. Visit atomatic.com today.
Brought to you by the Capital One Saver Card. With Saver, you earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining, entertainment, and at grocery stores. That's unlimited cash back on ordering takeout from home or unlimited cash back on tickets to concerts and games. So grab a bite, grab a seat, and earn unlimited 3% cash back with the Saver Card. Capital One, what's in your wallet? Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Evan Cohen here. We all know breakfast is an important part of your day, but sometimes when you're traveling for business, you end up staying at a hotel that doesn't offer any. And you know what happens? You grab a cup of coffee and skip the meal entirely. We've all been there. But if you book a room at La Quinta by Wyndham, you can enjoy their free Bright Side breakfast featuring delicious baked goods, fruit, eggs, yogurt, and waffles. And really, who doesn't want to start their day with a fresh, hot waffle? Tonight, La Quinta. Tomorrow, you shine. Book direct at lq.com.
Twin Peaks is the best in the game. Here, it's bigger game days and bolder fight nights. I mean, where else can you find a scratch kitchen that always comes in clutch every day from lunch to late night? Only at Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar.
Kap and J Hood are back on ESPN Chicago.
Kap and J Hood on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN 1000, and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. Here's hoping that you're going to have a great Thursday. We'll hear from Ryan Poles, the general manager for the Bears, coming up at 8 o'clock. Make sure that you watch on YouTube and listen in to the general manager and his thoughts about what the Bears have done in the draft and free agency. I'd like to remind you that our signature event for the summer is the Grip It and Sip It Classic, and tickets go on sale Friday morning at 9 a.m. The outing will take place on June 11th at Seven Bridges. So mark your calendars. If you want to join us, come by Seven Bridges. It's a great spot for us, and we do this every year. Again, it's on June 11th, and tickets go on sale Friday morning at 9 a.m. Our way of saying thanks for supporting ESPN 1000 and come golf with us. 312-332-ESPN, 332-3776 is our telephone number. And, Cap, we're talking about the fan that was hospitalized in critical condition after falling 20 to 21 feet from the wall from Clemente. Boy, the Pirates have had a tough month. They've had a lot of issues, not just because they're 12-19. I'm talking about just like from a PR standpoint, it has not been great. Now, this situation here, it's not been a good month.
No. I mean, having to apologize, as you said, to the Clemente family. Yeah, sorry we stripped Roberto Clemente's name off the wall so we could sell a sponsorship.
Yeah.
Oh. Yeah, we'll get it back up. Really?
Yes.
I mean, like, how does somebody look at that? Hey, we're going to put the Joe's Pizza sign right here on the Clemente spot. You guys good with that? Yeah, it's fine. Nobody looks at it. And then they had another one. I'm trying to remember what it was. They had two different where the president had to go, that's on me.
Yeah.
Because he's the president, he's got to take it. But I'm sure there was somebody in the sales and marketing end of things that got a tongue lashing.
Yeah, this has just not been good. So,
Not good.
Again, you could postpone the game or just move forward. But again, they finished the game. The Cubs fell short yesterday, and now at 11:35 this morning, it'll be Game 3 with the Cubs and the Pirates, in which Paul Skeens beats the Cubs. So that'll be interesting to see as well coming up later
What do you
on
mean?
today.
I didn't know the game was played already. You're better than that. We'll be there to compete.
Well, hold on a second. It's Paul Skeens. As Shea would tell you, he would just bludgeon Babe Ruth. Like Ruth would have no shot against Paul Skeens, you know.
Good morning, good afternoon, and good night.
Really? So he'll never, ever lose. Oh. We scored 5 off him last year. I just was unaware. Why even just get on the charter now and have a day off?
If you put Babe Ruth on the mound, you guys might have scored 15.
Oh.
This guy. He's just so uninformed.
Well, you have Charlotte Ray out there, so that should be good later on today against Paul Skeens, who
Colin, and he's been pitching very well.
Yes, I said Charlotte Ray. She was great in Facts of Life. Blair, you must do your homework. Paul Skeens, man. I mean, that's the number one pitcher for this generation. This is the guy, man. Paul Skeens, the guy. Are you impressed with Paul Skeens at all? Or
He's awesome.
You think he's just flavor of the month? Or
No,
the year?
he's an outstanding pitcher. But guess what? He puts his pants on one leg at a time.
Mm-hmm.
Go out and beat his ass. Grab a cup of coffee, and find a way to win a baseball game.
There you go.
Wasn't like Andrew McCutcheon hit a 3-run homer to win last night. He hit a freaking ground ball up the middle that happened to kick off of 2 guys that almost collided.
And there goes Ray going out to the mound. That's his music as he goes out.
Wow.
Tootie! Blair! And that'll be Ray out there. Woo! You're right. Ray he actually under 1 ERA, 1.07 whip. He actually has been pretty good.
He's been really good.
Hasn't gotten around the league yet, though, Cap, but still. For what he's doing right now, he's a placeholder until you get better in that spot.
Listen, Cap, I'll at least say if there's a lineup that can beat Paul Skeens,
yeah,
it's yours.
Yeah, you're damn right it is. We'll show up today and find a way to win a baseball game. Jackass. I mean, yesterday.
It really does. That sounds like Cap, doesn't it? The heckler in Happy Gilmore sounds like Cap.
Jackass.
If you told me it was Cap saying that.
Look, yesterday there was a game on the board that I looked at. Decided pitching advantage to one team. The gambling odds overwhelmingly, like, you can't bet the favorite because it's just such a ridiculous amount of lumber you'd have to lay. And guess what? They lost. The Colorado Rockies beat Chris Sale 2-1.
It happens. It's baseball, man.
The Braves. Who would have thought?
Yeah.
What? The Rockies held the Braves to 1 run? Yep, that's correct.
Did it mess up a parlay for you?
It did.
Okay.
Not. Take that.
I'm not so sure. Always have to ask, though.
I did not put that game in. I did have a parlay last night, and I took the buyout. Fortunately, the White Sox imploded at the end. I had the under in that game. Under 9.5. And when they offered me a small little profit, I went, I'll take that. That'll pay for coffee for the week.
You just don't listen. Wait, I know you don't listen, but you certainly don't learn.
I didn't bet the Sox to win.
But just betting the Sox at all for anything.
The under.
No.
That's been gold.
No.
Like team total 3.5 usually is a automatic cash. Automatic. Yesterday I had under 9.5. Under 9.5. Alternate line.
Yeah.
I also had the Capitals. I had a basketball game. The Rockets. They won outright. I had them -4. They won big. Blowout city. And I had one more baseball game. And the Sox would have screwed me if I didn't take the buyout. I took my $40 profit and went, see you later. Go to bed.
The Sox scored 4 runs, almost screwed you there. Because Milwaukee had 6.
That's correct.
Damn.
Joey G is in Melrose Park on Kap
Here we
J
go.
Hood.
Here
Joey,
we
good
go.
morning.
All right, what are we firing on today, Joey?
Good morning, Kip.
Good morning.
Jay Hood.
Good morning, Joey.
What's up, Sparky?
I want to talk about the fall. If I was in charge, yes, the game would have been called. And the reason being the children that were at the game also saw or asking parents what happened. They should have ended it right then and there. They can replay it down the road, a semi-doubleheader, whatever it is.
They could have played it today. They could have finished it this morning.
Yeah, whatever. They could have postponed it, I think, Cap. And, Cap, on your side of the ball, I'm going to throw a shot at Shea. Babe Ruth would point the finger where it's going to go for Paul Skeens.
Thank you.
Called a shot, huh?
Thank you, Joey.
Take care.
You have a great day, buddy.
He's saying that Ruth would call a shot against Paul Skeens.
Cigar hanging out of his mouth and everything.
This guy has no clue how good Babe Ruth was.
Neither do you. Did you watch him?
I've seen
Yes.
I covered the game.
Yeah, that's right.
Yes.
That's right, actually. Cap was in the stands in his little paperboy hat.
Who's the elder statesman around here? Cap. You
Right
saw
here.
him.
That's it.
He had a little hat that said press in it.
I actually did the recap of his game.
Yes.
And he had a Jesus starter jacket.
That's exactly right. Yeah, he did that on tablet.
And that navy blue satin Yankee jacket I wore.
On a tablet and a chisel for that recap, of course.
That is correct.
Yeah.
Look, man, call me crazy. I just feel like a time when baseball players were doubling as insurance salesmen to make money in the offseason, and they didn't have round-the-clock, year-round training regimens, and they weren't specializing at the age of like 13, 14, 15. I feel like players today just have more advantages. I don't know. Maybe I'm nuts.
No, it is true. However, we just can't erase the past, Cap. Like, again, we know that there's different eras, and there's great ball players, for a long time. But it doesn't mean that today is just whatever your generation is, it's the greatest.
Yeah.
Because that's how we look back fondly at sports, right? We reminisce about the 70s and 80s and the 90s. But because that's the era that we grew up watching sports and covering sports. But does that mean that we erase the past? All those numbers don't matter because the technology is better today. Do we erase Ted Williams and Hank Aaron?
I'm not erasing anything. Babe Ruth accomplished what he accomplished. I don't think he would have done it today.
You have no idea.
Now, granted, if Babe Ruth were born today, the same athlete, and he was all of the advantages that players have now were available to him, I think he could become that good. It's the same thing as when people are like, well, Michael Jordan couldn't shoot threes. Well, have Michael Jordan start playing basketball in 2016. He would have shot threes just fine. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But if I just put Babe Ruth in a time machine from 1924 and put him in the batter's box against Paul Skeens, I do believe good morning, good afternoon, good night.
Yeah, I'm not so sure about that.
In one of those at-bats would probably be the case, but then Babe would have to readjust. Babe today is Kyle Schwarber, beer league softball player.
What idiot would ever say that? Kyle Schwarber is a grinder. He watches pitches. He takes the count deep. He can turn and burn and take it out. He can put the ball in play. He's a wonderful guy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Babe
I'm a big fan.
Tell you what, Babe would have a hard time with the strike zone these days. I'll tell you that. It's all over the place. He wouldn't know what a strike is. You just have to swing, turn and burn.
Shay's the same one probably would think Jesse Owens isn't that fast. He's old. He couldn't have run. He wasn't very quick.
And Babe wouldn't like the pitch clock either because he'll still be swigging his beer. Turn around. Oh, I got to.
He had the six-pack.
Hang on a second. I'm finishing my beer and my hot dog here.
He had the six-pack on the back of the mound.
There's no player today that has the balls to run across the McCuddies during the game.
Let me ask you something, Cap.
Have a beer and a hot dog.
Who's faster, Jesse Owens or Usain Bolt?
I'd have to look at the times. I don't know.
It's Usain Bolt.
Okay.
Factually.
Okay.
I'm not saying Jesse Owens wasn't fast, but Usain Bolt's faster. It's the same thing I said when we did the stupid Lynn Swann thing a couple years ago. Tyreek Hill, if he played then, people would have lost their minds. They never saw a wide receiver run like that.
Jesse Owens appears slower because the film was different. Now let's have today's technology. Owens is as fast.
Yeah. And
it's just the film. The stopwatches back then were a little slower too, right?
Well, they were doing it from a grandfather's clock. What do you think?
Yeah, how about all this?
I mean, come on now, Shay. I mean, come on. You remember that time, right? There was no stop clock in your day. There's no stopwatch.
How about all the other stuff Jesse had to deal with?
Well, it made him a little slower. Or faster, depending on the era.
I mean, my God.
I mean, how are you going to time someone with the Big Ben? How are you going to do that? Slow clock back then. Usain Bolt, modern.
Correct.
He's got a Tissot or something. Quality.
Mm-hmm. Maybe it was Rolex.
It looks slow on tape, though. Jesse Owens.
Well, yeah, he 10.3 seconds in the 100-meter dash. Usain Bolt did it over half a second faster.
A half a second?
9.58. It's the record.
It's not bad. A half a second faster, Cap.
Mm-hmm.
Owens had, the only thing is for Bolt, he didn't have Adolph in the booth.
Oh, yeah.
Bearing down on him.
Yeah, exactly.
Less to deal with.
Why don't you tell me the horses today are better than Secretariat?
Oh, here we go.
He's got the record still.
Take a look at it.
Well, yeah, I mean,
Suck on that.
The Secretariat thing, it's like the greatest horse ever.
Yeah.
What did he win the Belmont by?
31 lengths.
It's unbelievable.
And in the Derby, he ran each of the quarters faster. Boom, 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 boom. And I will be paying tribute to him because they have an homage, a whole display of Secretariat.
You're going to drop to a knee?
I probably will.
Help him out, please.
I'm not Catholic, but I may genuflect when I get there.
Yeah.
It's unbelievable.
That's when you cross yourself, right?
How was his fastball, though, Cap?
99.
I'm sure.
Like Mr. Ed.
Hard to pick up coming out of the hoof.
That's it.
312-332.
No horse this week that's going to be touching Secretariat.
Well, I hope not. He's dead.
Yeah, a waste of time.
Yeah, it's odd.
I meant his time.
Oh, 312-332-3776 is our phone number. The Bill Belichick saga has another layer to it. We'll get to that. Also, Ryan Poles, the general manager for the Bears, comes up at 8 o'clock right here on Kap and J Hood.
Hello, I'm Mr. Ed.
Hello, Ed.
Greatest show ever.
A horse is a horse, of course, and no one can talk to a horse, of course. That is, of course, unless the horse is the famous Mr. Ed.
Kap and J Hood, ESPN Chicago.
Eddie Farmer, yeah.
The CDGA Golf Show. It's your source for golf news, course to course, and golf news coast to coast. Host Tyler Rocky and Mike Gilligan are linked up with golfing knowledge to help us all. Tune in Saturdays 9 to 11 on all the ESPN Chicago channels. Brought to you by Glenview Park Golf Club.
This is your White Sox Minute. I'm Len Casper. The White Sox dropped Game 2 of a 3-game series 6-4 to the Milwaukee Brewers on Wednesday night. Shane Smith battled through 5 innings. He allowed 3 runs, only one of which was earned. On the offensive side, Miguel Vargas had 3 hits. He's raised his batting average 80 points over the past week. This afternoon, the Sox try to salvage the series finale at 1:10 p.m. Join us at the ballpark next Saturday, May 10th, as the White Sox take on the Marlins at 6:10 p.m. The first 15,000 fans 21 and older will receive a 1940s varsity sweater presented by Blue Moon. To purchase tickets, visit whitesox.com/promos. This has been your White Sox Minute.
It's the Kap and J Hood Show here with Howard Enkin. Howard, remember back in the day when upper deck tickets were cheap?
You mean the cheap seats? Oh, sure. You're at the game, but you don't really experience the game.
Yeah, no bueno. If you've been injured, get the help you need and experience injury law made personal yourself only at Enkin Law.
Auto, truck, ride shares, work injuries, and medical mistakes. If you've been injured, call Howard.
I'm here to help. Call 312-6-million.
Howard Enkin is our go-to lawyer on the Kap and J Hood Show, weekday morning 7 to 10 on ESPN 1000.
Breaking news coming in from Bet365, where every nail-biting overtime win, breakaway, pick six, three-point shot, underdog win, buzzer beater, shootout, walk-off, and absolutely every play in between is amazing. From football to basketball and hockey to baseball, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Illinois.
Evan Cohen here. When the draft clock is ticking, you've got to pick the best talent, regardless of position, to fit your team's needs. Well, if you're hiring for your business, you want to find the best talent for any of your roles. That's why you need ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter's powerful technology hustles to find qualified candidates for your job immediately. And if you see a standout candidate, ZipRecruiter lets you personally invite them to apply. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/USL. That's ZipRecruiter.com/USL.
Vivid Seats is your ultimate destination for basketball and hockey this season. With a game-changing rewards program and an unbeatable selection of tickets, they make it easy for every fan to watch their favorite teams and players in action. Catch every one-timer and buzzer-beating 3 live and in person from your favorite seat. Plus, every ticket is backed by a 100% buyer guarantee, giving you peace of mind with every purchase. Don't miss out. Visit VividSeats.com or download the app today. Vivid Seats, the official ticketing partner of ESPN.
Want to buy a vehicle in 60 minutes or less? Purchase your next vehicle in 60 minutes or less at Advantage Chevrolet Bolingbrook, or your first car payment is on them. And every new Chevy comes with the Advantage Plus program. Together, let's drive. Restrictions apply. See dealer for details.
A great lawn is like a great sports team. It takes expertise and a little extra care to really stand out. That's where True Green comes in. They're the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour, so they know a thing or two about keeping grass looking like a fairway. It's more affordable than you think. They'll even match any competitor's price. Head to TrueGreen.com today. Let the pros do the work while you sit back and enjoy the results. Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. See site for details. Jay Moore.
Good morning, my neighbor! Good morning!
Good morning, guys.
Kap and J Hood are back on ESPN Chicago.
Kap and J Hood on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. We're with you until 10 o'clock. Then it's Clinton and Friends at 10, followed by Carmen and Jurko at 12. And then White Sox baseball. as they take on the Brewers. A 12:30 pregame and a 1 o'clock start right here on the home of the White Sox, ESPN 1000.
You find a way to beat them once for us?
Nope.
Once?
And then it's Waddle and Peggy after the White Sox game. Bears Weekly with Jeff and Tom. And then Bleck and Abdallah at 7 o'clock right here on the home of the White Sox and the Bears, ESPN 1000. We'll hear from Ryan Poles, the general manager for the Chicago Bears, in a little bit at the top of the hour at 8 o'clock. Cap, have you been keeping up on the news regarding Bill Belichick, former Patriots coach, current North Carolina coach?
I obviously am well aware of what's going on. I've kind of tried to tune out all the idiocy that's going on now, and she's firing back with these emails from him, and he's saying, I'm in good shape here, and I'm happy, and I don't care what you people think. Whatever. And then I've kind of tuned it out.
All right, well, you're going to tune in because there's more to the story. As we turn now to intrepid reporter Shay Norling. Shay, you've had your ear to the ground on what former Patriots players are saying about their former coach, Bill Belichick.
Yeah, former Patriots linebacker, I believe he's a current host, WEEI in Boston, Ted Johnson, said he believes North Carolina should fire Bill Belichick, cut ties.
That's stupid.
Abandon the partnership. He said that he thinks Belichick's decision-making has been poor, that Jordan Hudson apparently being the face of a lot of things in his personal and business life is not reflecting well on North Carolina. I talked yesterday, North Carolina people reportedly are a little upset that they did the CBS Good Morning or Sunday Morning interview in all Navy brand, not even a sniff of powder blue anywhere, not even a little bit of Argyle. I mean, come on. If you're a North Carolina person high up in the football program or in the athletic department, you'd be a little miffed. I think donors are probably a little miffed at this point. And Ted Johnson just said, this doesn't feel like it's going in a positive direction. Just break this thing up.
Okay, so there's a couple things here. First of all, because Bill Belichick is aligned with his 24-year-old girlfriend, Jordan Hudson, she's working for him. She's working for North Carolina. She's trying to make the school better by being like the spokesperson and the go-to person for Belichick. The thing, number one, Cap, I just think it's very unusual that for Belichick, who was clandestine for 20-plus years with the Patriots, you couldn't get any information out of there because it was airtight, right? Like it was the Pentagon. You couldn't get any information out of there. But the idea that now it's wide open, so you're getting emails, you're getting information, that's so un-Belichick-like, to the point where, my God, is he losing his fastball in that regard? And that's one of the things that was great about Belichick is that not just the championships, not just Tom Brady, not just the way that they were going about their business, but you didn't know anything about it. This is why books are out there now, after the fact, after his Patriots run, but now it seems like everything's wide open. And I think that the reason why it's wide open is because of Jordan Hudson, his girlfriend. It's all out there. That it was never like that with the Patriots. You knew nothing about him or the organization outside of the winning.
And because of the times that we're in, like when he started coaching the Patriots and then the Brady run started, Twitter wasn't even around. We didn't have Twitter until 2009, I think. I think that's when Twitter started. And most people didn't have a Twitter account back in 2009-10. I distinctly remember Pat Boyle and I sitting in the TV newsroom and one of the people from management walking by, I go, would you both like the Twitter? And we both went, yeah, we'll pass, thanks. Had really no idea what it was. None. So there was no social media to speak of. Today, you got Instagram and you got TikTok and Snapchat and Facebook and Twitter. And I mean, it's unbelievable what it is.
How long has he been dating her?
Since 2023?
2023, yeah.
2022 or 2023. They went public in 23, but some say they started in 22.
It was kind of odd though seeing him do the press conferences and the games when he was calling at one point when he was sitting at the desk.
Yeah,
he was kind of like I guess coming out or opening up his shell because he was so closed as a coach.
Correct.
And so it was kind of odd seeing him doing that, but I got used to it.
Man, inside the thing about Belichick that's so interesting is like As a coach, he will tell you nothing. Outside of coaching, he was a brilliant analyst on Inside the NFL.
He was tremendous when you got stuff from him.
When you talk to him about the history of the league, you can't get him to stop talking about it.
Right.
Ask him about Hallis and the Bears. He'll talk to you for hours about the legacy of the Chicago Bears. But he's just very odd that way. But I guess the other point that I want to make about this is that not only is everything out there for public consumption, but also Jordan Hudson, Yoko Ono, has been able to buy into, what is this, the New England real estate portfolio worth about $8 million.
I saw that report yesterday. Her real estate portfolio jumped $8 million when she got with Bill Belichick.
These houses in Cape Cod and in Massachusetts, I showed one to Cap during the break. I mean, look at this, Cap. Like, it's 3 stories, and I told you the curb appeal is not great. Those are old steps. And that's a bad fence in front of it and garbage out front, and it's worth $3 million.
Yeah, I said to you 1.5. I actually think it's a beautiful place. I do. I think that's cool, and it's very New England-ish.
Yeah,
but that is not a cheap property right there.
I mean, just ask yourself, if you're a North Carolina donor, if you're somebody who cares about the athletics program at that school, did you sign up for all of this? This is an awful lot of distraction, and we are months away from the season starting.
Better win games. That's all.
Yeah. Look, I've never been one. Obviously, it is strange, and we've talked about this, that someone who's 73 years old is dating someone who's 24. I wouldn't do that. I think many of us would not do that. There's a reason why he's doing that. But I think that when your business is out in the street, that's the thing that's so strange about it, because he's always kept everything quiet, and it seems like she's one of the reasons why is that everything is wide open for public consumption, for everyone to know what's going on.
Let me ask you a question.
That's the thing.
Like, at 73, she's 24. Very attractive. You really think he can keep up with her?
All right.
Oh, absolutely.
I'm asking. There's no shot, Jay Moore.
Well, you got the blue chews popping.
Yes. That's right.
Yeah. And when he's done, he's done.
Let's ask Ryan Poles at the top. Let's start with that. Hey,
Ryan, shot or no shot, you were thrilled that you passed on Belichick.
I want to ask you, do you think that he can keep up? Take that. Go ahead and ask him.
You think Belichick can keep up with her in the bedroom?
That'll be all.
Yeah, that's the end of the interview.
Right there.
Danny would be at the door in like 30 seconds. What are you doing? What the F, Cap?
Can I say I'm glad they passed on Belichick? I wouldn't want all this.
Sure. No, God. I said the other day, I was talking to somebody, I said, can you imagine if Hoodie and I had to cover her up in Lake Forest?
Oh, man.
You know what? We'd get elite access to Hallis Hall, though, because she'd be releasing all the emails, which was Ted Johnson's biggest problem, was these are private conversations, and you're putting them on Instagram. Screenshots of emails going up on Instagram.
Can you imagine George walking in for a minute? Oh, would you like to get dressed? I mean,
this is my outfit, George. Oh, well.
The white boots are an interesting touch.
We would like for you to be a little bit more covered up.
Little discretion here, please.
That's not how we do. That's how we do business now. Whatever. Bill says it's okay.
I mean, like, she was on the field dressed like that. It's great if you're going clubbing in Vegas.
Now all of her information's out there. The New York Post has been going overtime trying to find out more about her life as a high schooler and in college.
I brought that article up just now.
It's crazy.
Bill Belichick's lithe young girlfriend, Jordan Hudson, was attention-seeking in high school, a former classmate says, with some of her Cape Cod home calling the former cheerleader's antics around the New England Patriots football legend so on brand. That is exactly how she had said a classmate from Hudson's high school. We're not surprised by this. Unsurprised. None of us are shocked. We think it's hilarious. Everyone who knows her is so unsurprised by this. This is totally something she would do.
It's safe to say she secured the bag, dog.
Oh, I think so.
Yeah. Look, I'm less interested in litigating their relationship than I am, like, if you're North Carolina, you got to at least be thinking, did we wash our hands of this sooner than later? I'm not saying it'll happen before this season starts, but you got to be thinking, right?
We'll hear from Ryan Poles about this. No, we'll hear from Ryan Poles coming up at the top of the hour. The general manager of the Chicago Bears coming up next. Did we have
Ryan, would you fire Bill Belichick?
No, we're not asking him that. I like to talk to him again after today, so we won't be asking him that. But I will ask everybody about whether or not we had a glaring omission when it came to Offensive Rookie of the Year. We'll talk about that next on Kap and J Hood.
This is your morning routine. Yeah. Kap and J Hood.
Good morning.
Morning. Good morning.
Oh, and in case I don't see you, good afternoon, good evening, and good night.
On ESPN Chicago.
Here's a swing and a long drive. Way back in the gap. Put it on the ball. And it's a gunner. White Sox win.
White Sox baseball on ESPN Chicago.
Len Casper and Darren Jackson bring you the call of White Sox and Brewers.
Live coverage begins today at 12:30 on the home of the White Sox, ESPN Chicago, AM, FM HD, and the ESPN Chicago app.
It is a top concern for us all. What to do with your hard-earned dollars. Here's Brandon of BrandonMrFinance.com.
If you got money in 401ks and 403bs and TSPs and deferred comps and 457 plans, that's not really to your benefit. You're delaying the inevitable, more taxes, because of accumulation. So you over 20 or 30 years of work, you're going to build more money, which is going to put those monies in a higher tax bracket.
BrandonMrFinance.com.
I say pull those monies from those things, invest with me, or put money into what we call qualified accounts, the insurance vehicles, the annuities, the IULs, to where you can get the compound interest and then protect family, but also create generational passive income. Right now, residual income streams leveraging insurance, because insurance is the biggest business in the world, the only one that cannot fail.
If you want to rethink money and how to leverage yourself to create wealth, visit BrandonMrFinance.com now.
I don't do any risky things. I like the money to go to work. I like to see it.
Go to BrandonMrFinance.com and book an appointment today.
When you're injured, you need a team that knows how to win. Postman Law delivers. Simple, right? Even simpler. Remember this number, 844-POSTMAN. Postman Law has secured over $3 billion for clients. Fast, easy, and stress-free. So think Postman Law when you've been hurt in a crash, on the job, or anywhere else. Call 844-POSTMAN today. That's 844-POSTMAN for Postman Law Offices Chicago.
Make lunch, dinner, or game day easy with Lou Malnati's Chicago's legendary deep dish. Fresh salads, appetizers, pizza, pasta, and desserts. Lou's has something for everyone. And now, here's the latest dish and the hottest collab. Lou Malnati's has teamed up with Frank's Red Hot to bring you the Buffalo Chicken Pizza. It's a limited time deep dish or thin crust, drizzled with bold, spicy flavor that brings the heat in every bite. Order the Buffalo now at LouMalnati's.com or on the Lou's app. Lou Malnati's, Chicago's legendary deep dish.
Quarterback Jordan Love isn't just on Green Bay's team. He's also on the American Family Insurance team. Because like us, he believes in dreaming fearlessly.
Just chase your dreams and don't let nobody hold you back.
And we help protect those dreams with the right coverage so you can
dream fearlessly.
American Family Insurance. Get a quote and find an agent at amfam.com.
Products not available in every state. American Family Mutual Insurance Company, SI, and its operating company, 6000 American Parkway, Madison, Wisconsin.
Hey, Chris Candy here. My mom goes out of her way to make me happy, so this year I'm returning the favor with a bouquet from the Books Company. Their flowers are cut fresh from the best farms, so they grow bigger, brighter, and last way longer. It's easy. Pick your bouquet, delivery date, and done. Mother's Day is May 11th, so order your bouquets now. Go to Books.com, use promo code CANTY for 25% off. That's BOUQS.com, promo code CANTY. Books, promo code CANTY.
The Nissan No-Hitter is back on the White Sox Radio Network. Head to NissanNoHitter.com to enter, and if the Sox throw a no-hitter this season, you could drive away in a brand new 2025 Nissan Rogue. Presented by your Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana Nissan dealers.
For the ones who get it done, Grainger offers high-quality supplies and solutions for every industry, as well as access to product specialists who have the knowledge and experience to answer your toughest questions. Plus, their commitment to being your safety partner can help you keep your facility safe and your people safer. Call clickgrainger.com or just stop by, Jay Moore.
Welcome back to Kap and J Hood Experience. Weekdays from 7 to 10 on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
We'll hear from Ryan Poles, the general manager for the Chicago Bears, coming up at the top of the hour. Late in the show yesterday, Cap, we were going through some odds that's been out there as far as offensive rookie of the year. And you took the running back that's now going to be part of the Chargers and Jim Harbaugh, correct?
Marion Hampton, yes.
And Shay, who did you take?
Ted McMillan, the wide receiver in Carolina.
Ted McMillan. Okay, and I had a choice as well. I got to go back and look at that tweet that we saw. But nonetheless, the question is, what about, from Matt Miller's standpoint, he says that the best pick in the entire draft was Luther Burton III going to the Chicago Bears.
And 7, Colston Loveland. 2 of the top 7 Chicago Bears.
Now, in the list that we had, the from ESPN Bet, we did not see Luther Burton, but do you think that he should be included in that conversation? I guess that all depends on how much he'll be utilized.
Sounds like he's going to get a lot of opportunities to play. It does. And so if you have Odunze, Moore, Luther Burden, and you have Colston Loveland out there, you got a lot of weaponry that's going to be really hard to defend.
Yeah, so going back to that list yesterday, if you missed it, we talked about the odds for Rookie of the Year. Ashton Genty and Cam Ward were both plus 250. Travis Hunter was plus 550. That was my choice yesterday to be Offensive Rookie of the Year if he plays offense. And maybe he should be on both boards, offense and defense.
That'd be amazing.
I think
and
he's
then
a
they
corner.
should allow you to parlay the two. So you have a parlay.
I think that he's a corner. I think he's a corner. You have Ted McMillan, who's 13-1. No, I'm sorry. Shay has Ted McMillan 13-1. You like O'Marion Hampton 15-1. And then Jackson Dart, Colson Loveland, and Shedeur Sanders all 25-1.
Wow. There's some long odds, and obviously I'd rather play longer odds. I just tried to look for somebody that gives me value, as the great Tom Waddle would say, but is also going to be on a team where coach likes to run the football, and he's got a really good offensive line.
I guess, Shay, when we talk about this is all about utilization. How often do you rely on this player to be able to get you over the top? He may not have like the eye-popping numbers like, oh, my God, he's great, but enough to be able to surpass some of the rookies in the class. So, for Harbaugh, he's going to run the football. But so will the Raiders with Pete Carroll, because Ashton Genty could be high on that list as well. I know there's no value there, Cap, at plus 250, but they're going to run the football in Vegas.
I also don't know how good their offensive line is. I do know Jim Harbaugh's got bookend tackles in Alt and Slater. They got a really good group up front and a commitment to running the ball.
So I look at this and I just think that, Shedeur Sanders, I think that's long odds. And I think that Colston Loveland, Cap, based on how many weapons that the Bears have, I'm not sure how he could win Rookie of the Year, only because I just feel like there's so many people that have to eat. There's a lot of weapons now.
There's a ton of weapons, man. A ton of weapons.
So is that more of a long shot for you when you take a look at it? Because it's Loveland and Kmet, it's DJ Moore and Rome Odunze. Luther Burton also part of that list as well.
DeAndre Swift, whoever else they bring in as a back, the kid from Rutgers that they drafted in the 7th round. Like, there's a lot of guys who want the football.
By the way, still to come at 9 o'clock, we'll hear from the great Ed Olczyk, Chicago's own Edzo, will help us out with the Kentucky Derby.
Yeah, I can't wait. I'm leaving for the Derby today. I'm really excited. Never been. We'll talk to Edzo and get his plays. Also, before we talk to Ryan Poles, I did have an update for you, Snorling. What do you think Jordan Hudson's mom does for a job?
Couldn't tell you.
Hoodie?
Don't know.
Jay Moore?
Uber.
She manages a sex toy shop. Just saying.
Is that true?
Really?
Yes.
I pray you didn't get...
No, she managed. That's what her job is. So maybe she got a gift bag for Bill. Here, my daughter likes this one.
Wow. Yeah, according to the New York Post.
Okay.
That just sounded like a parody tweet.
No.
Off the top.
Provincetown, Massachusetts.
What a segue to Ryan Poles.
I mean...
Ryan, let me ask you about the
Oh,
interview
my God.
process. Shot or no?
Oh, my God. I had no idea, Cap. That's something. I mean, it's a living. Absolutely, it's a living. Yeah, it's a living.
Everybody needs
what?
Fun.
Oh,
in their life.
Okay. Speaking of fun, Ryan Poles, the general manager for the Chicago Bears,
with us. Can't wait.
Scheduled to join us coming up next in 2 minutes, right here on the home of the Bears, ESPN 1000.
Good morning. Good morning to you.
Kap and J Hood Morning Show on ESPN Chicago.
For over 8 years, QC Kinetics has been the nation's leader in non-surgical joint pain relief with over 50,000 satisfied patients. If you're suffering from knee pain, back pain, shoulder pain, or hip pain, imagine living pain-free again. No more discomfort holding you back from the things you love. Hey, it's your friend Tom Waddle here, and what's truly remarkable about QC Kinetics is their use of regenerative cell therapy. This cutting-edge treatment restores the tissues in your joints using biologic growth factors, natural healing agents strategically placed to repair and rejuvenate damaged tissue. The best part? There are no drugs, no surgery, and no downtime. This is a non-invasive, natural option that gives your joints new life without the risks of traditional treatments. Imagine enjoying your favorite activities this summer like golf, tennis, or pickleball without being slowed down by joint pain. The consultation is free, so don't wait. Call QC Kinetics today at 312-809-5955. That's 312-809-5955 and learn how their innovative treatments can help you live a pain-free life.
Hey there, I'm Jack.
And I'm Stag.
We're just two deer that want to make sure you know it's deer season at your authorized John Deere dealer. The deer season that
guest on the line.
It is Bears General Manager, Vice President Ryan Poles, and he joins us now here on Kap and J Hood. Ryan, good morning. The draft is finally in the rear view mirror. Now that you're able to address a lot of your needs, how do you feel about your offseason? Offensive line was addressed. You got a lot of things done.
Yeah, I feel really good. You know, when we kicked off this offseason, we wanted to do a few things that get aligned with our coaching staff, stabilize the trenches, extend our own players, and continue to add playmakers, to help Caleb continue to grow. And I feel like we accomplished all of those things and used different methods to get it done. So we're excited here, and now it's time just to put the work in and get ready to prepare for the upcoming season.
Ryan, you and the staff put together a lot of support for Caleb on the offense. So what does Caleb have to do to take the offense to another level now that we have so many new faces?
Yeah, I think he's doing it. I know he's doing it already, and that's spending time with Ben in the classroom as well as the other quarterbacks and really get familiar with the offense and what we want to do this year. There's got to be growth in terms of his ability to recognize the defense, play fast and precise, and then obviously the special part that comes natural to him, which is extending plays and ad-lib situations, that's going to be there. So just continue to put in the work with Ben and the offensive staff, and everything should come together.
Ryan, we play this game every day at 8 o'clock. We have a segment called Shot or No Shot. So I'm going to ask you a question. You're going to give me a shot or no shot, and then your thoughts behind it. Shot or no shot, all of us who panic, oh, God, they didn't get a left tackle. Oh, God, they didn't get a rush edge in the draft. Shot or no shot, we're overreacting.
Shot.
Tell me why.
Listen, when you're putting a team together, there's you don't control the talent that's there. You don't always get to be first in line. In free agency, there's players want to be in certain places or don't want to be in certain places. So there's a level of patience that it takes, and you're waiting for those opportunities to jump on. So, I get the O-line conversation over the last year or two, but again, being opportunistic when a really good group comes up, and all of a sudden Joe and Jonah are available for trade, and Drew Dahlman, that guy, because we knew a young center that's smart, athletic, that can take a lot off of a young quarterback. You're waiting for that guy to be there. Sometimes it's in the draft, sometimes it's in free agency, sometimes it's in a trade situation, and it came together for us now. So there's just a level of patience that it takes to acquire the right talent, and but I understand the reaction or overreaction when it comes to that. We're the same way. Listen, I sit here and I want everything. I don't want to put a perfect roster together, but the way that this league is built, it's a challenge to get everything that you need. But that's what makes it really fun and exciting.
Ryan, I thought that you and the staff would add more to the defensive line in the draft. How much was draft capital on the D-line a consideration for you?
Yeah, so we really lean on the board for that. Definitely as we were running simulations and putting our values up throughout really this offseason, you can kind of feel a slight weighted, like it was a little bit more weighted to the offensive side with the talent that was coming out this year. So I knew as the rounds circulated, more than likely it was going to lean a little bit towards the offense just because of who was there and the values that we had graded them on. So that's where we went with it. But I was really excited with Shamar. And listen, when you're going through those rounds, you may say, hey, the next guy, like I'm eyeing these players, and it looks like a defensive lineman here at 56. But then all of a sudden the tackle group gets depleted a little bit, and you're like, all right, that guy's not going to last too much longer. Let's flip it. Let's take the offensive line now. And there's a few more defensive linemen with some alternatives behind them if a couple more go. So you kind of have to play the board as trends and different streaks start to hit. And that's what we did. And so adding Shamar Turner, someone that not only the front office loved, but our coaching staff saw a vision for, that came together nicely.
In terms of the edge group, and I know you signed Dio in the offseason, you're hoping to have a healthier Montez Sweat. I don't think people realize the extent of the shin injury last year. And then when you lose Billings, Ben has talked about that was a different defense to face, man. When Billings went out, they couldn't stop the run like they used to be able to. So was there a group of edge guys that you looked at, and if they had been there, maybe you would have gone in that direction? Is that fair?
Yeah, there's a couple. Some of them you knew that probably wouldn't be there, just the way the board was going to shake out. But listen, you hit it right on the head there. Billings, when he was out, you could feel our run defense really start to slide, and that affects the middle. That affects the linebackers and everybody else. And then all of a sudden you're out of whack because the team can run and then play action becomes even more deadly. So Big Bill's in here getting lean, which I love to see. I'll tell you this, the whole building is excited. I don't think there's anyone in this building working as hard as Montez Sweat right now. He's pushing weight. He's getting strong. He's getting in shape. He is locked in like I've never seen him before. So I'm really excited about the guys that we have in there. And then obviously with Grady and Dio, they're raising the level of competition and intensity for that entire group.
Ryan Poles is general manager for the Chicago Bears. He joins the Kap J Hood morning show on ESPN 1000 and on ESPN Chicago's YouTube channel. Ryan, there's a lot of new and potential starters for this team offensively. You heard from Ben Johnson a couple of days ago. It says there's no depth chart. And so when you take a look at the new on the offense, what about the running back room? What does that look like for now in the future?
Yeah, it's a good room. Really excited about Eric Bieniemy being here as well, just in terms, like, obviously I've been with him, but there's a long track record of development and his ability to raise the level of play for that room. So we're really excited about him. I really think with the addition of the O-line, you're going to feel that when we're looking at the running back position in terms of how they perform and their efficiency this upcoming year. Roshan, really looking forward to him playing a physical brand of football that we know he has. I think kind of that role was a little bit out of whack last year. I think he's going to have more of a physical role for us. And then we have a young group, behind them that's coming along. Wheeler was doing some really good things last year, and he has high level of speed. And then Kyle, Kyle's going to come in, and he's a physical runner. And looking forward to him to develop and see where he lands in the depth chart as we go through training camp.
Talking to Bears General Manager Ryan Poles here on Kap J Hood on ESPN 1000. You mentioned Ian Wheeler. I know he suffered a pretty serious knee injury last year in training camp, but you guys kept him around. And then, we follow all these different players, and Nick Chubb every day is posting a video of him jumping these high hurdles and squatting 5 billion pounds. Do you still look at the veteran part? And do you pay attention, shot or no shot, you pay attention to those Instagram videos these players put out there?
No shot on the videos. But we have a great pro staff that's led by Jeff King. And we have a short list that we're looking at, guys that are available. We always, again, stay opportunistic there, and we have conversations internally of is this going to be the right move for us? Is there a fit? And we'll continue to have those conversations as we go. I know we really want to get this new coaching staff with the players that we have to see if they believe that they can help us. But again, we'll always keep our eye on the short list to see if we need to bring someone in to come in and create competition and see if we can raise the level of talent in that room.
Ryan, a couple of words we heard a lot in the offseason from last year's regime was adversity and accountability. We heard those words a lot from last year's team. And so with a first-year head coach in Ben Johnson, what gives you the confidence that if there's an issue internally that it's going to be handled and not linger? Because that was the issue last year where we heard a lot from you and the players talking about, hey, we're just not accountable enough. We've gone on a long losing streak. So with a first-year head coach, that's something he's going to have to tackle. What do you think of that?
Yeah, there will be no problem for Ben Johnson. I can guarantee you that. There is no gray with him. It's black or white. He addresses things head on and has no issues bringing those things to the surface and having conversation. And then, when you're building a staff, I thought he did a great job putting a staff together. Dennis Allen's the same way. If there's something on their mind, if they see something that isn't being done the right way, it's going to be called out immediately, and it'll get a little uncomfortable. So I have no issues and don't see any issues with that moving forward.
Ryan, in terms of last year, and we're trying to put that bad season to bed, one of your players said to me, man, if we don't lose the Hail Mary game, I think we're a 9-10 win football team. And then who knows what this all looks like. Things happen for reasons. You are what your record says you are. Do you feel like that game, Caleb has talked about it in his recent article in Esquire, like that game short-circuited everything?
I think when you look at what happened after, it's hard to say it didn't have an effect on the team, just in terms of kind of zapping some energy from what we were trying to do, especially with some good stuff that happened when we played, in London. I thought some things were coming together. But I think there's a level of, it's one thing to say that, but at the same time, being resilient, overcoming those hard times is part of championship makeup, and that's where we need to get better. And we continue to mature with the guys that we have here. We're bringing in guys that have gone through some things that can help the team, overcome certain situations like that. Obviously, you don't want to relive that at all, and I think there's a lot of learning lessons that came from that. So at the end of the day, I do believe it happened for a reason. I think our team and the core of the team that was here last year is way better because of that, and they learned from that. But it also set us on this new path that's really exciting, and it feels right and feels like things are coming together for us.
Ryan Poles joins the Kap J Hood Morning Show here on ESPN 1000 and on YouTube. So I want to ask you about the versatility of the offensive line. You opened the door about the versatility of Darnell Wright, who could be right tackle or left tackle. What's your expectation there as far as maybe still making some changes by the time you end training camp as far as the offensive line alignment?
Yeah, again, it goes back to alignment with our coaching staff. That's the conversation we've been having, obviously, before the draft and, recently after the draft. We've had some really good conversations about that, and we're still working through it. I think we want to see what we have in the young rookie with Ozzie in terms of what that looks like at left. We still want to see Braxton returning from his injury, as well as Carmen. So there's a lot of options, which to me is a huge benefit and a huge improvement for our O-line that you have these options. That's really valuable. But I think the one thing that we came away from our recent conversations is whatever we settle on, especially when we're going into training camp, it's going to be really important to stick with that and be as consistent as possible. Now things come up that could change that, but our mindset is, wherever we end up settling going into training camp, we'd like for it to be as stable as possible so we're not flipping guys left and right. Some of those guys will be swing tackles eventually, so they're going to have to do a little bit of that. But we want, to kind of have a solidified O-line as we're going through the beginning parts of training camp.
Ryan, Hoodie and I were talking about the defensive line and bringing in Shamar, and you've got Dio. Dexter came into camp last year in great shape and actually had lost some weight. Do you feel like you could take Dexter and Shamar and use them at edge, or are they locked in inside?
Yeah, I think, again, that versatility is going to be important. I think DA is going to work through that, moving those guys around. Having that option open to us is always going to be important as we go through the season. But, that's one I'll lean on DA and JG and Bill Johnson to put a plan in place to move those guys around. So I know it's a part of what we're going to do. I don't know how much at this time. I think as we go through this offseason and training camp, that plan will start to show itself.
Ryan, could you put Ryan Poles, the offensive lineman, on the phone? I'd like to talk to him. Could you hand him the phone, please?
I'm always here.
Okay. I want to ask you about Ozzie Trapillo. Imagine you being his teammate, and he's at 6'8" and that size. I mean, that's impressive size. When you break him down, think about it as a teammate. What does that look like when you're working with him?
Yeah. When you evaluate all linemen, you look for guys that play well as a unit, and they're good partners. You got to have good positioning. Can't be jumping out of place. You got to know where your help is. You got to know when you got to help the next guy. And he is very friendly to the guys around him. He's always in the right position, takes the right angles. His sets are usually right on point. And, if you're going against if you're a guard and you're going against a wide three technique that's talented, you're going to get a good inside drag and presence so you can do your job at a high level as well. So a great partner. And there's just a level of dependability that he brings that we admired during the evaluation period. There's times where we actually joked. It was like his tape sometimes is just boring because it looks the same over and over and over and over and over again, and that's what you want in your offensive lineman. So we're excited about Ozzie, and I was fortunate, obviously played at Boston College. I had a guy, Gosler Sherrillis, who ended up playing for a long time. It was very similar, massive man, great partner, and that makes the whole line better.
In terms of safety, I was, saying going into the pre-draft process, God, I hope he grabs a safety somewhere. You didn't until you got into UDFA, undrafted free agency. You got Major Burns to sign with the Chicago Bears because much as I love Kevin Byard, he's in the last year of his deal and he's 33. It's just the fact that Brisker missed the last 10 games with another concussion. I felt like you needed depth there. Does this kid have a legitimate chance to make your football team?
Yeah. Yep. Both Major Burns as well as Tysheem Johnson are two guys. Tysheem can play safety and nickel as well. They were brought in to develop, but also to push to see if they can make a roster spot. They're going to have to play well on teams to do that. But, yeah, we were aware that when you look at our entire roster, you got Joe Tooney, you got Braxton, and then you got the safety room. The majority of the guys that started last year, their contracts are going to be up. So we were aware that was the group we had to at least be aware of. If we could find that sweet spot in the draft where we could get a guy to come in and compete, we would do that. But we also knew in both the undrafted free agent part of the process we could add and see if we can develop some guys to get into that room, as well as next year's UFA process. So that's the place we're excited about. Obviously, Brisker being healthy and playing at a high level, we still believe that Kevin's going to do a great job for us as well. He's the ultimate pro, great leader back there. So we're going to just monitor that situation, but at the same time, we need to be developing young talent in that room to see if they can push to make a roster spot.
How soon here on the Kap and J Hood Morning Show can we announce the Joe Tooney extension?
I would hope it's not too long. It's, as I said the other day, it's a priority. I have a great relationship with Joe as well as Mike McCarthy's agent. So we'll have conversations and see what makes sense for both sides. Love Joe, love what he brings. I know he's excited to be here. So see if we can work something out in the near future.
Well, we have a schedule here from 7 to 10.
Yeah,
So
we're on till 10.
We just want you to tell us exactly what time can we announce that. That's what I'm asking you, brother. When can we announce the Tooney extension? This month, correct?
I'll let you know. I'll shoot you a text.
Oh. Shoot me a text. Go. All right, it's done. You can have it now. There you go. Now that you have got like a lot of the heavy lifting off season, and it started with a complete overhaul of your coaching staff. I mean, complete overhaul. That thing is so radically different. And I know Antoine Randall and Dan Rauscher. I mean, the culture in your building is radically different. What is next for you besides, extension here or retweak there? What is next? You got the rookie mini camp and the mini camp. Like, what is there another big thing that you're looking at on the horizon?
Where I go mentally is just the competition in training camp. I think this is going to be one of the more intense training camps we had, just in terms of guys, putting themselves on the 53-man roster. Some guys are fighting to keep starting spots. They're fighting for play time, fighting for time on special teams. So I think this would be a very intense training camp where guys are going to push themselves, and I think that's a beautiful thing. Ben and I talk about that a lot. It's like that competition is going to move the needle for everyone, and everyone's going to get a little bit better going into the year. So I'm really excited about that and seeing how that all shakes out. I don't think we've had this level of competition since I've been here, which is something to be proud of. And, I think it's going to make us better as we go.
Ryan, we all know that change is inevitable, especially in the National Football League. And so I would like for you to let us in on the difference between last offseason and this one as far as energy. What's different for you under Ben Johnson and his staff versus last year for you?
Yeah, I think it's the one, when we went into this coaching search, the one kind of phrase that popped up was, can we find a strategic edge? When we go into games, offensive and defensively, can we have an edge in terms of the game plan, how we're going to use our players to make a defense or offense really uncomfortable? And I truly, spending time with both Ben and DA and Declan and Hightower, you feel that level of intensity of how we're going to be on the attack rather than being on our heels and almost, being reactive instead of proactive. So that proactive approach is probably the best way for me to explain how I feel right now about what we got going on in this building. There's an attack, there's an aggressive, we are going after people mentality that feels a little bit different to me, or a lot different to me, and the players love that too. And we are attacking them from a skill point of view as well. Like every player has an action plan. There's 3 things right now that they have to improve on, and then there's a way that we're going about improving those 3 things. So everyone has something they're attacking, both on an individual basis, but also from a scheme and a preparation standpoint for our offense and our defense and special teams. So I just love that aggressive mentality through and through. Our weight room's different. These guys are attacking. I think it's like 99% of our guys are here, and they are getting after it in the weight room and in conditioning, which gets me excited. And that clear communication as well is like right now it's about strength conditioning. And Benson's very clear about that. So we do spend time in the classroom and on the turf. But he wants these guys to attack in the weight room so we're stronger. I felt like last year as we went through the season, we weren't as strong and physical down the stretch. This feels different just in terms of what they're doing in there to get these guys prepared to not only start fast but finish strong.
Before we let you go, I've told you this before, that I don't think people really wanted to realize how broken things were the day you walked into the building. If you were at 0 then and 100 is winning the Super Bowl, how far do you think you've moved the needle? What percentage to finally look and go, wow, where we were, had to dismantle a lot, to where we are today? You got the hot coach that everybody wanted. I just saw somebody say he's a modern-day Bill Walsh. Like, it's super cool to see. Where is it on the meter for you?
Yeah, it's hard to specifically say. You learn from being around this game long enough. You got to play games and you got to win. That's the status check, like of where you really are. But my instincts make me feel like we're heading towards 100 in a very fast way. I don't know if that's 75, 80, 90%, but that needle is moving quickly. And, I just feel like everything's coming together nicely. Staff, roster. I think we actually started out in the negative, not at 0. I think it was below 0, to be completely honest with you. But I'm proud of the resilience that we've had, especially in the front office, just in terms of just keep chipping away, chopping away. And now when you look at the roster compared to when we walked in the door, or even that first year, it's something to be proud of. It's just got to come together, and again, the results got to be there. We got to win football games.
Ryan, as always, we appreciate your time. Thanks so much for coming on the show.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me.
Have a great day, man.
Ryan Poles, general manager for the Bears.
Yingling, the oldest brewery in America.
On the Kap and J Hood Morning Show.
Kap J Hood. Kap and J Hood. Mornings on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports. The 5th annual Grip It and Sip It Classic, presented by Yingling Flight. Seven Bridges Golf Club has once again invited us back. This year's classic takes place Wednesday, June 11th. Buy a twosome, buy a foursome, and compete for awesome prizes. Once again, this year, golfers will be randomly assigned to play on behalf of one of our show teams. Prizes and glory await the lowest scoring team. The 5th annual Grip It and Sip It Classic. Warning, tickets will sell out. They'll go on sale tomorrow morning at 9 at gripitandsipittclassic.com.
Mother's Day is almost here, and I've been thinking a lot about all the times my mom went out of her way just to make me happy. Honestly, I've lost count. All of the pickups from practice, help with the homework, the home-cooked meals. My mom is the best. That's why this year I'm returning the favor with the bouquet from the Books Company. And I got you 25% off of your order so you can send some happiness to your moms, too. Books aren't just any flowers. Their flowers are cut fresh from the best farms, so they're bigger, brighter, and last way longer. Some are even grown on the side of a volcano. Wow mom with a bright, happy bouquet, or go for the Books Flower subscription so she can get fresh blooms and major joy on repeat. It's also really easy. I pick my bouquet, delivery date, and done. And with 25% off, why stop with mom? Grab some for your wife, your auntie, and even grandma too. Mother's Day is May 11th, so hurry and order your Books now. Go to Books.com, use promo code Canty to get 25% off. That's BOUQS.com, promo code Canty. Books, promo code Canty.
Hey, it's Brandon, Mr. Finance, the Millionaire Maker. Life's been really good to me. Not always easy, though, but I've had help along the way. This is why I work so hard to give back and help people all over Chicago to make investments that work best. Always taking into account your situation. Me and my team at BrandonMrFinance.com are not pitching for a particular fund or stock. We can see the whole field and the options that can work for you and your unique situation. Are you ready? Go to BrandonMrFinance.com and book an appointment today. BrandonMrFinance.com. Let's go.
One of the greatest stats of all time, 7,485. The original run of Andrew Lloyd Webber's Cats set that box office record on Broadway. Now, Cats is being reimagined for a new generation at the Paramount Theater in Aurora. The same beloved songs, but with modern circus flair. You'll see jugglers, contortionists, aerialists, and of course, many, many cats. Andrew Lloyd Webber's Cats, playing through June 15th. Get your tickets now at ParamountAurora.com. Use code ESPN for additional discount.
Hey friends, I'm Tom Waddle and I drive a Hawk. Hey car shoppers, forget tariffs. At HawkAuto.com, their prices have remained the same. Shop thousands of vehicles from 13 big brands. Get pre-tariff pricing plus 0% financing or no payments for 90 days. Choose from 9 Hawk Auto locations in Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, and Carroll Stream. Right now is the best time to buy at HawkAuto.com.
HawkAuto.com!
Financing on approved credit.
Hey, Chris Candy here. My mom goes out of her way to make me happy, so this year I'm returning the favor with a bouquet from the Books Company. Their flowers are cut fresh from the best farms so they grow bigger, brighter, and last way longer. It's easy. Pick your bouquet, delivery date, and done. Mother's Day is May 11th, so order your bouquets now. Go to Books.com. Use promo code CANTY for 25% off. That's BOUQS.com, promo code CANTY. Books, promo code CANTY.
All power, zero compromise. Ego cordless outdoor power equipment features advanced lithium battery technology that exceeds the power and performance of gas without the noise, fuss, or fumes. From mowers and trimmers to blowers and pressure washers, one battery powers over 90 tools. No wonder it's the #1 rated brand in cordless outdoor power. Power beyond belief. Visit egopowerplus.com to learn more or to find an Ego retailer near you. That's egopowerplus.com.
Life isn't always a highlight reel. If an accident has you sidelined, Postman Law is ready to fight for you. Over $3 billion recovered for their clients, delivering speed, ease, and results. Call 844-POSTMAN now. Postman delivers. Let them deliver for you.
Hey golfers, it's Sylvie. I've been talking about Chicago Southland's finest golf course for years, the Sanctuary in New Lenox. The Sanctuary offers 18 holes of great golf on a beautiful course. The track may be a challenge, but it's an easy drive from anywhere in Chicagoland. Sanctuary features a 20-bay heated top tracer range, a 30-station grass range, a putting green, and a short game area. Check out golfsanctuary.com for the best rates and book your tee time. You no longer need to find your golf sanctuary.
Contractors, landscapers, and homeowners. If you're in the market for tractors, mowers, or RTVs, then Kubota Orange Day is for you. Alta Equipment is teaming up with Kubota for a one-day sales event. Tuesday, May 13th, 9 to 3, plan to be at Alta Equipment in Orland Park. Save big and get hands-on with the machines built to work as hard as you do. Live demos, giveaways, and special financing on exceptional deals. Kubota Orange Days at Alta Equipment off 115th and Wolf Road in Orland Park. Tuesday, May 13th.
Chicago. IKEA makes it easy and affordable to give your home a stylish, functional, and comfortable makeover. And now IKEA is making it even more convenient with local pickup points at Loyola University, University of Illinois Chicago, and University of Chicago. Simply order at IKEA.com or via the IKEA app. Select a local pickup point near you and pick up your order for free as soon as the next day. So create your dream room escape or perfect space to relax after work. Shop IKEA.com and let IKEA bring it to you.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
With Progressive Customer Service, there are lots of ways to connect with us, so you never have to miss a second of your favorite sport. Because you'd much rather watch a ball go through a net 124 times in 48 minutes when you don't really have to pay attention until the last 2, and then somehow those 2 minutes will take an hour. You don't want to miss all that. Luckily, you can chat with Progressive on our app, online, or over the phone without missing a single one of those times the ball goes through the metal circle. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Madison, where businesses thrive and futures are built. Just minutes from Chicago, Madison offers prime accessibility, a talented workforce, and a supportive community ready to champion local businesses. Madison, home for business, heart for family.
Welcome back to Kap and J Hood on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
Checkmate 1-6, immediate suppression on target.
That's why I see him in my shot.
Shot or no shot with Kap and J Hood on ESPN 1000 and the ESPN Chicago app.
That's why I see him in my shot.
Good morning and welcome in to the Kap and J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. We will have you shot or no shot. Don't forget, still to come, Eddie Olczyk will give us his picks for the Kentucky Derby. But first, shot or no shot. Here's Shay Norling. Shay?
Good morning, boys. On a Thursday, a delayed edition of Shot or No Shot this morning. Thank you to Ryan Poles for joining us. How are we feeling?
Good, man. That was a lot of fun to talk to him. I thought he was super candid and just said we were actually less than zero when they tore it all down.
That's unbelievable.
Yeah. And to where they've got this roster today. And like he said, it's great. Now it's time to win football games.
A couple of key phrases, Shay, when he talks about having a strategic edge. This is talking about this regime versus last regime. That's talking about Eberflus and that group and of offensive coordinators and all that. He wants to have a strategic edge with this team. Also making the opposition uncomfortable. Now, he's got a bunch of young coaches in there that's ready to, bite people's faces off because, especially Ben Johnson, because that is his MO. That's who he is as a personality. So just having that in the building versus what you had last year sounds like that's completely different. But the question still stands for me. The first time this ball club goes through adversity, and everyone goes through it, doesn't matter how excellent you are in whatever position, you're going to go through adversity. What's going to be done? Now, Ryan Poles said that it won't be a problem because Ben Johnson is confrontational and he'll be able to cut it off at the pass. We will see. It's good. It's said, but now let's see if it happens. If it happens, what does it look like? And that's a big question.
Yeah. And I think the strategic edge thing, too, like I can make this even an impromptu shot or no shot. But, Matt Eberflus was not an analytics guy, I don't believe. That he might say he was. I don't know. I doubt it. He seemed like a pure football mind and kind of married himself to some certain things in certain situations that we all didn't really agree with. Ben Johnson is much different than that. Ben Johnson's going to play the numbers. We're talking about a guy who brought up EPA per play in his combine availability. It was like Carmen's you-know-what dream that we have a head coach who will bring up EPA per play and win probability as being these incredibly important things. Shot or no shot, the strategic edge is Ben Johnson.
Yes, that's a shot, but not just Ben Johnson. When he said DA, meaning Dennis Allen, it's a guy who was a head coach of 2 franchises. He was coveted by other teams to be their DC. And the Bears said, whatever it costs, do it. Do it. I mean, that guy's not making chump change here. That guy's probably a $5 million coordinator. That's no small thing here for the Bears. They spared no expense. And he said, I'll text you when I get the Tooney extension done. So that's good to hear. They'll have that interior of that offensive line all locked up.
That is a shot that the strategic edge should come from the head coach and the coaching staff.
No
Absolutely.
question.
And from numbers, and also because, again, you've been an offensive coordinator. You know every angle to make an offense work. Now, it's all about execution, of course. It's never all just on the head coach. It's about execution. And you have enough players to be able to get that done, especially with young players and an offensive line that's been there and done that. So I would say that the strategic edge has to come from Ben Johnson. I think that is a shot.
And it feels like a new approach because you've gone with a younger guy who is a much more modern thinker, who's kind of a forward thinker. He's embraced what the NFL's become. And that's not to say there's no gut feeling. Like Ben Johnson seems like one of these guys who is a dog himself and who will – he'll hunt guys who aren't doing what's needed, but he also believes what the data will tell him. And I think that's what was missing a little bit in the last regime is it was all on the field. It was all kind of the gut decision, and it was a lot less of what do the numbers tell me in this situation? What's the smart thing to do here? What's the modern approach?
He was over his skis when he took the job, Matt Eberflus, a defensive coordinator that did not understand both sides of the football, and his team fell apart. Nicknames is not coaching. You know what's coaching? Getting in there and setting a culture.
I like the comment. I hope people will replay it throughout the day here. When he said, yeah, holding guys accountable, that will not be a problem for this staff.
Okay.
That was a strong statement, man.
Okay.
Strong.
We're going to see, won't we?
We saw who's the Dan Skipper? Is that the lineman in Detroit?
Yes.
Dan Skipper said, you do not want to be around Ben Johnson during a game when things are tough. He said, that dude is intense, and he will go off. We didn't see that previously here from our head coach.
Nope. All right, Shay, what do we have?
Hoodie, you asked him about the running back room. Obviously, a lot of rumors circulating that the Bears could be interested in a Nick Chubb type or perhaps a J.K. Dobbins type as free agency continues. And there's these late additions, probably sometime in June when camp actually kicks off, that they would address the running back room. Ryan Poles this morning, to me, did not sound like a man who's super interested in addressing the running back room. He brought up Roschon Johnson by name, who I asked if he'd be the odd man out. He mentioned this offensive line is going to allow Roschon to play to the best of his capabilities. That doesn't sound like a guy you're thinking about moving on from. He brought up Ian Wheeler, returning from an ACL injury. He brought up Kyle Monangai, the young guy, the rookie, the 7th-round draft pick, as somebody who's going to belong in this running back room. Shot or no shot, they aren't signing a free agent running back.
I think they may bring in, I don't think a high-priced one, for sure. I think they might bring somebody in for competition. Want to earn a job? Good luck. Do I think they're going out and paying several $1 million to get Nick Chubb? Probably not. Maybe a smaller deal. What is he going to get paid, Hoodie?
Chubb?
I mean, coming off a knee and a foot, maybe you get him cheap.
He's only got 140 carries the last 2 seasons. That's it.
Yeah, he had a knee injury and then a broken foot. So if he wants to just play and he's getting a small deal, bring him in.
I can't imagine it'd be more than like 1 year, $4 million for Nick Chubb.
And that's fine. Can you give me a yard? Because that's all I need, a yard. I didn't get a yard last year. I didn't get a half yard at 3rd down and 4th down. If you give me a yard, then absolutely it's worth it. I'm just saying that for DeAndre Swift, I just know that Ben Johnson worked with DeAndre Swift. And now here he is again. And I want to make sure it's very clear. People hear what they want to hear. I couldn't care less. But you hear me saying this. I don't have a problem with DeAndre Swift being on this team. I do not. I know that he's a good running back, not great. But you have to be able to diversify your offense to be able to have something else. I think Roschon Johnson is okay, but I felt like you need a little bit more thunder with that lightning. Make sense?
Fair.
And Ian Wheeler, I don't expect. I mean, maybe he'll be on the field, Cap. What kind of factor he'll be, I don't know. But I'm just saying that I think another veteran presence helps that running game because if we know anything about Ben Johnson and the Lions, he likes to run the football. And by the way, you can't be a good football team without having a good enough running game.
Yeah.
You got to run the ball.
I totally agree.
I'm not satisfied with what they have right now. And if Ryan Poles feels like what they have right now is good enough, that might hurt somewhere down the line. You got to have something better at running back at this point. You have to.
He also, and you said it, feels like massive changeover on the offensive line will lead to better productivity. So we'll see.
Jay?
Yeah, versatility, I think, was the line of the day. On the defensive line especially, mentioned Dennis Allen's freedom to play guys inside or outside. But he also brought it up on the offensive line, and he brought up himself at a press conference. Darnell Wright can play left tackle. We asked him about it this morning. Mm-hmm. And his answer was interesting to me. They want to see what Ozzie Trapillo, the rookie, has specifically on the left side. Shot or no shot, Ozzie Trapillo will start over Braxton Jones.
No shot. Unless Braxton Jones is not healthy. Braxton Jones is your starting left tackle, period. If he's healthy.
Did you not find it interesting? He said some of these guys will play swing tackle, but he didn't seem certain on who those guys will be. I think it's going to be a competition. Ozzie Trapillo versus Braxton Jones in training camp. Best man win.
And it should be. Because it's a new regime. They've seen all the film from the last couple of years, Cap, I'm sure. If nothing else, last year. So Ben Johnson has the right to say, okay, Braxton Jones, I don't know you. I've watched you over the years. But if Ozzie Trapillo's beating that ass, he has a right to be able to say, okay, in competition, there is no depth chart. Here's the job.
No question.
That's how it works.
But I do think, in the end, he won't be the starter opening day. Maybe I'll be wrong. We'll see. But I think Braxton Jones, if healthy, will get first shot.
Yeah, and maybe Trapillo will have more of a time to, again, rotate in there if needed. But I don't think that Trapillo at that size is going to be on special teams all season. At that size?
We left that for you.
Right. That's at 6'8", 3+, 300+.
316.
Yeah. I don't think that he's just going to be a flyer out there.
Now, his college coach, Bill O'Brien, says he can absolutely play left tackle. Absolutely.
Can he play interior on field goal protection so that, well, I don't know. Can Cairo get the ball over a 6'8"?
Yeah, I forgot that question.
He won't be standing up, you goof. He'll be bent over trying to get leverage, as Jurko would call it. Leverage.
I'm being what's known as a jerk. By the way, they did draft Jonathan Kim, the kicker out of Michigan State. Cairo on the line.
All right.
Wait, they drafted who?
Jonathan Kim, the kicker out of Michigan State. It might have been a UDFA.
Yeah, I didn't. But I just went over to draft him. I didn't see a kicker on there.
Field goal kicker, 2 years at MSU. Hit from 58 a couple years ago. His career long. Hit from 55 last year.
The Spartan. Oh, God. Another one in town.
Kim from 58. Bang!
Yeah, that'll be all for Cairo. A round 8 pick, yeah.
The next interview with Poles will ask about the low trajectory.
Round 8, yeah.
He was a round 8 pick.
Undrafted. Free agent.
We'll ask about the low trajectory next interview.
Yes.
Of one Cairo Santos.
Correct.
Is that fixed?
Yeah.
Or will Kim have an opportunity? Jonathan Kim Show here on the Kap J Hood Morning Show. Good morning, Kim. How are you? Johnny Kim. Go ahead, Shay. Johnny Kim on the air.
Wow. Hoodie, I was glad you guys asked him about safety because didn't address it in the draft. Didn't address it until UDFA took 2 safeties in the undrafted free agent market. Mm-hmm. And I thought his quote was interesting. Quote, the guys who started last year, their contracts are going to be up. So they knew that safety was a position of need and they were looking at it in the draft. Shot or no shot, you hear that quote? They are not planning on bringing Jaquan Brisker back.
That's a no shot because they have to see him stay healthy. And if he has an outstanding year, which he's a really talented player, and he's not dealing with another concussion, yeah, then they'll bring him back. He's got to earn it.
Well, I think you got to earn it on this team overall. I heard a lot about Tasheem Johnson and Major Burns in an interview. There's a reason why you're extolling their virtues. You have something cooking just in case. That could be a shot. Is there a lawsuit there for Brisker if he's cut? Or is his head clear enough? It won't be one of those things where it's like, hey, they didn't keep me on the team because of my concussion issues.
No, he'll be fine.
Could there be a settlement of some sort?
No, this is the last year of his deal, so.
They'll move on at some point.
But I think if he's healthy, he will absolutely be in play to get another contract. He's got to prove he can stay healthy. Fair. He missed the last 10 games.
I hope Major Burns makes the team. He was an all-name team mainstay throughout his college career.
LSU.
Now, LSU fans listen, they don't love them some Major Burns, but who does?
Why don't they love him?
He wasn't great at LSU.
Okay.
But he was great in MASH.
He was.
Coming up.
Major Burns?
Frank Burns.
He was great. He was always going after hot lips.
That's it.
Around the NFL's next on Kap J Hood.
You're listening to Kap and J Hood on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
She's a lady. Here's a swing and a long drive. Way back in the gap. Put it on the ball. And it's a gunner. White Sox win.
White Sox baseball on ESPN Chicago.
Len Casper and Darren Jackson bring you the call of White Sox and Brewers.
Live coverage begins today at 12:30 on the home of the White Sox, ESPN Chicago, AM, FM HD, and the ESPN Chicago app.
You have heard me talk about how businesses are elevating their game in Bolingbrook. Here's Mayor Mary Alexander Basta to tell you herself.
Thanks, Peggy. Bolingbrook remains the most desirable southwest suburban location to start or expand your business. I invite you to learn how welcoming we are to the many businesses who recently have made Bolingbrook their home.
So if you're looking to elevate your future and the future of your business, visit bebolingbrook.com to learn more.
Join us and be Bolingbrook.
Guys, it's Carmen. You know I love the food scene in Elmwood Park, but we're joined by someone even more biased, the mayor of Elmwood Park himself, Skip Saviano.
I've got the best job, Carm. The restaurants are amazing, but there's much more that makes me so happy in our little hidden gem of a community.
So what makes it special?
The people, no question. Elmwood Park's neighbors care for each other, the families thrive, and businesses succeed.
I definitely feel that every time I come through.
You know, we hook you in with a meal, and the next thing you know, you're moving in.
Tell him, Mayor Skip.
Elmwood Park is waiting for you.
Hey, it's Brandon Mr. Finance, the Millionaire Maker, here to share ways to create non-traditional wealth. At BrandonMrFinance.com, we are using good credit, real estate, and insurance platforms to build for right now and to build generational wealth for you and your family. I know life hasn't always been easy, but me and my team at BrandonMrFinance.com have some solutions that can make life easier by setting up financial freedom outlets to win and beat inflation. Are you ready? Go to BrandonMrFinance.com and book an appointment today. BrandonMrFinance.com. Let's go.
Did you know electric vehicles benefit more than just those who drive them? Their lower emissions mean cleaner, healthier air for all of us to breathe. That's why ComEd has a helpful toolkit of resources to make it easier for customers to make the switch to electric vehicles. You can learn more about EVs, calculate potential fuel cost savings, even find valuable rebates and incentives for going electric at ComEd.com/EV. ComEd, powering lives.
Get a taste of that winning feeling before the final buzzer sounds with ESPN Bet's early victory promo. Simply place a pregame moneyline bet on any NBA playoff game, and if the team you back goes up 20 or more points at any point in the game, your bet will get paid out early. Available throughout the NBA playoffs at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Download the app today. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
Mother's Day is coming up fast and you don't want to drop the ball. Show the incredible moms in your life how much you love and appreciate them with a thoughtful gift from Pro Flowers. Ordering takes just minutes, and Pro Flowers' large selection of modern arrangements at affordable prices are sure to make you look like a gift-giving pro. Visit proflowers.com/sports or use the code SPORTS at checkout for $15 off your Mother's Day order. All Pro Flowers orders are backed by our 7-day freshness guarantee, so you can gift easy with Pro Flowers.
Life isn't always a highlight reel. If an accident has you sidelined, Postman Law is ready to fight for you. Over $3 billion recovered for their clients, delivering speed, ease, and results. Call 844-POSTMAN now. Postman delivers. Let them deliver for you.
Jay Moore, have I told you lately about La Quinta? Yes. Picture this. You arrive at your hotel. You've got an important online meeting lined up with clients from all over the country. You got your laptop open, ready to begin, and, well, the Wi-Fi is so horrible that you can't even connect. These types of stressful situations happen all the time, but they don't have to. See, when you book a room at La Quinta by Wyndham, you have access to their free high-speed Wi-Fi. Tonight, La Quinta, tomorrow you shine. Book direct at LQ.com. That's LQ.com. Jay Moore.
If you missed something, get the podcast on the ESPN Chicago app. Kap and J Hood are back on Chicago's home for sports. ESPN Chicago.
Nick Foles sucks. He sucks.
I'm just a fan. I'm not a football evaluator.
I love the Green Bay Packers.
The guy is drunk, but there he goes.
This is not Detroit, man. This is the Super Bowl. I want winners. He starts to come and then he pulls out.
This is a really thickly built guy.
I mean, what's the answer you're looking for on these things here?
It is time to go around the National Football League here on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. I'd like to remind you that Eddie Olczyk, Chicago's own Edzo, will be with us at 9 o'clock to give his Kentucky Derby picks. And Around the NFL is brought to you by Mr. Finance. Build wealth with smarter investing. Go to BrandonMrFinance.com. Here's Shane Orley.
All right, this news broke yesterday as we were getting off the air. The Falcons received a $250,000 fine, and their defensive coordinator, Jeff Ulbrich, received a $100,000 fine, totaling $350,000 over the prank phone call that Shedeur Sanders received from Ulbrich's son. News now is coming out that Abdul Carter also received a prank call, and Drew Rosenhaus talked about it, so they knew it was BS. This stuff happens. Apparently, this actually happens quite often. players' information gets leaked to someone, and prank phone calls do go out to players during the draft. Just so happens Shedeur Sanders was taping his entire draft experience, and Jeff Ulbricht's kid was dumb enough to film the room prank calling Shedeur Sanders. Was the national flogging of this idiot adult child not enough? That we needed to fine an organization $350,000 total over something that apparently happens all the time.
Well, they want to put an end to it. That's how you make a statement. And he leaked confidential info. And Jeff Ulbricht said, I'm not appealing it. I'm paying it. It is what it is. On me, I should not have left that type of information out in the open.
That's exactly right. It's deserved. And maybe this would stop, coaches or whoever leaving information out on the kitchen counter. So ridiculous, man. That's private information.
Yeah.
The kid's a jerk. So now because you can't find the kid, the coach has to take the brunt of it. Sorry. And the organization.
Right.
You can't do that. Like these kids are trying to get drafted and they're thinking they're going to get drafted and they're getting pranked.
Yeah, it's just garbage. And Drew Rosenhaus said, we never even told his family about the call at number 2 that you're going to the Jaguars, Abdul. No, we know we're not. Because these guys all talk.
Yes.
It's not like Caleb Williams didn't know he was going 1 to the Bears. It's not like Cam Ward didn't know he was going to where he was going. And what did Ashton Genty's people say? Oh, we actually knew a month ago he was going to be a Raider. We were all wearing Raider gear the whole time.
I mean, Shedeur's case is so random. Who knows when he's going to get drafted. So, of course, he got that prank call. But, yeah, that's a deal breaker for me. Shay?
You know what? Fair. Wow. Are we sure? This is Albert Breer mentioned this, and now it's become kind of a hot topic. I'm reading through the way too early 2026 NFL mock draft.
Yeah.
Jordan Reed went through it, and Arch Manning is not involved. Are we sure Arch Manning is going into the draft? Peyton and Eli were both 4-year players in college. Arch Manning's entering his 3rd season. He has willingly sat behind Quinn Ewers at Texas. He's only got 2 starts under his belt. And with NIL, Quinn Ewers left $8 million on the table potentially to go into the NFL draft and become a 7th-round pick. Arch Manning, God only knows what he could get paid to be a senior at Texas if he stays for a full 4 years.
Peyton said it was the greatest thing he ever did was stay all 4 years. Tim Duncan said the same thing at Wake Forest. He said, I could have been the number 1 pick 3 straight years.
I just think it's obvious for Manning because I believe one of those games, Shay, was he pressing the service, had to come in relief?
Yeah, he had a couple
Georgia?
like that. Well, there was the Georgia game where Ewers was just awful at the start, so they put Arch in right before halftime, which I thought was dumb by Sarkisian. Yeah. But no,
who won that game?
Georgia.
Handily. Excuse me?
I just asked.
Hello?
Settle down now.
Georgia against Texas? What do you... Go ahead.
Wow.
But I just thought it's interesting. Like, the entire lead up to everything has been, the march for Arch. We'll get the number 1 pick and we'll get Arch Manning in 2026.
Nah.
People now don't even think he's going to be in the draft. And I kind of agree with them. Why would you leave Texas if you could make, who knows, $10 million? If Arch is good, what's the ceiling for his NIL deal? Bryce Underwood hasn't taken a snap in college. Michigan's paying him $10 million. Arch, if he's good this season, could he get more than that to stay at Texas for 4 years and then come out and actually be the number 1 pick in 2027?
This whole NIL thing, my niece is at my house right now. She just flew in. She's a veterinary student at Ohio State, but she played lacrosse at Colorado. And I said, too bad, Zoe. You missed by a couple years of the NIL. She goes, Uncle David, I'm getting an NIL check. What? Yeah, there was a bunch of athletes, not her, that sued going, hey, we played. We're getting screwed. They're going back to 2016, she told me. Anybody that played any sport, 2016 to now, that doesn't have an NIL deal that graduated, they're getting paid. Not a lot, but something.
How about that, Jay Moore? NIL reparations going back to 16. How about that?
When did your son graduate?
2021.
There'll be some cash coming.
Oh, absolutely.
Yes, of course. Jay Moore is always at the mailbox.
My son graduated 2015 from playing football. He missed out.
He'll pinch a little bit off for his son, but ultimately, Jay Moore waiting at the right there on the chair waiting for that check to come in.
You know,
Mailbox money.
my son actually told me about it. I had no clue because the school contacted him. So we'll see.
Yeah. I'll take that. Wow. Thank you. Thank you very much, son. Appreciate that.
Like royalty checks.
I mean, so on top of the NIL and Arch Manning doing stuff for Roy Rogers Cadillac in Austin, he'll be fine financially.
Yeah. And Abdallah just sent me a tweet from Matt Miller saying, good time to remind people, Arch Manning has 3 years of eligibility remaining. Both Peyton and Eli used all theirs. He won't be doing any draft work for Arch for 2026. Says he's probably a 2027 player, could be a 2028 player. March for Arch, delayed.
I like it.
That is unreal.
Not a deal breaker. Not at all.
Not at all.
And that's Around the NFL, brought to you by BrandonMrFinance.com. Coming up, we have Edzo with his Kentucky Derby picks.
That's it. The great Eddie Olczyk, baby.
Indeed. He's coming up next. That's in 2 minutes right here on Chicago's Home for Sports.
Kap J Hood, ESPN Chicago.
If you're trying to get through your daily activities and you're noticing you can't because you're focusing more on your pain than being able to enjoy the moment, those are the patients that we're looking to treat because we can make a difference.
That's Dr. Ashley Caravelli, Chicago's medical director for QC Kinetics.
What we're doing at QC Kinetics is offering treatments that help with joint preservation. We use cutting-edge technology in our in-house lab to harness your body's natural healing powers and target the areas where you need them the most.
These are regenerative, non-surgical treatments, and QC Kinetics is the nation's leader, delivering lasting relief to tens of thousands of patients.
What we do know is that the sooner we start treatment, the sooner you'll see relief.
So don't wait another minute. See if you're a good candidate for these non-surgical treatments for joint pain. The consultation is completely free.
Weekend appointments available. Call now. 312-809-5955. That's 312-809-5955. 312-809-5955.
Another checkup? Why are so many people getting new puppies?
Dr. Kim's veterinary office is littered with cuteness.
We are booked solid for weeks, but who can say no to a puppy, right? Oh, who's a good boy? Oh, bonjour. Oh,
she needs to find extra vet techs to get those pups some extra love.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, candidates can find it easier, so you can hire easier. Redeem your $75 credit at Indeed.com/credit. Terms and conditions apply.
Progressive knows when you're on your boat, you're already on vacation. And Vacation You forgets all your worries. Vacation You doesn't even keep track of time and knows that time is a meaningless construct designed to control us, man. But Regular You knows you don't want to be too far out in the water after the sun goes down because Vacation You doesn't know how to navigate in the dark yet. Vacation You and Regular You really need to get on the same page. So bundle your boat with your home or auto policy and earn an automatic discount from Progressive. And spend the savings on the both of you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, you are listening to the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Kap J Hood, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Carmen Brands radio station.
Good morning, Chicago, and welcome in to the Kap J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app with Hall of Famer David Kaplan, Jonathan Hood with you. We've got Shay, we've got Jay Moore, and we've got you, and a special day taking place on Saturday, Cap.
The Kentucky Derby, baby. That's right, the 151st running of the Run for the Roses. It'll be my first foray into that great event. But one of the premier handicappers in America. He will be the lead handicapper for NBC Sports coverage of the Kentucky Derby. He says he has got new clothing that he's going to wear, so I guess he won't dress like a banker this time. His name is the great Eddie Olczyk. And he's on the Yingling Hop.
Good morning, Edzo. How are you?
Hey, Hoodie, great to be with you, man. And just tell Cap I got a horse for him to bet tomorrow. I think it might be named after him. Race 7, on Saturday at Churchill Downs, named after Cap. The name of the horse is, let me make sure I can get this right. So No Balls. in the 7th race on Saturday. The 3-horse in race 7, no balls.
You're a funny guy, Enzo. All kidding aside.
Well, wait a second. You come out and you take a shot at my wardrobe right off the bat.
No, you said you're going to have some fancy duds for Saturday.
I didn't get a chance to say hi to Hoodie at all. You know what? In terms of, hold on a second. Let me talk for a second. Hoodie, it's great to talk to you. I hope you're doing well.
Thank you, Southside.
And you know what? This is my 11th straight Derby working for NBC as one of the handicappers. So I can't believe time has flown by. And just a weather update. 5 days ago, it looked like it was going to be 68 and sunny, and we weren't going to have to worry about anything. But just like in our fine town, the weather can change on a dime, and it might get a little rough on Saturday. That seems to be the new forecast. So for people that are playing and literally getting their feet wet, both at the windows like myself and Kap, at the Derby, just keep an eye on the forecast for your handicapping. So thanks for having me. It's always great to be with you, boys.
Yeah, looking forward to talking to you about this race. You may have been known as one of the Clydesdales as a player, but as a Clydesdale in the race wouldn't do well. But there is a lot of speed in this race, but the big favorite is journalism. What are your thoughts on the early speed and how it affects the one that most people are going to pick?
Yeah, I mean, I think journalism. I think it's journalism and everybody else, Kap. I think journalism just breathes a different era than the majority of these horses. Now, look, I mean, he's never run against 19 opponents like none of his horses. I mean, look, this will be the biggest field the majority of them will ever run against. Journalism is bred to go the mile and a quarter. He's shipping in from California. Again, we don't know about the track condition. I mean, he's never run, but he is bred for an off track from his father and his mother's bloodline. You've got 167,000 people in Kap going to be there on Saturday. So how will he react to that? And that goes for the other, 19 horses in the race. So I think there is a lot of speed in this race. I think there's 4 or 5 horses that have only one chance of winning, and that's going to the front and going as far and as fast as they can. So I think that the faster that they go, the better it is for a horse like Journalism or maybe a horse like Sovereignty or Tistastic, horses that maybe can sit in hope that the speed comes back, and then when the speed comes back, then obviously the closers can pick them up in the lane. So I agree with you, Kap. I think there's a lot of speed in the race, but I don't think Journalism will have any problem with the off track, with going up against these other horses. And look, anything could happen. We understand that it's horse racing, but I think on his best day, I think he is a superior equine athlete compared to the competition. So I'm expecting a huge effort. 3-1 in the morning line. I'm hoping to get every bit of that. And by the way, if you want to bet the Kentucky Derby or you want to see what my picks are all week, you can go to twinspires.com and jump online and check out my picks and hopefully make people a little bit of money, not only tomorrow when the Phillies run for the Lilies, but also on the first Saturday in May when the Colts and Geldings run for the Roses on Saturday.
So Enzo, what you just gave us, I mean, you gave us, the weather report too, that could be a little sketchy. So it makes me wonder about something like Sandman at 6-1,
sure.
Right? So he wins the 1 1/8 at the Arkansas Derby. He is a fast horse, but then if the track is average to slow, he has no shot. Maybe he could place in there, but what about Sandman? If it's a muddy track, I don't think he has a shot.
Well, I'll disagree with you, Hoodie, because he does have the breeding. He's never been at least run a race. He's run 8 races in his career. He's never been on an off track or a track that has moisture in it, but he does have the breeding to do that. And I think that being a horse player, and Kap can tell you too, is like, sometimes those are maybe the underlying, that's the underlying information there. You want to use it to your benefit. Doesn't mean he will, just because his bloodlines say that they've liked the off track, if that's what indeed it is. But he does have the ability. He's bred to go 1 1/4 miles, which is a big ask, Hoodie, when it comes to these 3-year-old horses, to be able to know that they can get the 1 1/4 miles. I mean, like I said, a handful of these horses shouldn't try to go 1.25 miles, but it is the Kentucky Derby. So I would say that with Sandman, I'm using him. He's actually my third. He's my third horse. I like the 8 Journalism, the 14 Tistastic, and the 17 Sandman. I'm using those 3 horses in a lot of different parts of my wagers. But again, not knowing, whether or not he can run an uptrack. Let's hope that the weather people are wrong and it blows by Louisville and we get a little bit of a shower and it doesn't affect the track. But it's something that you have to take into your. Let me say this: I'm using those 3 horses regardless because I feel all 3 of them can run on an off track or they can run on a fast track.
Go ahead, Cap. Tell us about Rodriguez, the Bob Baffert horse.
So
what do you think?
So the Rodriguez horse, a friend of mine was actually talking to Mike Smith, and Mike Smith said to him,
"Terrible general manager."
Who's the jockey? Yeah, who's the jockey? Yeah.
You're right. He's the guy that drove. He was a bad Hawk GM, but
yes, and with a wrinkled shirt and bad hair.
Terrible. But Mike Smith, the jockey, said, and he rode Giacomo to a victory in 2005 in the Derby at 57-1.
Yeah.
He said, "I got a lot of speed in this horse. If we can win it, I am going to try and steal the race." He said, "I believe I can absolutely get out in front, and they can't catch me."
I don't know, Cap. I mean, I love Mike Smith, but I mean, look at East Avenue is another horse that has a tremendous amount of speed. Again, it's some of these horses. They only have one way to go. If they don't get the lead, a lot of them just end up just backing out of there, or they run as far and as fast as they can, and all of a sudden they just start backing up because they've been in it from the opening bell. I mean, you have Citizen Bull on the rail. He's got a lot of speed. The 2-horse.
Neo Epos.
He's got American Promise that has a lot of speed. You have the outside horse, number 20. And before I go any further, I want to jump into the also eligible horse that might draw into the competition in case there's a scratch. So I just think, if somebody wants to think they can steal it, that means they're going to have to go really, really, really fast. And then that's good for at least what I think, depending on how the track is playing, is that you can, horses that are going to come from behind because the speed is going to so-called stop for going so fast in a short period of time. I do want to make mention, the number 21 horse who is not in the body of the field right now.
Baeza.
Baeza is the name of the horse. If by chance there's a scratch here in between now and 9 a.m. tomorrow, so whatever reason, look, I hope the 20 horses all feel good and, nobody gets scratched and they can all run. But we've seen here the last couple of years, horses have drawn in from the also eligible. Number 21, Baeza, you have to use the number 21 if he gets into the race. He only got beat 3/4 of a length to Journalism in the last race out at Santa Anita in the Santa Anita Derby. He is bred for any distance. He is bred to run on an off track. I think that if he can get in, I would say this. I would say very confidently that the number 21 horse could end up being one of the top 3 or 4 betting favorites if he does draw in. I think he is that good of a horse. Now, he's going to be on the outside. I understand that. But I think you got to certainly know who's in and who's out when you go to the windows in between tomorrow or you go online at twinspires.com, whatever it is, to make the bet at home. You've got to use the 21 if he draws in on Saturday for the run for the Roses.
Enzo, you said Tistastic. Could you tell us why you like this particular horse? Is it because of his experience?
I think I really loved his last race. It was the longest race that he had run. Hoodie, he ran in New Orleans at the Fairgrounds and Louisiana Derby. It always seems that race over the years has been very productive of horses just running well at the Kentucky Derby. It was the farthest race he's ever run. Now he ran 1 mile and 3/16, so now he's going to go a little bit farther, obviously 1 1/4 miles. He's bred for it. He's got the most winningest trainer in the history of North American thoroughbred racing, and Steve Asmussen. You got a great jockey in Joel Rosario. I just think that the race sets up for a horse like this underneath. Look, I'm going to use Tistastic on top, to be quite honest with you. I mean, I'm probably going to box 8, 14, 17, and 21 if the 21 draws in. But I just think with the way the race shapes, and I've been plenty wrong, but I just think with how much speed there is in this race, you're going to have to look for a horse that can pick up horses on the turn for home and down the stretch. And I think the last quarter mile will be key. And I think a horse like Fizztastic, if he can get the trip, you're going to get a hell of a price, because the morning line, he's 20-1. Now, I think I'm going to get 20-1 on Fizztastic, Hoodie. Probably not. He's probably going to be a little bit under that, which is fine. So 16, 17, 18-1. I'll certainly be wearing out a path to the windows, that's for sure.
Edzo, one last thing. We got to ask you one hockey question. The Hawks lost out on their top candidate to be the head coach, the guy from Denver. Would they go get the guy that just got fired, Sullivan from Pittsburgh, who's won cups? What do you do here?
Well, there is a relationship with the Blackhawks. Remember, Mike Sullivan was a part of the franchise back in 2015 when they won the Stanley Cup. He was a part of the franchise. Now, obviously, there's been lots of changes that have gone on, obviously, with management and everything. But Mike Sullivan did spend a year with the Blackhawks, and I think in the development part and scouting and what have you. So there is a relationship there. I get the sense just from people I've talked to about Mike Sullivan is that he's looking more in the Eastern Conference, and I think the Rangers seem to be the leader in the clubhouse when it comes to a guy specifically about Mike Sullivan. Obviously, was disappointed that David Carl, the coach at Denver, walked away from the opportunity with the Hawks, but I'm sure they're busy and trying to figure that thing out. So we'll see what happens. And got some great hockey going on right now as well, and love that the Cubbies are playing as well as they are. So it's enjoyable to watch when I'm making my travels from Louisville to maybe Winnipeg, Manitoba on Sunday for a Game 7 between the Blues and the Winnipeg Jets for the NHL on TNT. So don't forget, you can watch the Stanley Cup Final on TNT this year, and I'll be on the call with Kenny Albert and Brian Boucher.
Tell you what, he's a walking billboard, isn't he? He's like
man.
Outside the sandwich shop. That's who he is on both sides.
Hoodie, you know this. I learned from the very best. The guy sitting right next to me.
That's exactly right.
That's it, kid.
Hey, he knows how to hawk a lot of things, that guy. Trust me. So
it all spends the same, buddy.
You better bring it this weekend. Good luck, everybody. Thanks for having me, guys.
All right, Edzo, I'll see you in Louisville in a few hours.
All right, see you.
Love you. Great. Eddie Olczyk, one of the proud members of the Clydesdale line here in Chicago when he was a Hawk on the Yuengling Hotline.
Yuengling, the oldest brewery in America.
Ryan Poles got a chance to speak to us in the 8 o'clock hour. I know that we changed our schedule a lot around Ryan Poles. And we had our shot or no shot around the NFL, but we want to kind of go back to some of the things that Ryan Poles said, and we'll hear from Ryan Poles this hour as well. In case you missed it, it'll be available on the ESPN Chicago app and, of course, on YouTube as well. Some thoughts from Ryan Poles coming up next. Kap and J Hood, weekday morning, 7 to 10.
This is your morning routine.
Yeah.
Kap and J Hood.
Good morning.
Morning. Good morning.
Oh, and in case I don't see you, good afternoon, good evening, and good night.
On ESPN Chicago. Bears Weekly. Host Jeff Joniak and Tom Thayer take you inside with the latest on your team. The latest news and the best interviews. Bears Weekly, tonight at 6:30 on ESPN Chicago and the ESPN Chicago app.
Let me tell you about our friend Howard Ankin. You see, here in Chicago, it's almost like we've got a season in between winter and spring. It's called pothole season, John. And Howard Ankin is a guy, if you have a personal injury accident, a rideshare accident, he is the guy that can help you know your rights. You have an attorney on your side who can break it all down for you. Howard Ankin, auto, truck, rideshare. He's helped thousands of injured people in Illinois get the compensation they deserve.
Indeed. It's 312-6-million, 312-6-million. That's a phone number to connect to the great Howard Ankin. Sound my ball. Jay Moore.
It is a top concern for us all. What to do with your hard-earned dollars. Here's Brandon of BrandonMrFinance.com.
So we show people how they can borrow cash to buy cash to beat inflation, right? So banks charge interest on your money. So I believe in reverse engineering things. So you borrow money, take the bank's money, and then go out and create increase. Do it by way of a business so you can create leverages, and then you can get tax rates for making more money.
BrandonMrFinance.com.
And you're your number one asset, but many times people don't insure themselves. So life insurance is a big deal. but it's also a vehicle of how the wealthy, basically shelter money.
If you want to rethink money and how to leverage yourself to create wealth, visit BrandonMrFinance.com now.
And then you can prepare yourself by putting money into insurance outlets that will grow compound interest and create generational wealth to have a living and a death benefits.
Go to BrandonMrFinance.com and book an appointment today.
Those are some of the ways that you can use to create wealth and give yourself financial freedom while protecting your family.
BrandonMrFinance.com.
News just in. Bet365 is now live in Illinois.
That's right. Join Bet365 today and get $150 in bonus bets when you bet $5, win or lose.
That's amazing.
That's for sure. With Bet365, you can bet on the spread, totals, and money line.
Well, there you have it, Illinois. Download the Bet365 app and get your $150 in bonus bets today.
And see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Illinois. T's and C's apply.
One of the greatest stats of all time, 7,485. The original run of Andrew Lloyd Webber's Cats set that box office record on Broadway. Now, Cats is being reimagined for a new generation at the Paramount Theater in Aurora. The same beloved songs, but with modern circus flair. You'll see jugglers, contortionists, aerialists, and of course, many, many cats. Andrew Lloyd Webber's Cats, playing through June 15th. Get your tickets now at ParamountAurora.com. Use code ESPN for additional discount.
Mother's Day is coming up fast and you don't want to drop the ball. Show the incredible moms in your life how much you love and appreciate them with a thoughtful gift from Pro Flowers. Ordering takes just minutes, and Pro Flowers' large selection of modern arrangements at affordable prices are sure to make you look like a gift-giving pro. Visit proflowers.com/sports or use the code SPORTS at checkout for $15 off your Mother's Day order. All Pro Flowers orders are backed by our 7-day freshness guarantee, so you can gift easy with Pro Flowers.
The peace lily is so last year. Hey, has anyone worked with fiddlenecks?
Shelby's popular flower shop is in full bloom.
We just got a request for an arrangement that evokes air. Who's up for that challenge? No?
She needs to hire a floral designer to nip foliage faux pas in the bud.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Our advanced matching helps find talented candidates so you can connect with them fast. Redeem your $75 credit at Indeed.com/credit. Terms and conditions apply.
Joe's Live in Rosemont, the place to be for live music. See Pecos in the Rooftops on Saturday, May 17th. Bone Thugs and Harmony on Friday, June 20th. And just announced Billy Bob Thornton and the Boxmasters on September 16th. Tickets are selling fast. Get them now at joesliverosemont.com.
Yes, pick Wisconsin. Picking a place to build a life is a lot like selecting a draft pick, making a decision that will set you up for long-term success. That's Pick Wisconsin. Learn more about making Wisconsin your home. Visit pickwisconsin.com. Again, pickwisconsin.com. Jay Moore.
You're listening to Kap and J Hood. Follow the show on Instagram at The Catman and at IGJHood. This is ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Our Twitch and our YouTube streams are brought to you by Woodward Reserve. More than a spirit, it's a spectacle for the senses. It's a Kap and J Hood morning show on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. We're with you till 10 o'clock. Then it's Clinton and Friends at 10, followed by Carmen and Jurko at 12. 12 to 12:30 in the Golden Hammock. Right into White Sox baseball as they take on the Milwaukee Brewers. As a 12:30 pregame and a 1 o'clock start right here on the home of the White Sox, ESPN 1000.
What did you call it?
What's that?
What did you call it?
The Golden Hammock of sports radio.
12 to 12:30.
Swinging in the hammock together for a half hour. Right into White Sox baseball as they take on the Brewers. After the Sox, it's Waddle and Peggy. And then Bears Weekly with Jeff and Tom, followed by Bleck and Abdallah, right here on your home for the White Sox and the Bears, ESPN 1000. 312-332-3776, our phone number. Cap, speaking of the Bears and Ryan Poles, yeah, in case I talk to him, if you missed it, it'll be available on the ESPN Chicago app. Just click Kap and J Hood, boom, it's right there. A long-form conversation with the general manager of the Chicago Bears. And we had an array of questions for him.
He was outstanding. And we were texting, you and I, with the great, the powerful Tom Waddle. And he said, boy, that guy sounds so different, like relaxed. I got my guy here now, Ben Johnson. And, Ryan is not going to ever be critical of Matt Eberflus, but you could tell they've stepped things up around there.
Indeed. There's some things that if you missed it, we'll play some of it for you coming up after 9:30 right here on Kap and J Hood. Some things that Ryan Poles had to say. But a couple of things on the front burner is the running back position. Right now, the depth chart, I open it up every morning. DeAndre Swift, Roschon Johnson, Kyle Monangai, Travis Homer, and Ian Wheeler. That's your depth chart for the running backs. And my question to Ryan Poles was, okay, so you added more wide receiver depth. Okay, you added more tight end depth. Okay, you added more offensive line depth. Even the quarterback, Case Keenum's part of this team. But you drafted Kyle Monangai, but you did not go into free agency to add another running back. And so Brian and Morton Grove wants to address this here on Kap and J Hood. Brian, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. Great show.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Yeah, I liked the interview a lot. I found it really interesting how Ryan Poles answered that question, Hoodie, when you brought up the running back room. He sounded really excited about, bringing Bieniemy in there. He's great at developing players, and how excited he was about the younger guys. But I noticed the one name he did not mention was DeAndre Swift.
Yeah, Shay said that to us as well. I didn't read anything into it because I think everyone assumed, that's the starter, and then everybody else, because I asked about a veteran going in there to augment the room. I didn't read anything into it.
It would be the equivalent, Brian, of me asking about the quarterback position, and he goes, Tyson, and he's in here every day. Case Keenum, good quality veteran. Austin Reed, boy, and not say anything about Caleb. I just think that anybody that's the number one guy on your depth chart, you start that with the conversation there. You start there.
Yeah.
You say it like you're proud of your roster. Not saying that he's not, but Brian, that's a good catch because I did not hear him say DeAndre Swift either, unless I missed it.
Yeah, I wouldn't have thought anything of it, but then you think about the history with him and Ben Johnson in Detroit. He only lasted a year. Most likely Ben Johnson might have been one of the bigger voices in wanting to make a change there. I also heard Ben Johnson talk a lot recently about, he's curious to see how players are going to act or play when the ball is not in their hands. And I thought I heard some rumblings in the media this past season about Swift maybe not complaining, but bringing up that he wasn't maybe being utilized enough, maybe not getting the ball enough. So I guess that's kind of why I went to that assumption.
Yeah, but if they were going to move on from him, they would have already done so.
Yeah, it's probably right.
But it's something. Okay. But it's something worth bringing up. That's why you call, Brian, because again, all the changes have been made, but you, again, to me, did not do enough as far as the defensive line, and then the running back position. DeAndre Swift is up, and by the way, if he makes a change, I have no problem with that because you want to get a new life into this team with this new coaching staff. I get it.
Right.
So
okay, appreciate it, guys.
Yes, sir, Brian. We appreciate the telephone call. So Kap. Look, I as I told you before, like the running game is going to be paramount because this is what Ben Johnson did with the Lions. Of course, that's for any team. Mm-hmm. Of course, there's any team you want to utilize the running game, but I'm just saying, like, I would like for them to improve it to make sure short yardage, even in a passing situation, that you have someone shorthanded that you can believe in. And if they feel like you mentioned Roschon Johnson, one of the guys you mentioned first, I don't know if he's going to be part of this passing game or if he can give me that short yardage because I didn't see it last year. Yes, it's a bit better offensive line, but about the will to get there, to get that first down. Will they do that? I don't know.
Yeah, and he was also out last year a significant portion with a concussion, I believe.
Yes.
So he's back healthy. We're going to find out if he's going to be able to contribute because they had high hopes when they brought him in when he was the backup at Texas to Bijan Robbins.
Correct.
Same year.
I do think it's interesting, though. And I asked earlier this week about Roschon, if they do go get a veteran running back in the free agent market, would he be the odd one out? Poles sounded excited about him. And whether we're reading into it or not, he did not mention DeAndre Swift by name. And there is an $8 million cap savings if you trade him after June 1st. It's a guy Ben Johnson has gotten rid of before, who he didn't use a ton.
Yeah, but who's
in
trading
his year.
for his money? And you'd have to trade the contract. There's nobody taking on that money.
You always find ways to get people to move somebody. I mean, it does happen. And you don't, I believe the way it would work is the Bears would only be or the team taking him would only be on the hook for the $1.3 million in dead money. I don't think they'd pay the entirety of the deal. I thought it was interesting that he didn't mention DeAndre Swift by name, and maybe he ends up being the odd one out if they do bring in a veteran.
Possibly.
Maybe.
I mean, they made a lot of changes already. Nothing surprises me now.
Hoodie, the reality is he's not that good. He doesn't run well between the tackles. He wasn't the pass blocker that they were hoping they were getting. He's just not that good.
So because of that, you upgrade like you've done everything else around here. So we will get to it at 9:30.
I just don't know if an upgrade's out there at this point.
If he can. I mean, you brought up Chubb to him.
Right.
He says he doesn't look at the film. Of course he does.
No, he said he doesn't watch the Instagram weightlifting
film.
thing.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, and the problem with Chubb and J.K. Dobbins is you're going to get more than 3 games out of either of them?
It's a great question.
See a yard.
That's it.
I do want to give the Bears credit for this, Cap. And I don't think we've talked about this long form, but I think this is a good time to say it. When you have Moore and Odunze, and again, I don't know how Burton fits into all this on a down-in and down-out basis offensively. When you have Colston Loveland and Cole Kmet, and then whatever you're going to do with the running game, I know that Ben Johnson has a lot of options to go to. So you don't feel like, man, we're just stunned for just one, for one wide receiver, one tight end. You could do multiple things with multiple players. So if nothing else, what they've been able to build is trying to keep a defense on their heels. So I'll give the Bears credit for that it's not just one player you got to look out for. If you double DJ Moore, here's Rome Odunze. You double Odunze, here's Burden in the slot. Here's a tight end. Here's run. So at least for the Chicago Bears, the defense is going to be like, okay, this is going to be a longer meeting than usual because we got this SOB, got this SOB. We don't know if they're going to do crossing patterns with 2 tight ends set to 12-piece there, and then the running back could get a pass. I mean, who knows? So it's good to have those many weapons just to keep the defense at bay.
Yeah, you've got to be able to handle Colston Loveland, who gets separation. Oh, they brought the back out. Oh, they got DJ Moore. Wow, Roman Dunze's open down the field. Oh, they got this Burden guy. Jeez.
Can't cover everybody.
So let's see.
Can't cover everybody, right?
Fair.
So I want to make sure that that's out there on wax for people to hear, because for those like me that says, hey, I would like for you to have more capital on the defensive side of the football from the defensive line standpoint, at least the Bears offensively in an offensive league have a lot of people to go to. And this is why there's such a spotlight on this organization now. You think that people were optimistic about the Bears last year. This year, Cap, I know you've read it and seen it. They're like, wow, look at these 2 kids that's part of this team now, Burden and Loveland. Wow, look at that. Along with the veterans they already have, they have to be like, and I know it's going to be a lot of spotlight on Caleb Williams, but the point is, though, is that there's so many different ways they can go about having a good offense this year. But everything's on the right arm of Caleb Williams.
He's got to play well, period. I do like the quarterback room that they brought in Case Keenum just as a veteran mentor-style guy for both Caleb and for Tyson Bagent. I like that.
It's a lot. I know that this sounds like a replay from last year, but it is a lot. It's more this year than last year. And somewhere there is Jim Miller getting ready to do a Sirius XM show. There is Jay Cutler. There is, Chad Hutchinson. There's Cordell Stewart in Atlanta someplace saying, where was this S for me?
Right.
Where was my?
Look at that line. Look at all these weapons. Jeez.
Former Bears quarterbacks across the country are just like.
I had Devin Hester and Des White and Johnny Knox.
Brother, they run the wing T for Cordell.
By the way, did you hear Des White introduce the Bears pick?
I did see that.
They said, Bears legend, Des White. I'm like, who? Well, legend.
It's a little bit far-fetched. He was
okay.
Yeah, he's fine. But
they should have had Bears legend Tom Waddle introduce the pick.
Tommy should have been up there.
Yes.
Yes.
He is a legend.
Yeah, he should have been there.
Just ask him.
Why didn't they ask me to be on there?
It's Waddle.
Sylvie, you're not getting to introduce the pick.
He
Sorry.
right behind him. Trying to get in. Get out of the way, little guy. I'm Tom Waddle.
Can Braxton introduce the pick?
No, he cannot. Get out of there. Wow.
That's all right. We need to give him a segment of our show to do on theirs today.
See how you dropped that dead fish in the studio?
I stay out of this.
I'd like to remind you that the Grip It and
We'll
Sip
leave a
It.
syllabus for you.
The Grip It and Sip It spots are available, by the way. Step to the left, please. Grip It and Sip It spots go on sale on Friday at 9 a.m. The outing is on June 11th at Seven Bridges Golf Club. It's our signature event here at ESPN 1000.
It is, and we'll be broadcasting our show from there. Look forward to it. And then it's tee it high, let it fly.
Beautiful. Seven Bridges. Outstanding spot.
Love it.
Love it.
And then
there.
you'll have your friend that you ride around with in the golf cart.
I will not. I will be alone this time.
Dude, Jamer, you weren't working here yet. This dude,
All right.
I won't even say his name.
That'll be fine.
Was a listener. Shows up and gets in his golf cart with him and decides to drive around the course.
I thought you was talking about Hennessy.
No, not my friend Hennessy. He was not there.
And then he sees the CEO, Craig.
Oh my God.
Takes a shot at him.
Oh, my God. You don't really own the station. You don't really own it.
The friend said that?
That's what he said, yes.
It's not even a friend of his. It was a listener.
Just a dude. Well, I actually do. So that was a thing.
Going up to the CEO of the company, you're just some nobody.
Pretty much.
And then Mike Thomas back then. He came,
Hey, Hoodie, who is
get
this
this guy out of here.
Hi.
It's the owner of the company.
Get out. Yeah. Get out. Hi.
Who's this jerk? Yeah, he's my boss.
Oh, my God. It was
Sorry, Putz.
It was such a embarrassment. It really was.
That's embarrassing.
Had to apologize and just
It was not good.
It was not a good scene. So I will be in a cart by myself. Yes. Thank you very much. No drunkards with me.
No.
Calling out the CEO of the company.
So, you want to have your friends attack me?
Well, no, exactly. That comes back to me. Ryan Poles.
Did you tell him to say that, Hoodie?
On Kap and J Hood.
Good morning. Good morning.
Kap and J Hood Morning Show on ESPN Chicago.
I don't like our team.
The 5th annual Grip It and Sip It Classic, presented by Yingling Flight. Seven Bridges Golf Club has once again invited us back. This year's classic takes place Wednesday, June 11th. Buy a twosome, buy a foursome, and compete for awesome prizes. Once again, this year, golfers will be randomly assigned to play on behalf of one of our show teams. Prizes and glory await the lowest scoring team. The 5th annual Grip It and Sip It Classic. Warning, tickets will sell out. They'll go on sale tomorrow morning at 9 at gripitandsipittclassic.com.
Mother's Day is almost here, and I've been thinking a lot about all the times my mom went out of her way just to make me happy. Honestly, I've lost count. All of the pickups from practice, help with the homework, the home-cooked meals. My mom is the best. That's why this year I'm returning the favor with the bouquet from the Books Company. And I got you 25% off of your order so you can send some happiness to your moms, too. Books aren't just any flowers. Their flowers are cut fresh from the best farms, so they're bigger, brighter, and last way longer. Some are even grown on the side of a volcano. Wow mom with a bright, happy bouquet, or go for the Books Flower subscription so she can get fresh blooms and major joy on repeat. It's also really easy. I pick my bouquet, delivery date, and done. And with 25% off, why stop with mom? Grab some for your wife, your auntie, and even grandma too. Mother's Day is May 11th, so hurry and order your Books now. Go to Books.com, use promo code Canty to get 25% off. That's BOUQS.com, promo code Canty. Books, promo code Canty.
You bust your hump for 40-plus years, saving for retirement only to risk it all with this crazy stock market. You don't need to risk your retirement anymore. Call my friend Mitch Lyons and his team at Mitch Lyons Wealth. They can help you create a retirement of steel that won't get rocked by volatile markets. Retire comfortably, protected, and with the income you need. Schedule a 10-minute call today. Call 888-342-4581. That's 888-342-4581. MitchLyonsWealth.com. Your best game plan to protect, grow, and win retirement.
Hi, it's Peggy Kaczynski. You've heard me talk about how the Village of Bolingbrook continues
continues to rank as one of the most livable communities in Illinois. Here's Mayor Mary Alexander Basta to tell you herself.
Thanks, Peggy. With excellent schools, beautiful parks, and a wide range of shopping and dining options, I invite you to come and experience the warmth and friendliness of Bolingbrook for yourself.
If you're looking to elevate your future and the future of your family, visit bebolingbrook.com to learn more.
Join us and be Bolingbrook.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
My car is making this noise. Sometimes it's like doot doot, and sometimes it's like grrr.
Do you have a dash light on?
Oh yeah.
Then we don't have to listen for clues. With the free Fix Finder service, we can read a check engine, ABS, or maintenance light to find the likely fix and even recommend a local shop if you need one.
So you don't need to hear the grrr.
Not with Fix Finder. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
A great lawn is like a great sports team. It takes expertise and a little extra care to really stand out. That's where True Green comes in. They're the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour, so they know a thing or two about keeping grass looking like a fairway. It's more affordable than you think, and they'll even match any competitor's price. Plus, True Green backs it all up with a satisfaction guarantee. Head to TrueGreen.com today. Let the pros do the work while you sit back and enjoy the results.
Twin Peaks is the best in the game. Here, it's bigger game days and bolder fight nights. I mean, where else can you find a scratch kitchen that always comes in clutch every day from lunch to late night? Only at Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar.
Kap and J Hood are back on ESPN Chicago.
Kap and J Hood on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. Don't forget to subscribe, like, share, and subscribe everything we do on YouTube, youtube.com. Look for ESPN Chicago. Also on Twitch, twitch.tv/ESPN 1000 Chicago. Ryan Poles, the general manager for the Chicago Bears, is with us in the 8 o'clock hour. If you missed it, here's some things that he had to say. Poles was talking about a number of things, including the offensive line depth.
Yeah, again, it goes back to alignment with our coaching staff. That's the conversation we've been having, obviously, before the draft and, recently after the draft. We've had some really good conversations about that, and we're still working through it. I think we want to see what we have in the young rookie with Ozzie in terms of what that looks like at left. We still want to see Braxton returning from his injury, as well as Carmen. So there's a lot of options, which to me is a huge benefit and a huge improvement for our O-line that you have these options. That's really valuable. But I think the one thing that we came away from our recent conversations is whatever we settle on, especially when we're going into training camp, it's going to be really important to stick with that and be as consistent as possible. Now things come up that could change that, but our mindset is, wherever we end up settling going into training camp, we'd like for it to be as stable as possible so we're not flipping guys left and right. Some of those guys will be swing tackles eventually, so they're going to have to do a little bit of that. We want, to kind of have a solidified O-line as we're going through the beginning parts of training camp.
Before Ryan Poles offered the idea that Darnell Wright could be the left tackle or right tackle, I mean, I would have said that this is going to be the offensive line. Braxton Jones at left tackle, Joe Tooney at left guard, Drew Dahlman the center, Jonah Jackson the right guard, and Darnell Wright at right tackle. That seems like that may be the case in September, but the point is, though, is that he opened the door to the point where you wonder, will Darnell Wright play left tackle? Will Braxton Jones be a left tackle? I know it's wide open from Ben Johnson's standpoint, but if nothing else, the Bears have some depth there with Ozzie Trapillo and also Luke Newman. So we'll keep our eyes on that on the offensive line. Also, he talked about a number of other things, including just last year versus this year, just the team competition in past seasons and what he sees now under Ben Johnson.
Where I go mentally is just the competition in training camp. I think this is going to be one of the more intense training camps we had, just in terms of guys, putting themselves on the 53-man roster. Some guys are fighting to keep starting spots. They're fighting for play time, fighting for time on special teams. So I think this would be a very intense training camp where guys are going to push themselves, and I think that's a beautiful thing. Ben and I talk about that a lot. It's like that competition is going to move the needle for everyone, and everyone's going to get a little bit better going into the year. So I'm really excited about that and seeing how that all shakes out. I don't think we've had this level of competition since I've been here, which is something to be proud of. And, I think it's going to make us better as we go.
There's Ryan Poles talking about that.
Yeah, I thought the text exchange we had with Tommy, which we talked about on the air, where there's a little spring in his step. Like, it's just different. The accountability factor in the building when you talked about last year to this year. And he wasn't trying to take a shot at Matt Eberflus. He was simply saying, that won't be a problem with Ben Johnson.
Oh.
So it's just a different, like, it's got to be a great feeling to get up, grab your coffee, get in your vehicle and drive to work and go, I don't have to really worry. I got Ben Johnson. I've got Dennis Allen. I got Antoine Randall. I got all these different dudes. It's different around here.
New always feels that way.
Mm-hmm.
Because hope springs eternal, as Ed Lynch once said.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's new and fresh.
Correct.
Cap, you went from 7 wins to 5 wins. There might be a spring in a step because it's new. But then the reality will kick in when the season starts. What does that look like? Just remember, you can either go one of two ways.
Mm-hmm.
It could be, oh, wow, the Bears have turned into the Houston Texans. Or all of a sudden where you have a young quarterback that the light turns on and everything works out well, unexpectedly. Or it could be growing pains across the board for a first-year head coach and a second-year quarterback. Right? Like, I'm not looking for the doom and gloom. I know that for many that listen, they think that we just thrive on the negative. What we're doing is just reporting the negative or opining about the negative because that's all we get around here for the most part. There are very few silver linings with Chicago sports. There's some stories here or there, but as far as championship-level competition, we don't talk about it around here because it's not around here very often.
Correct.
My point is that when it comes to Chicago Bears, when you go from 7 wins to 5 wins and you have a new coach and it feels great because of all the holes that they plugged in this depth chart, now we have to see it. And what kind of growing pains or that the first-year head coach has to go through or Caleb Williams having to readjust to another coach or another offensive coordinator, those are just real facts. How does that work? Not in a negative, but just a big question mark on all of it.
Fair. Absolutely fair. But like Ryan said at the end of our interview, it's super cool to see where we've gone from when he said we actually started below 0. That's how bad it was.
Yeah.
To where it is. He goes, I don't know if we're 75%, 80, if 100's winning a championship. But he said it's time to win football games.
How about the running room? Let's talk about that running back room for the Chicago Bears. Ryan Poles talked to us about that on Kap and J Hood earlier today.
Yeah, it's a good room. Really excited about Eric Bieniemy being here as well, just in terms, like, obviously I've been with him, but there's a long track record of development and his ability to raise the level of play for that room. So we're really excited about him. I really think with the addition of the O-line, you're going to feel that when we're looking at the running back position in terms of how they perform and their efficiency this upcoming year. Roshan, really looking forward to him playing a physical brand of football that we know he has. I think kind of that role was a little bit out of whack last year. I think he's going to have more of a physical role for us. And then we have a young group, behind them that's coming along. Wheeler was doing some really good things last year, and he has a high level of speed. And then Kyle. Kyle's going to come in, and he's a physical runner, and looking forward to him to develop and see where he lands in the depth chart as we go through training camp.
That's his full answer on the running back position.
Right.
DeAndre Swift is RB1. I'm just saying that I don't know. I would imagine he'll be with the football team, but I just think that when you talk about everybody, you talk about everybody. DeAndre Swift, I think, is going to make the team, Cap, but I'm saying that I think there'll be change there.
Yeah, if we could go back and have another bite at the apple, so to speak, term we like to use around here, I would say, hey, what about DeAndre Swift? And he'd be like, oh, shot, that he'll be our
He'd hang up. Wait a minute. You can't. Well, let's call him now and see what happens. All right, let's call Ryan back.
Hello?
Hello?
Who's this?
Who's this? This is Chicago Bears, man. How you doing?
Man, I'm good. Hey, listen, that interview we just had earlier, you were talking about the running back position. Did you forget DeAndre Swift in the conversation about the running back? Hello. Hello. Yellow.
We lost him. He's got Eberflus's phone.
Oh, God. Well, I think it's interesting. And by the way, let's keep our eyes on this, Cheyenne, as we will, of what the Bears will do at that position. Because I think that depth chart is not going to stay the same at the running back position. I mean, when you talk about, if I asked you, Shay, like, hey, let's talk about the wide receiver room for the Chicago Bears, you start off talking about DJ Moore, the veteran. You talk about Odunze in his second year. And then you're bringing up Burden and you're talking about Devin Duvernay, all that. But you would not start with, Zacchaeus or Burton.
We're really excited about the book of Zacchaeus.
Seriously. You're not talking about Miles Boykin.
I mean, it's great. Like, bringing up Roshan.
What about DJ?
Seriously.
Bringing up Roshan as excitedly as he did tells me Roshan's going to be on this football team and play a big role, and they're hopeful.
Yeah.
Bringing up Ian Wheeler and like Monangai obviously just drafted, but bringing up Ian Wheeler and not bringing up DeAndre Swift, I think there's something there, and I might be reading into it, but it just
we'll see.
With all the narrative that's been around, Ben Johnson didn't use Swift a bunch the first year he was OC when he had Swift in Detroit, and then they traded him. I don't know.
So you said Earl Boykins is on the Bears?
I did not say Earl Boykins is on the I said Miles Boykin.
You kind of did.
He's too small. Well, there's your slot. Clearly, if Earl Boykins is there's your slot.
Earl Boykins from Eastern Michigan.
5 foot nothing, 100 nothing. There you go. Put him as your slot receiver.
Remember when he would be on the court in an NBA game, you'd be like,
couldn't see him.
What the hell?
Little. But he was getting the shots up, wasn't he?
Yeah.
He was good. Good little player.
He was.
The Kap J Hood cut of the day is right around the corner. A classic on Chicago's Home for Sports.
Here we go.
It's Kap and J Hood on Chicago's Home for Sports. ESPN 1000. Watch the show on Twitch.
If you could just go ahead and make sure you do that from now on, that would be great. Okay?
Follow ESPN 1000 Chicago. Did you miss Carmen and Jurko? Don't do without. Get the podcast on the ESPN Chicago app. Presented by Woodford Reserve.
Let me tell you about the wonderful people at Lou Malnati's. I love Lou Malnati's. I grew up on Lou Malnati's. Hoodie loves Lou Malnati's. We'll make lunch, dinner, or game day easy with Lou Malnati's, Chicago's legendary deep dish pizza. From fresh salads and appetizers to pizza, pasta, and desserts. Lou's has something for everyone.
Turning over the phone is not going to stop that voicemail from playing. Turn the phone over.
And now, here's the link. Oh, my God. Train wreck in here.
What are you doing? If I turn the phone over, it'll stop playing the voicemail. It's not going to stop playing.
I don't know how it started.
It's not an old school receiver, Cap. I'll just slam it down. What are you doing?
Damn. And now here's the latest dish. The hottest collab. Lou Malnati's has teamed up with Frank's Red Hot to bring you the Buffalo Chicken Pizza. Limited time deep dish or thin crust collab with Frank's Red Hot sauce drizzled with that bold, spicy flavor that brings the heat in every bite. Dine in, order delivery, or plan your next event with ease. Order now at LouMalnati's.com or on the Lou's app. Lou Malnati's, Chicago's legendary deep dish.
This is your White Sox Minute. I'm Len Casper. The White Sox dropped Game 2 of a 3-game series 6-4 to the Milwaukee Brewers on Wednesday night. Shane Smith battled through 5 innings. He allowed 3 runs, only one of which was earned. On the offensive side, Miguel Vargas had 3 hits. He's raised his batting average 80 points over the past week. This afternoon, the Sox try to salvage the series finale at 1:10 p.m. Join us at the ballpark next Saturday, May 10th, as the White Sox take on the Marlins at 6:10 p.m. The first 15,000 fans 21 and older will receive a 1940s varsity sweater presented by Blue Moon. To purchase tickets, visit whitesox.com/promos. This has been your White Sox Minute.
Hey guys, it's Sylvie. In the North Shore and North Side of Chicago, there's only one name you need to know for fences. It's FenceWorks, a.k.a. the guy on 41. They stand out as the locally owned, operated fence company dedicated exclusively to this community. From the timeless appeal of Western red cedar wood to modern no-maintenance composite materials for a contemporary look, FenceWorks guarantees custom quality that meets your needs. Take the first steps to keeping your family and your home safe by visiting theguyon41.com. That's theguyon41.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6759. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6759. That's 800-575-6759. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Guests appearing live on ESPN Chicago. Call in on the Yuengling hotline.
Yuengling is in Chicago. After 196 years, you can now enjoy Yuengling Traditional Lager, Light Lager, Golden Pilsner, Black and Tan, and Flight.
This is Romo Dunze. This is DeAndre Swift. This is Tyler Gordon. You're listening to Kap J Hood on ESPN Chicago, the new home of the Chicago Bears.
And now it's time for the Kap J Hood cut of the day.
It's brought to you by David Flom, Matt Moore, the wonderful people behind Chicago Cut Steakhouse on LaSalle, north side of the Chicago River. Jim Moore. Yes, it's boring, but it's a sport. Oh! Whatever.
It's not boring.
Okay, then you're boring.
All right, cut.
I just want to know what's going on with this new Sox Stadium.
Can they get
Where?
81,000 fans? The Savannah Bananas did.
You know they're coming to Rate Field this summer.
They're playing the Sox?
Yeah.
Sox
Not against the Sox.
I was going to say, Sox have no chance.
Brooks Boyer, please text me. I'm pretty sure they're playing not the Sox against them, but the Bananas have a game at Rate Field. It'll be the biggest crowd of the season.
Time now for your White Sox update. I'm Len Casper. The Savannah Bananas beat our White Sox 11-2. Christ on a cross.
Could you imagine? Could you imagine?
Wow.
DJ leaves in the third inning.
He just drops the headphones.
Time for the White Sox update. I'm Len Casper. The Savannah Bananas beat the White Sox 11-2. They had some random guy with a feathered boa on the mound, 6 innings strong, and did 5 backflips and 6 strikeouts. Meanwhile, you had a solo tally from Luis Robert. White Sox will take on the Bananas for a game 2 of the series.
There it is.
And watch us split.
Jesus.
The Savannah Bananas will be in Chicago at Rate Field August 15 and 16 this summer. The games will be against the Chicago Firefighters, another team that plays banana ball.
A solo shot from Luis Robert and Gage Workman, also with an RBI single. Sox lost to the Banana. They'll come back again for game 2 for us to get our ass kicked again. Andrew Vaughn, 0 for 4 with 4 strikeouts against a gimmick team, the Savannah Bananas.
And that's all, folks.
Wow. Brooks Boyer's in his office going, really?
The classic cut of the day.
Brought to you by Chicago Cut Steakhouse. The burger, sensational. The lobster escargot, the #1 selling appetizer there. Try the lobster salad with champagne vinaigrette. If you want to go a little lighter and get the mint Oreo ice cream pie or the carrot cake.
The Lakers got demolished yesterday.
That'll be all.
in yesterday's game. I watched it yesterday, losing to the Minnesota Timberwolves 103-96. LeBron James said something funny after the game.
No comment.
When asked whether or not the team, what does the team need to get better?
No comment.
Yeah.
I'll never say that because my guy AD said what he needed, and then he was gone the following week. So
Damn.
I got no comment. I put that uniform on every night. I gave everything I had, and that's all that matters.
He's delirious at this point. He's laughing at himself, Cap. Just like, yeah, I'm not going to say what this team needs. I'm just old.
And
I did all I could.
Do you think he plays again?
I think maybe one more year.
Yeah, I can't see him just riding off into the sunset, but I could see him announcing, this will be my final year.
God, a farewell tour, please.
Yeah, I think, for a guy, he busted his ass to try to help his team.
Been great for the league. He's been an amazing player. He's not the GOAT, and he never will be, but he's a great, great player.
Listen, if we learned one thing last night, it's that Nico Harrison was right. Everybody owes him an apology.
And that J.J. Redick is a foul-mouthed little creep. That's telling you like he's Bob Knight, like he's on top of the coaching fraternity. And I would tell him, JJ, you might want to try size against Rudy Gobert. Or I should say Bill Russell, because Gobert went 27 and 24 on your ass because you didn't substitute and put size against Rudy Gobert. You made him look great for no reason.
Yeah, I'm not a J.J. Redick guy. I'm not. My problem with Nico Harrison is he should have been calling around the league, not just trading him immediately. Go to the Lakers. I think he could have got more, but I don't have a problem that the ownership said, I'm not giving Luka and that fat body $350 million Supermax deal. No.
He's going back to Cleveland.
Maybe.
Who, LeBron?
Maybe.
Yeah.
What about
they winning?
He always wanted to be a Bull. What about a Bull?
Luka had back spasms and still had 28 points, but it wasn't enough for the Lakers. We'll talk to you tomorrow. Thank you, Shay. Thank you, Jay Moore. Thanks, everybody. So long, everybody. Take that from Chicago.
You've heard their name around town, Costa Iavoni. And I'm talking with personal injury attorneys Julio Costa and Anthony Iavoni. You guys have built a serious rep in Chicago. What's the playbook?
We grew up here. Southside baseball games in the summer.
Football battles on Sundays in the fall.
We know the city, and we fight hard for the people in it.
Exactly. We recognize that our clients are the same people we see in the stands with us at those games.
That's what being local is all about. We get you.
Costa Iavoni, your local personal injury lawyers at 708-4million.
Hey, it's Brandon, Mr. Finance, the Millionaire Maker. Life's been really good to me. Not always easy, though, but I've had help along the way. This is why I work so hard to give back and help people all over Chicago to make investments that work best. Always taking into account your situation. Me and my team at BrandonMrFinance.com are not pitching for a particular fund or stock. We can see the whole field and the options that can work for you and your unique situation. Are you ready? Go to BrandonMrFinance.com and book an appointment today. BrandonMrFinance.com. Let's go.
Thy ticket, Lady Jennifer of Coolidge.
Well, many thanks, good sir. Here'th my Discover card.
They accept Discover at Renaissance fairs?
Yeah, they do here. Discover is accepted at the places I love to shop. Getteth with the times.
With the times? You're playing the lute.
Yeah, and it sounds pretty good, right?
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
Mother's Day is coming up fast and you don't want to drop the ball. Show the incredible moms in your life how much you love and appreciate them with a thoughtful gift from Pro Flowers. Ordering takes just minutes and Pro Flowers' large selection of modern arrangements at affordable prices are sure to make you look like a gift-giving pro. Visit proflowers.com/sports or use the code SPORTS at checkout for $15 off your Mother's Day order. All Pro Flowers orders are backed by our 7-day freshness guarantee so you can gift easy with Pro Flowers.
This is ESPN Chicago, WNVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
Tonight.
Transmitter is working perfectly. I hear everything clear.
clear as a bell.
Clinton Yates always brings the heat.
I can lead a nation with a microphone.
I am pleased to be joined by ESPN's Clinton Yates.
With a microphone.
I would imagine most of you have never heard Clinton Yates. He's irrelevant.
This is my new favorite show.
We welcome in Clinton Yates. Clinton, I've mentioned this to you before. When I think of people who love the game, I think of you.
That right there is Clinton Yates.
Clinton Yates! Clinton Yates, incredible job today.
Our pal Clinton Yates. People like Clinton Yates.
Let's first begin by saying good day to my friend Clinton Yates. There's a lot to talk about here.
Clinton, where the hell are you at?
From Studio 5 at LA Live, this is Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
Happy May Day, kiddos. You're listening to Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio, the ESPN app, Sirius XM Channel 80, and Watch ESPN. Oh, man. Kind of a rough day in Los Angeles. All the hopes and dreams of purple and gold fans, well, they're not in the place that they were a day ago, a week ago, a month ago, 3 months ago, or at the start of the season. They are now finished. I was at the game last night. We were there, did a little sweet life with the ESPN 710 family, which is always a good time. They've got the food. They've got the drinks. It's an excellent setup. But I want to start something before we get to the actual basketball. There's a thing they do at Crypto, and they do this at other places, but it's always lovely when it happens, where basically the people who run the food, they bust the door open and they say, dessert cart, and pretty much everybody changes their focus from the game to what's on this lovely, lovely cart. They've got cakes. They've got pies, they've got ice cream, they've got, like, I don't know, Devin, gummy bears, all sorts of accoutrements that you might want to have a snack sort of towards the latter end of the game. And one person brought in something, and I can't remember who it was, and it was something that I typically enjoy quite a bit. I'm not a huge desserts guy, to be quite honest. I'm a salty person, not a sweet person when it comes to my particular tastes. And it was a piece of carrot cake. And this thing was like triple layered with cream filling in the middle. And it was the most robust piece of carrot cake I'd ever seen in my life. And this person was like, I can't eat this. And I'm looking at it. I'm like, why not? And she says, this is way too much cake for what carrot cake is supposed to be. And you know what? I agreed. Carrot cake is a simple, delightful dessert that is supposed to be, on top of not mega layered, cold, most importantly. I like my cheesecake cold. I like my carrot cake cold. And that was just way too much for me. I didn't eat it. They didn't eat it. Nobody ate it because we realized, that's going to put us down for the evening. Devin, where are you on your desserts, and what do you think you would get off of the dessert cart?
Oof. Man, that's a loaded question. How much time do you have?
I mean, we're here for 2 more hours.
Listen, I like a good carrot cake, and I do agree with you. Cold is better. Honestly, I think for most desserts, cold is better.
Okay.
But you're saying it's too much cake. I don't know if that's a true statement. Is there such thing as too much cake? Depending on how hungry you are or what you're feeling.
For me, it was too much cake only because, like I said, I'm not a super sweets guy. So carrot cake fills that void of being sort of right in between, where you've got the spongy cake, which is actually pretty salty, but you've got just the layer of sweet on top. When you've got all that other frosting, it's like overboard. It was total overkill, at least for me. And I looked at it, and it was just a behemoth. It was gut buster. It wasn't happening.
Listen, my strategy, I think I would probably just be a little greedy and take a little bit of everything,
Fair enough,
a piece here, a piece there, sample all of the delectable desserts.
It's big with the kids. I mean, the kids absolutely love it. It is a huge hit with all of the younger crowd. Cameron on the board today. Where are you on your dessert game, sir?
Anything chocolate. That's where I go. Anything chocolate, cold, warm, anything.
Well, that's
simple,
easy.
Man.
That's easy. Fair enough. But yeah, had a good time in the suite. Shouts to the ESPN 710 family and everybody who was there. Well, the result wasn't what anybody
rooting for the Lakers desired, but it was a fun night. Clinton and Friends is presented by Progressive Insurance. It's easy to bundle your home and car insurance at progressive.com.
We're not parsing words, hiding from the headlines.
Extra, extra, read all about it.
Or saving the best for later.
I can't wait.
It's time for The Lead.
Talk about burying the lead.
On Clinton and Friends.
All right. It happened. We were there. It was unfortunate for those of us in Los Angeles. The Timberwolves beat the Lakers 103-96 in Game 5 of the first round of the Western Conference playoffs to eliminate the Lakers, who could not stave off the loss. And there's just so many things that happened yesterday. So I mentioned, we pulled up to the function. And before, I did not go to the pregame presser, but before I was even able to sort of gain my bearings, people were coming up to me like, yo, did you see what happened? I'm like, what are you talking about? They're like, your boy Jaja, a.k.a. JJ, had a little bit of an episode in the pregame presser. And I'm thinking, episode? Like, did something go wrong? They're like, well, not like that. Health-wise or nothing. They were like, no, it was just a little weird. And so I watched the clip, and I was trying to figure out, who asked what, how did this go, why did this turn out like this? Because pregame pressers are typically not contentious affairs. I mean, they can be. In this particular scenario, there was a lot of pressure, but normally they're just kind of, introductory to what's going to happen that night. And postgame is where it can get thick, well, because there's a result. However, in this particular case, it was awkward early, and I want you to hear this. What happened when he allegedly stormed out J.J. Redick, head coach of the Lakers?
Is there an assistant or someone maybe that you'll lean on tonight, maybe to try to get, some other guys involved if that opportunity presents itself?
Are you saying that because I'm inexperienced and that was an inexperienced decision that I made? Do you think I don't talk to my assistants about substitutions every single timeout?
No, I just think there's a lot of coaches lean on their assistants in those situations.
As do I, every single time. That's a weird assumption.
Thank you, Coach.
Well, that's that. Little testy from JJ, if you ask me. I think that's a reasonable question. If you want to quibble about how it was phrased, that's on you. But he played the entire second half of Game 4. They were gassed. It was obvious. Part of what people gave J.J. Redick credit for was the fact that he has an assistant bench of two other former NBA head coaches, most prominently Nate McMillan and Scott Brooks. And the thought was, did nobody say anything to him at the time? Because that decision in that game clearly was going to affect the next game because of the rest schedule. And because of, well, frankly, you've got sort of an aged team that you don't play that much of the rotation of. I thought it was a reasonable question. So when the note came out that he had basically just walked off, it was like, oh, no, this does not bode well for the purple and gold in terms of preparation. Now, I told you all earlier this week, there were three things I found to be an issue with how the Lakers were set up. Number one, Luka Doncic, defensive liability. Number two, LeBron James, a step slower than he used to be at 40 years old. And number three was J.J. Redick might just be in a tad over his head for a rookie head coach in a playoff situation. Now, does that mean I think J.J. is a bum? By no means. Does that mean I think J.J. doesn't know what he's doing? Not at all. But that's why it's the playoffs. When people talk about how experience matters, it's not just an on-court roster thing. The coach has a lot to do with it. And for him to kind of lose the psychological battle before first tip even happened, that was weird. And weird in a way that I don't want to say was predictable, but if you were to say, well, if something's going to go wrong, it might start before anything else happens, it did. Bad harbinger for what was to come for the rest of the night. Let's hear what Brian Windhorst had to say about this on Get Up.
I don't mean this in a personal way. J.J. Redick coached very immaturely in this series. He was still seething and upset about the previous games to the point where Reggie Miller said on the broadcast last night he had to try to calm him down in the pregame meeting because JJ was acting, frankly, childishly. He walked off and stormed off in the pregame session with reporters. Regardless of the question, it's not the way to start. And then he, not only did he double down on his, frankly, irrational decision not to substitute for an entire half in a playoff game, he doubled down on that. And then in this game, he played a guy who hadn't played in 3 months ahead of centers that he had on his roster. He played Maxi Kleber. He had never even practiced with the Lakers. Maxi Kleber's on the court with 5 minutes to go in like a 2-possession game. That is not a rational decision. I'm sorry. I mean, I don't even know if Mark Williams was on this team, whether JJ would have played him. I suspect, in retrospect, JJ will realize he didn't put the Lakers in the best position to win.
Rotations matter. Again, experience matters. JJ didn't show a ton of it in this particular series. Now, don't get me wrong. JJ has had an extremely rough year. His house burned down. That's a thing that happened. He's been a large part of how Palisades High is trying to recreate their situation, as well as the rec center there in that neighborhood. Don't get me wrong. Fantastic human being dealing with a lot of life stuff. But as far as X's and O's, man management, and the rest is concerned, left a lot to be desired. Rudy Gobert, on the other hand, for the Timberwolves, he went nuts. This was one of the best games I'd ever seen him play. Felt like he was everywhere. Shots were missed, there's Gobert. Getting to the hole, there's Gobert. All of that length, all of that disruptiveness was on full display last night from the Frenchman. 27 points. 12 of 15 shooting, and 24 boards. You kidding me? 27 and 24? Hard to beat a team when a big man is operating like that, when your team, the Lakers that is, do not have a big man to counter. They were muscled inside all night, and it showed. The wild thing about this, Devin, was Anthony Edwards didn't even have a great game. 15, 11, and 8. They didn't have to be gangbusters to control the matchup. And I think if you're a Lakers fan, that's probably the part that's most distressing. You know what I'm saying?
100%. I think the first thing you got to look at in the offseason is what you're going to do at the center position, because that was clearly the biggest advantage that the Timberwolves had all series long.
Right.
Gobert went off, like you said, and that was the clearest differentiator in the series. So that's going to be, option one. Option two maybe is, LeBron said it in the post game, but what's next for him? That's where we're all going to go. Obviously, he didn't really provide any answers on that, but he's 40, going to be 41 next year. I don't know. We have to have these conversations with LeBron as well.
I'll give a lot of credit to the Minnesota Timberwolves. They played this series like they thought they were better, and then they out-executed, and then they closed it out. Winning on the road in a situation like that, no small task. Reminder, they came into the first game and popped the Lakers immediately. And then J.J. Redick had to say, we probably should have practiced more in the break. You think? The Timberwolves looked cohesive. They looked focused. They looked motivated the entire night. And the thing about it is, for whatever it's worth, that this job that we do, that I do, of analyzing games, reporting on things, telling stories, there's sometimes something so basic that with your eyeballs you see that is informative. And what it was last night, Devin, was pretty simple. Even though the score went back and forth, and even though at one point the Lakers did have a lead, at no point did I think they were going to win the game. Just on basic, viewing, I said, I don't think they can win. Just watching the way that things went, they didn't have it.
No. And I'm just thinking about this now. A lot of credit has to go to the Timberwolves front office, because obviously they were successful last year in going to the Western Conference Finals, but they got rid of Cat. And I think when they traded Cat for Julius Randle, Dante DiVincenzo, I thought a lot of people were probably, and myself included, were like, there's no way. There's no way this is a good trade. I think everyone said the Knicks absolutely won this trade. And Julius Randle had a great game last night, too. Dante DiVincenzo's been great off the bench. It's just sometimes you can't see the forest through the trees, and I think the Timberwolves did.
Timberwolves are no joke, man. That's a good team. They didn't just luck up against a discombobulated Lakers squad that had, roster changes in the middle of the season. It wasn't that at all. So we got some questions to ask. 888-SAY-ESPN, 888-729-3776. What do you think about the Lakers? How much of this is on JJ? Sidebar, is Nico Harrison looking like a smart guy today?
Ooh.
Lowest of keys. He might be doing a little dance wherever he's staying these days. And there's also the LeBron question that Devin brought up. What's the future for him? 888-SAY-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Lakers fans, want to hear from you. Tough night last night, eliminated in the first round. All sorts of questions for the future. We'll talk to you later, but that's after I tell you about Vivid Seats. Vivid Seats is your ultimate destination for baseball and the basketball and hockey playoffs. With a game-changing rewards program and an unbeatable selection of tickets, they make it easy for every fan to watch their favorite teams and players in action. Catch every homer, one-timer, and buzzer-beating three live and in person from your favorite seat. Plus, every ticket is backed by a 100% buyer guarantee, giving you peace of mind with every purchase. Don't miss out. Visit VividSeats.com or download the app today. Vivid Seats, the official ticketing partner of ESPN. Clinton and Friends, kiddos.
The NBA playoffs on ESPN Radio.
Gilgeous-Alexander open three. Bang, he got it.
From the play-in tournament.
It really just felt like we had a second chance.
Until a champion is crowned at the NBA Finals.
You don't think we are headed for an amazing spring? I can't help you.
Welcome to the NBA.
Adam Schefter here. When the draft clock is ticking, you've got to pick the best talent, regardless of position, to fit your team's needs. Well, if you're hiring for your business, you want to find the best talent for any of your roles. That's why you need ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter's powerful technology hustles to find qualified candidates for your job immediately. And if you see a standout candidate, ZipRecruiter lets you personally invite them to apply. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/sports. That's ZipRecruiter.com/sports.
Quarterback Jordan Love isn't just on Green Bay's team. He's also on the American Family Insurance team. Because like us, he believes in dreaming fearlessly.
Just chase your dreams and don't let nobody hold you back.
And we help protect those dreams with the right coverage so you can
dream fearlessly.
American Family Insurance. Get a quote and find an agent at amfam.com.
Products not available in every state. American Family Mutual Insurance Company, SI, and its operating company, 6000 American Parkway, Madison, Wisconsin.
This is Matt Coker from West Coast Men's Health. Has Viagra stopped working for you? Do you hate the side effects? If you've taken Viagra for any length of time, you already know that pills are not the solution to ED. Here at West Coast Men's Health, we have a better approach to ED. Acoustic wave therapy creates blood flow circulation by safely removing the plaque in your arteries and restoring function naturally. No pills, no shots, no surgery. We can also treat Peyronie's disease. Our non-invasive treatment for ED is painless and highly effective. We have treated thousands of men just like you. Stop living with this problem and do something about it. Do yourself a favor, do your partner a favor, and call us today.
Call 630-425-5033. That's 630-425-5033. 630-425-5033. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com. HSA cards welcome and financing available.
White Sox fans still looking for that perfect Mother's Day gift? Join us Sunday, May 11th to celebrate all moms with a special pregame parade around the field before the game at 1:10 p.m. We'll also have mom-approved specials with a photo booth station, kids craft corner, drink specials, and more. Don't miss the chance to gift a heartwarming day at the ballpark and an unforgettable experience on the field. To purchase tickets, visit whitesox.com/Mother's Day.
News just in. Bet365 is now live in Illinois.
That's right. Join Bet365 today and get $150 in bonus bets when you bet $5, win or lose.
That's amazing.
That's for sure. With Bet365, you can bet on the spread, totals, and money line.
Well, there you have it, Illinois. Download the Bet365 app and get your $150 in bonus bets today.
And see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Illinois. T's and C's apply.
Hey, it's Courtney Cronin, and when it comes to gifting, nothing beats a beautiful piece of jewelry. And when it comes to jewelry, Chicagoans have trusted Rogers & Hollins for over 100 years. As your local family-owned jeweler, Rogers & Hollins offers meaningful pieces at a great value, plus expert guidance, trusted repairs, and hands-on service that make every experience unforgettable. Whether it's an engagement, anniversary, or something for yourself, check out rogersandhollins.com or stop by a store near you. That's Rogers & Hollins Jewelers, for now and forever.
Contractors, landscapers, and homeowners. If you're in the market for tractors, mowers, or RTVs, then Kubota Orange Day is for you. Alta Equipment is teaming up with Kubota for a one-day sales event. Tuesday, May 13th, 9 to 3, plan to be at Alta Equipment in Orland Park. Save big and get hands-on with the machines built to work as hard as you do. Live demos, giveaways, and special financing on exceptional deals. Kubota Orange Days at Alta Equipment off 115th and Wolf Road in Orland Park. Tuesday, May 13th.
Quarterback Jordan Love isn't just on Green Bay's team. He's also on the American Family Insurance team. Because like us, he believes in dreaming fearlessly.
Just chase your dreams and don't let nobody hold you back.
And we help protect those dreams with the right coverage so you can
dream fearlessly.
American Family Insurance. Get a quote and find an agent at amfam.com.
Products not available in every state. American Family Mutual Insurance Company, SI, and its operating company, 6000 American Parkway, Madison, Wisconsin.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Worried about your battery and the heat? We get it. You don't want to get stranded somewhere with a car that feels like an oven. We've got you covered at AutoZone, America's #1 battery destination. Our free battery testing and charging service can help. And if you need a battery, we'll help you find a new one, no problem. Power through with free battery testing and charging at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Chicago's home for sports is in your home through your smart speaker. Just ask Alexa or Google to play ESPN Chicago.
Clinton and Friends with Clinton Yates.
It would be wise for you to put the weapon down.
Who the f*** is this?
Please refrain from using any further obscenities in the presence of these people.
What?
I've warned you. I'll be forced to thrash you.
Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
ESPN Radio is presented by Progressive Insurance. Clinton and Friends here on May Day. Los Angeles, real bummer today. Lakers got down by the Timberwolves, 103-96. Their season is over. A lot of questions for that franchise right now. What's happening with LeBron? What's going on with the roster construction? Is JJ ready to handle an offseason of scrutiny? These are all fair, even if reasonably harsh. 888-SAY-ESPN, 888-729-3776. We got our heavy hitters. We're going to get to them in a little bit. But first, Chris in Los Angeles. Welcome to the program.
Hey, Clinton. I just wanted to say, I think what we saw with JJ is the epitome of somebody who knows more than everyone else. You know, he was great to listen to as an analyst. And then he jumps in. And I think yesterday he got testy because he was being questioned about two things that he should have been questioned about. Having a 40-year-old play the entire second half, and Luka, who was coming off of a stomach illness, play the entire second half. And then you follow that up with seeing a tall player dominate you, and you don't make any adjustments and refuse to put in Jackson Hayes because you've already said he's not going to play. So God forbid you go back on that. And it's funny because even someone as young as my daughter asked that, Dad, they don't have a tall guy. So he's had two strikes against him really quickly. And I don't know how this goes, but I put all of this on him. LeBron didn't score in the fourth quarter last game, and then this game too. That's not normal. So what do you chalk that up to? So I put it all on JJ, and he didn't come out of this looking too well.
Yeah, I'm not going to throw the baby out with the bathwater. This was uncharacteristic from a communication standpoint from JJ. He's normally pretty good about explaining himself, and in this case, he wasn't. That's playoff pressure, though. That's why it's difficult, and that's why you play the games. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Dylan in South Dakota, we're not here to talk trash. We're here to talk basketball right now. How are you?
All right. I'm well. Say it with me, friends. Rudy. Hey, Ant called Rudy the Dragon, so I guess that the Stifle Tower is the current apex predator.
Not bad.
Fatigue makes the cowards of us all. Braun's post-game, it sounded a little middle-aged dad, like he's satisfied with his journey. And likely that's the classic Braun slow play, but because deep down we all want him back. And you're right about Ant. He didn't electrify, but at 23, he patiently passed out of the double. He allowed Wolves to attack the paint, controlling the low, and they bricked threes. It didn't matter. When they needed a bucket, they could go to Randall. They couldn't handle him with his bully ball. And it's kind of cool, his arc of a story on that very court. And I wanted to say, sometimes the chiseled hoop god, or Greek god, John Stamos, he smiles down and he places his hand on a Gobert and he says, hey, you're half a foot taller. You'll have paint position all night. JJ's ego is serving endless croissants. Feast, Rudy, feast. And Wally, Stamos was busy as JJ's inner monologue, the Greek god, visited me in my dreams last night, too. And he said, release your Dickinsonian ego, and shout out Notorious MGB. So I hereby concede your purple and gold to use whatever moniker for your team you wish. Though Rudy Gems has a nice ring, obstinate JJ, splintered J Hayes, fatigued 40-year-old legs, tip and scales with Luca weight, paint D no way, bully ball Randall J, O-glass Partey, a 27-24 Rude Bure, FYI, that's a French hat, Wale from L.A., still no lakes. He was there, just ask C. Yates, gentleman sweep, that on that stage, it's participation Thursday. Come on, friends, let's all say, T-Pups in 6. Oh, no, nope, 5.
Thanks for the phone call. Dylan has so many different pitches he throws, Devin. He's got, like, the Eminem flow. He's got the random, like, what I'll just call, like, Ghostface Wu-Tang flow, where he's just saying random words left and right that kind of come together. I guess he wins this battle, though, in many ways.
I think, in terms of the play on the court, he does, but, listen, sometimes I'm trying to decipher everything he has to say, and I think it's good, but it's a lot. It's a lot.
There's a lot of cake in that carrot cake right there. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Walrus, how you doing, buddy?
Good morning, CY, Devin, Cam. Hey, go Zebras, and all the friends out there. Tough night, series for the Lakers. I want to offer my congratulations to Dilly, yes, on his T-Pups game and series win, but more importantly, on a Star Wars reference-free phone call yesterday. Sincerely proud of you for accomplishing that. I know it wasn't easy. You made it 2 in a row today. Way to go. And mostly comprehensible pace within volume, these somewhat understandable references, but yeah, that's a lot, man. Well, the Lakers were defeated by the better team, plain and simple. The West was super tight after OKC at the top. Minnesota could easily have been the 3 seed instead of the Lakers. A Minnesota team that is younger, bigger, longer, more athletic with a deeper and more reliable bench. Ant-Man is a legit top-tier MVP-level player, and the rest of the West better watch out because his T-Wolves team is clearly a legit contender off of last year's Western Conference Finals appearance. For my Lakers, this is now about the future, and that has, up until recently, and you know this, CY, you live here, been the concern, the future. It's now bright in L.A. If you would have asked Lakers fans before the trade if they would be pleased with a season ending with Luka instead of AD, I'm guessing most, including myself, would have enthusiastically said yes. I'm sorry, not sorry, Commissioner Yates. There are 1,000,001 ways to dissect and criticize JJ's coaching decisions. Playing small ball when Gobert was feasting in the post with no resistance, running a stagnant offense with no regular and consistent movement on offense. Nothing fancy is needed here. Some cuts, dribble drives, ball screens, pick and rolls, not just pick and stands. This needs to change next season. I believe Coach Reddick will gain valuable experience and lessons from this season and be much better for it, and appreciate you, CY, for providing the context of what happened in January with the Fires. A disappointing end to a roller coaster of a season, but the future is bright, and all Lakers fans need to hold on tight to that today. You all have a great day. Long live the Horn, and go Lakers always.
Thank you, Walrus. Keeping a positive outlook. Not easy to do. The vibe in the building last night was nervy at best, until it was, well, calamitous. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Sev in California, you're on the show. Sev, are you there? Guess not. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Arturo, how you doing today?
Hey, pretty good, Quentin. How are you?
Excellent.
All right. You know how this goes, Quentin. You know I'm the resident Lakers fan, or one of the resident Lakers fans. And first and foremost, I got to start by giving props to Minnesota. Jordan, Baby Shaq, that's kind of what we allowed them to be. Shout out them. They did their thing. But let's focus on the Lakers. First and foremost, I feel like all Lakers fans should have seen the signs that it was going to be bad when Shannon Sharp got in trouble. I'm just saying that had to be like a bad omen to let us know we were in trouble. Luka's got to get in better shape. He has to. Like, no matter how you slice it, the dude is a cone on defense, and then on offense, he literally can't get past his man. He winds up being Mark Jackson, where you do the back down, turn around, and get down the court. And we got to play faster. If you notice, in the second quarter, when Luka literally came out the game, is when the Lakers made their push. Later in the game, when he got hurt, he was more of a decoy, and because he was a decoy, I feel like the defense was kind of just sitting on him, and they were allowing them to kind of double other players. But Luka just has to get better.
Thanks for the phone call. Yeah, all-around disappointment in a lot of different areas of the game. Lot to look at in terms of what this franchise is doing until the next season starts. The NBA playoffs are on ESPN Radio. Catch postseason action on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app, presented by Indeed. All right, going to switch gears here a little bit because there's a story that's been on my mind recently that I can barely wrap my head around. And to do so, we called up an old friend, Charlotte Wilder of the Sports Gossip Show host. You can find her on the internet at The Wilder Things. And Char, I'm going to say this in the most gracious way possible because I think it's true. When I first saw this and saw what you all were doing covering this story, I thought Charlotte was made for this. You're a New England fan. You understand pop culture as well as anybody else. When this first crossed your desk as whatever it was, where were you on this, Char? I mean, this is wild,
Clinton, my dude, hello. Thank you so much for having me on. It's great to hear your voice. That's the highest compliment you could give me. Also, maybe worrisome, considering where I'm at. But I do think that Madeline Hill, my co-host on the Sports Gossip Show, she and I in October, we had just started the show and we saw that Bill Belichick joined Instagram and that he had not only joined Instagram but accepted a collaboration post, which is when, both people's Instagram handles appear as having posted the same picture. Right. And his captions also looked a lot like the captions of this person he was dating, this young woman, Jordan Hudson, who's 24 to his now 73. He was 72 at the time. And, I think both of our antenna went up because we were like, this guy is, as you said, I'm a lifelong Patriots fan. I would argue that I have a career in sports because the Patriots were good. Started at Boston.com, sort of moved my way into sports there. And it was just like woven into the fabric of my life, and they happened to be the most dominant NFL team for 20 years. And so I really have also just studied the social media of the characters involved in the Patriots in general. Like, I was obsessed with Tom Brady's social media and how his personality changed over the course of his time in New England and what he showed publicly towards the end. And so when Bill joined social media, which Clinton, as well as anyone, he joked about it. He called it Instaface. He was like, never going to do that. If you'd asked me to put my life savings on one person who would never join Instagram, before last October, it would have been Bill Belichick. Right. So we were like, I think that this person, Jordan Hudson, is the reason she's running his accounts. And so we sort of had fun with it. And, Jordan is also from Maine, where my family's from. And it really felt like this was a gift from the content gods sent down directly for us. And then it's turned into something much, much stranger.
Well, that's what I want to ask you about. I mean, listen, he does this interview with CBS that gets interrupted by them not wanting to answer how they met, which is a separate matter. But there's also the very, serious concern for UNC, the University of North Carolina. He's the head coach. This person does not, I don't want to, cast aspersions here, does not appear to be in control of their own life. If they're running a alleged pro-style, program, how is this going to work simply from a mechanic standpoint, in your opinion, regarding who's actually in control of that football team?
Oh, 1,000%, Clinton. We talked about this for a long time in relation to Bill Belichick and Jordan Hudson's lives. And then it sort of, as everything, I feel like the story took a real turn this week after that CBS interview and after these bizarre statements that Bill put out defending how Jordan behaved and all these behind-the-scenes reports that have leaked saying she stormed off set. His family's worried about him. I've heard from inside sources that is true. Stuff came out about she's $9 million worth in real estate since she started dating him. But to me, the real issue here was the report that came out in The Athletic saying that she was the reason the Hard Knocks deal fell apart at UNC. Because to me, in an age, first of all, I think you're exactly right with the public image of a coach. If he can't even control how people are seeing him, and if it looks like she's doing a weekend at Bernie's, a weekend at Bill's puppeteering here, that's obviously concerning for the guy that athletes are trusting with their future careers. Right. But I think more than anything, the fact that she derailed a Hard Knocks deal in an age where name, image, and likeness is the way that these kids make money and is the way they can grow their profile, that would have given them so much screen time. If you're relying on your name, image, and likeness and you can get it out there through a major TV platform, that is an opportunity that most college kids don't get and that they were very close to having, and that she completely derailed for, we're still figuring out the details of why and what happened. But I think it becomes a question, this isn't just a story about an age gap relationship. This is a story about a guy, a head coach, Bill Belichick, who has a ton of power both at UNC and in the football world, and has brought this person in, Jordan Hudson, who was not hired by the university. I said in my newsletter, she's like the Elon Musk of college football. Like, no one hired this person, and here she is, like, making demands to the point where we are seeing actual people affected by this down the power chain in the Carolina football program.
Charlotte Wilder joins us here on Clinton and Friends discussing this weird situation with Bill Belichick at the University of North Carolina. I mean, you're, as much of a Pats fan as I've ever known, and therefore Belichick and his sort of deity-like status, has his reputation, in your opinion, kind of already been ruined? And is there any way back, as you see it, for Patriots Nation faithful?
That's such a great question, Clinton. I think his reputation is pretty tanked. I think it is too late at this point. Everything that's come out and the mishandling of all of this is a PR crisis because Jordan Hudson appears to be handling it and she is not a PR professional. I mean, if you're a PR professional and the story becomes about you, you're very bad at your job. And she's not a PR professional trying to do this and has made the story all about her, which you could argue maybe is her is what she wants. But I think that any time anybody talks about Bill Belichick now, I don't think the first thing people are going to say is this guy won 8 Super Bowls. I really think it's going to be like, hey, remember that time he was in the most bizarre relationship we've seen publicly in sports in a long time? Like, this is so perplexing given who this guy was. Like, if he were another coach, I'm not going to name names, but there's some names where I wouldn't be too shocked. It's like, oh, you're dating a 24-year-old? Okay. Right. But Bill Belichick, who not only his personal life, but the public display of it, he was about as cemented in terms of a brand and a persona as you can be after 50 years in the National Football League. And now he has become something unrecognizable based on the image that Jordan has been putting out there of him, which we found out during the CBS interview, he might have no idea what she's posting on social media. So I think this is going to stay with him. I feel like he's doubling down on her in terms of the statement that UNC released saying that Bill released through UNC saying he's involved with Jordan professionally and personally. The professionally there is doing a lot of heavy lifting, and I sort of feel like this is getting to a point where I've talked to some people who are in Chapel Hill, not involved in the program, but sort of, in the community there, who are saying, like, people are not happy with this is not what, UNC, the proper Southern school does. And so I am very interested to see where things go from here, because I don't know what UNC can do to get through to Bill, because it seems like Jordan has sort of distorted the reality around him in terms of saying, like, I'm protecting you from the media while she feeds him to it. So I'm pretty fascinated to see where this goes, but unless he's like, all of a sudden, Jordan's out of my life and I'm back to being the gruff guy and, we're going to win a national championship, I don't see how people forget about this.
She's Charlotte Wilder. Check out her show, The Sports Gossip Show. They've been all over this for a while. Thank you, Char. Appreciate you.
Thank you, Clinton. Take care.
No problem. Man, this story is just so quizzical. We'll dive a little deeper on that, but we're going to continue to hear from you about the Lakers night. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. You're listening to Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Sunday Night Baseball on ESPN Radio. It's a showdown in the ATL.
Shohei Ohtani wasting no time.
Shohei Ohtani and the Los Angeles Dodgers begin a 10-game road trip in Atlanta against Marcell Ozuna and the Braves. Coverage begins as
Get a taste of that winning feeling before the buzzer even sounds with ESPN Bet's early victory promo. Simply place a pregame moneyline bet on any NBA playoff game, and if the team you back goes up by 20 or more points at any point in the game, you get paid out early. Available throughout the NBA playoffs at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Download the app today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
When you bundle renters and auto with Progressive, you can save while protecting your most valuable possessions. Like your really expensive limited edition sneakers and your new suit for your cousin's wedding. Except you never actually bought the suit because you can't stop buying sneakers. So you show up to the wedding looking like you're going grocery shopping. But hey, at least your sneakers will look good in the pictures. Until you're cropped out of every last one of them. So go ahead and get Progressive so you can save while protecting the things that matter to you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Hey, spring is all about new beginnings, and there's no better way to give yourself a fresh start than by getting a fresh haircut at Great Clips. When the weather starts warming up, no one wants to sit inside. With convenient online check-in at Great Clips, you can put your name on the list from your phone and enjoy the beautiful spring weather while you wait. You can even get a ready next text when you're up next for your cut. When it's your turn in the chair, the skilled stylist at your local Great Clips salon can create any look you want. Plus, they'll save the details in their clip notes for the cut you love every time you come in. Oh, and don't forget to bring your shades, because with the everyday low prices at Great Clips, the spring sunshine won't be the only bright spot in your day. So if you're ready to spring into the new season, download the app and get into your local Great Clips salon for a fresh haircut today. Great Clips, it's gonna be great.
When you're injured, you need a team that knows how to win. Postman Law delivers. Simple, right? Even simpler. Remember this number, 844-POSTMAN. Postman Law has secured over $3 billion for clients. Fast, easy, and stress-free. So think Postman Law when you've been hurt in a crash, on the job, or anywhere else. Call 844-POSTMAN today. That's 844-POSTMAN for Postman Law Offices Chicago.
Make lunch, dinner, or game day easy with Lou Malnati's Chicago's legendary deep dish. Fresh salads, appetizers, pizza, pasta, and desserts. Lou's has something for everyone. And now, here's the latest dish and the hottest collab. Lou Malnati's has teamed up with Frank's Red Hot to bring you the Buffalo Chicken Pizza. It's a limited time deep dish or thin crust, drizzled with bold, spicy flavor that brings the heat in every bite. Order the Buffalo now at LouMalnati's.com or on the Lou's app. Lou Malnati's, Chicago's legendary deep dish.
Hey, it's Brandon Mr. Finance, the Millionaire Maker, here to share ways to create non-traditional wealth. At BrandonMrFinance.com, we are using good credit, real estate, and insurance platforms to build for right now and to build generational wealth for you and your family. I know life hasn't always been easy, but me and my team at BrandonMrFinance.com have some solutions that can make life easier by setting up financial freedom outlets to win and beat inflation. Are you ready? Go to BrandonMrFinance.com and book an appointment today. BrandonMrFinance.com. Let's go.
Chicago. IKEA makes it easy and affordable to give your home a stylish, functional, and comfortable makeover. And now IKEA is making it even more convenient with local pickup points at Loyola University, University of Illinois Chicago, and University of Chicago. Simply order at IKEA.com or via the IKEA app. Select a local pickup point near you and pick up your order for free as soon as the next day. So create your dream room escape or perfect space to relax after work. Shop IKEA.com and let IKEA bring it to you.
Count on Kohl's for those special gifts Mom deserves this Mother's Day. Inspire her inner chef with must-haves for her kitchen, wellness essentials for her fitness routine, and jewelry for her perfect night out. Plus, you can save 15% on some of your finds and earn Kohl's Cash. Find Mom's perfect gift in time for Mother's Day at Kohl's and Kohl's.com. Select styles. Offer valid through May 11th. Kohl's Cash and coupons do not apply to Sephora. Exclusions apply. See store or Kohl's.com for more details.
Our daughter Jessie loves playing detective.
A clue.
But since we discovered she has sensitive skin, we've been playing detective too.
We thought the problem was our puppy.
But it was actually our old detergent.
Aha.
So we switched to Tide Free and Gentle. Tide Free and Gentle provides an excellent Tide clean, and it doesn't leave behind irritating residues like dyes or perfumes, so it's gentle on your skin.
Case closed.
If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Free and Gentle.
The playoffs are in full swing, and you can get in on all the action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Go from tracking the latest game-changing moments to placing bets in just a few taps. Right now, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with promo code JOEQ. That's JOEQ to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York. Every great team has its core players, but when the season gets tough, adding the right free agent can make all the difference. The same goes for business. At Robert Half, we found that 67% of companies surveyed plan to increase their use of contract talent to handle workload peaks and backlogged projects. With Robert Half's specialized recruiters' experience, combined with our award-winning AI, you can quickly find the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Discover how we can help at roberthalf.com/talent.
Did you miss Carmen and Jurko? Don't do without. Get the podcast on the ESPN Chicago app. Presented by Woodford Reserve.
This is Clinton and Friends.
Before we start our regular program, I'd like to take this opportunity to introduce you to Dr. Clinton. Clint, if you're anything like I am, you'll spend your first week trying to figure out what all these buttons do.
Actually, in college, I ran the radio station.
Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
How do I say goodbye?
Presented by Progressive Insurance. When teams get eliminated from the NBA playoffs, we bring in the boys to men. It's so hard to say goodbye to yesterday. The good times that made us laugh, those are done. And the Lakers are finished at the hands of the Timberwolves. 103-96 in Game 5. 888-SAY-ESPN. 888-729-3776. Big Rob in California. You're on the show.
What's up, Quentin? What's up? I hate to say I was right, but I was right about these Lakers. And now everybody is calling in. You know what? This reminds me of when you go to a funeral when somebody passes and everybody gets up there and they lie about the person that passed away and say a lot of good things about them when they know that wasn't true. This reminds me of these Lakers. We knew this was going to happen before it happened, but nobody wanted to say it. This team was playing off a you can say hype all year. When it first started, they had a brand new coach and they had a dude that never should have been inside the league. So they was playing off a hype that made them do things that they normally wouldn't do. Then they get Luka. They're playing off hype again. So once again, they're doing things they normally wouldn't do. But when all the hype is gone, I could see past all the hype. And like I'm saying now, JJ never should have been the coach of the Lakers, okay? And like I said when they first hired him, after 2.5 years, he will be fired. We have a coach that cannot handle pressure. He gets up crying, runs out of press conferences, and then he wants to jump on reporters. Come on, dude. And he can't even change up his game plan on the fly. And my last statement is, we was better with AD. If we would have had AD, we would have won this series. Okay? And the next thing is, how can we get better when LeBron James is getting older? Come on.
Thanks for the phone call. I mean, we're not going to – they won 50 games, dude. Like, we're not going that far. They lost to a better team. It happens. Acting like everything is a disaster simply because they could not make it out of the first round, I think, might be a reach. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Haru in Los Angeles. Welcome to the show.
Hey, hello, Clint.
Hey.
I just wanted to say the previous caller, he's obviously from Oakland, home of the crack cocaine. I'm also a Lakers fan, and I love J.J. Redick. The guy's completely wrong. The reason why I love J.J. Redick is because he's taking all the heat. Right now, even little Laker fan over there is talking about J.J. Redick. We're not talking about LeBron or Luka. And we got away with murder yesterday. Luka almost got hurt with his back. LeBron looked like he almost tore an ACL. I think we escaped yesterday, and we won the year because we got Luka at the end of the day. Also, I want to say I love listening to your show, Clinton. You have an excellent voice, but just as you, I'm also part of that handsome men's community, and I wish you'd be on TV a little bit more. That's all I got to say, my man. Have a blessed day.
Appreciate the phone call. Kind words there. We like those. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Quincy in Sacktown, what up?
Hey, what's going on? Thanks for having me on. First of all, I need to say that I feel like, why is Luka getting all this slack? I mean, I think we need to focus on re-signing him. I mean, we can't act like he's now a top 5 player in the league and what he did last year. And I get it, he needs to, get in shape a little bit and play some better defense. But, I mean, Luka's still that guy. That's one. Two, I wouldn't mind shopping around Rui and even Austin Reeves to pick up some draft picks and some extra players. I'm good with that. And lastly, I know you don't like when we say we and referring to the team, but, I mean, I feel like it's okay to do just because, we invest in their shirts, the products, the tickets, the emotional, So, I think it's okay to say it, but thanks for having me on.
No problem. I get that. We as a fan base is a real thing. We, when referring to the team itself, is a different one. But we're not going to pick nits over that on a day after a team got eliminated. But this whole idea of we can just shop people and get other people, if you're going to bring that to the table, name the players. The Lakers aren't just competing against random, just a stock of, players that just exist in the ether. Name the person you think is going to make this team better and how they're going to get them. That's kind of Rob Pelinka's whole job. It's why this is quite difficult. You got to play the games. And you got to play them with players that can compete. Coming up.
Vivid Seats is your ultimate destination for basketball and hockey this season. With a game-changing rewards program and an unbeatable selection of tickets, they make it easy for every fan to watch their favorite teams and players in action. Catch every one-timer and buzzer-beating 3 live and in person from your favorite seat. Plus, every ticket is backed by a 100% buyer guarantee, giving you peace of mind with every purchase. Don't miss out. Visit VividSeats.com or download the app today. Vivid Seats, the official ticketing partner of ESPN.
Quarterback Jordan Love isn't just on Green Bay's team. He's also on the American Family Insurance team. Because like us, he believes in dreaming fearlessly.
Just chase your dreams and don't let nobody hold you back.
And we help protect those dreams with the right coverage so you can
dream fearlessly.
American Family Insurance. Get a quote and find an agent at amfam.com.
Products not available in every state. American Family Mutual Insurance Company, SI, and its operating company, 6000 American Parkway, Madison, Wisconsin.
History had the gold rush, then came the oil boom, then the tech boom. But right now, it's the Wi-Fi boom, and the Xfinity Wi-Fi is booming. Streaming, booming. Gaming, booming. Video calls, booming. Even when your boss schedules a meeting that definitely could have been an email. And now you can get Xfinity Internet and mobile together in one all-in plan. Wi-Fi Power Boost from Xfinity Mobile gives you faster, secure Wi-Fi speeds at home and on the go. So your Wi-Fi is booming wherever you are. Now through June 23rd, new customers can get 400 megabit Xfinity Internet with free equipment and unlimited internet data, and get one unlimited 5G mobile line included all in one plan, all for $40 a month for 1 year. So whether you're working, watching, or panning for Wi-Fi Gold, one thing's for sure, Xfinity Wi-Fi is booming. Visit Xfinity.com to learn more. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with a stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Taxes and fees are extra. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet. Reduced speeds after 30 gigabits of data usage. Data thresholds vary. After 1 year, rate increases to $110 a month. After 2 years, regular rates apply to all services up to $143 a month. Actual speeds vary.
Breaking news coming in from Bet365, where every nail-biting overtime win, breakaway, pick six, three-point shot, underdog win, buzzer beater, shootout, walk-off, and absolutely every play in between is amazing. From football to basketball and hockey to baseball, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Illinois.
White Sox fans, don't miss out on our 125-year anniversary promotions in May. Between the 1940 varsity sweater presented by Blue Moon on May 10th, 1914 Baseball World Tour shirt presented by Coca-Cola on May 24th, and Southside legend Charles Comiskey bobblehead presented by United on May 25th. There's something for everyone. To purchase tickets and for the entire promotional schedule, visit whitesox.com/promos.
Madison is open for business, and that includes you. Looking to shop local? Supporting small businesses help communities grow and thrive. At the Village of Madison, they're building more than just businesses. They're building futures. Just minutes from Chicago, Madison offers unbeatable accessibility, a talented workforce, and a community eager to support local entrepreneurs. Shop small, but make a big difference. For more information, visit villageofmadison.org. Madison, where business breathes new life.
Hey, Chicago, it's your guy, Kap. From houses to hospitals, nobody does HVAC better than Automatic Mechanical Services. They've been trusted throughout Chicagoland since 1945. It's easy to see why their motto is, we make people comfortable. Furnaces, hydronic snow melt systems, chilled water cooling, you name it, Automatic can do it. Best part, they treat you right from the first quote to the final tune-up. Trust the name I recommend. That is Automatic Mechanical Services. Visit Automatic.com. That's Automatic.com.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED, because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs, with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
From the State Street Studio, this is WMVP WTBC HD2, Chicago.
A good Carmen Brands radio station.
Did you hear this one?
The Bears voted in favor of banning the tush push.
They know what the play was, and they're just going on the term tush push. That doesn't sound very fun. Is that a profane term? I don't want it.
It sounds uncomfortable. Go ahead.
That too.
Ow! Ouchie! I haven't done that. Ouchie!
Kap J Hood weekday morning 7 to 10 on ESPN Chicago and the ESPN Chicago app. YouTube, exclusive content from ESPN Chicago. Subscribe today at ESPN 1000 Chicago. The CDGA Golf Show. It's your source for golf news, course to course, and golf news coast to coast. Hosts Tyler Rocky and Mike Gilligan are linked up with golfing knowledge to help us all. Tune in Saturdays 9 to 11 on all the ESPN Chicago channels. Brought to you by Glenview Park Golf Club.
Transmitter's working perfectly. I hear everything clear as a bell.
Clinton Yates always brings the heat.
I can lead a nation with a microphone.
I am pleased to be joined by ESPN's Clinton Yates.
With a microphone.
I would imagine most of you have never heard of Clinton Yates. He's irrelevant.
This is my new favorite show.
We welcome in Clinton Yates. Clinton, I've mentioned this to you before. When I think of people who love the game, I think of you.
That right there is Clinton Yates.
Clinton Yates!
Clinton Yates, incredible job today.
Our pal Clinton Yates. People like Clinton Yates.
Let's first begin by saying good day to my friend Clinton Yates. There's a lot to talk about here.
Clinton, where the hell are you at?
From Studio 5 at LA Live, this is Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
Happy May Day, kiddos. You're listening to Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio, the ESPN app, Sirius XM Channel 80, and on Watch ESPN. I am here in Los Angeles, the home of the Lakers, who are no longer in the playoffs. We'll get to more of that. But this story out of University of North Carolina is still weirding me out. Bill Belichick is dealing with this person who is his business and personal partner. They had an awkward interview with CBS where they refused to indicate how they met. They turned down Hard Knocks, which would have been a big deal for the school on some level. And honestly, like, even if all of this is above board in the context of it's not some circumstance of like elder abuse or whatever, and I don't want to speculate, you know, his son is on the coaching staff. It's very weird. It is a bizarre look for a school like North Carolina to have this kind of stuff milling about their athletic department and creating such controversy. It's just plain weird. 888-SAY-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Will, you're in North Carolina. Tell me more.
Yes, sir. I've lived in Chapel Hill all my life, and honestly, I think we haven't had any football success in so long that we don't really care. As long as he's not doing something illegal, like let's get some love on the football side, especially as our basketball program seems to be having a little bit of hiccup, you know, post-Roy.
Let me ask you this quickly, Will. You don't feel, though, that the athletic department or whoever is in charge at UNC finds this just kind of unbecoming of whatever's going on, regardless of success?
I mean, it's definitely weird, and not having the access to Hard Knocks. Like, I was pumped when I heard the story about, like, UNC maybe getting that. You know, like, that hurts a little bit, but, like, you know, if we have success this season, everything's going to be forgotten.
All right. Thanks for the phone call. I don't know, Devin. There's just something about this that does not – it just doesn't – I'm not going to say it doesn't sit right with me. It just doesn't seem like a recipe for success overall. Like, what recruit looks at that and says, yeah, I think that's something I want to be a part of with all this mess going on?
Yeah, and to Will's point, I think the biggest thing that's not working in their favor is that the story's coming out now, and we're so far away from college football starting. Right. So we're gonna have to be they're gonna have to be dealing with this until it starts. And to Will's point, if I do somewhat agree, if they come out hot and they start winning, and then people are not gonna, they're gonna start forgetting about this. If his girlfriend, I'm sure maybe she'll start chirping on social media. Like, there's always gonna be elements of this. Like, we're gonna have to wait and see on.
Yeah, I mean, the season only brings a bigger magnifying glass, and I just can't imagine this is somehow going to go away because of random football. I mean, it's UNC. It's not like they're some powerhouse anyway. It's just is all very, very weird. Anyway, Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio, the ESPN app, Sirius XM Channel 80, and watch ESPN. The Lakers lost last night. I was in the building. At no point did it look like they were going to win that game, if we're being quite honest. And now this franchise has a lot of questions to answer. LeBron James's future is in the mix in the balance in terms of what he's going to do. He's got, I believe, a player option next year. JJ Redick is out here getting chesty with people at pressers, which is his right, but it didn't seem to serve him very well from a coaching standpoint. And they've got a roster construction circumstance where the lack of big men is creating clear disadvantages on the court. 888-SAY-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Anthony in Nevada, you're on the show.
It's Nevada, not Nevada.
Pardon me.
Appreciate you taking my call. I feel like most of the blame should go on J.J. Redick. Had they played a better game in the previous one, I think, you go 3-2, backs against the wall, a little bit more time for Luka to, he'll get right, but, I feel like it falls on J.J. Redick. I mean, Gobert had the game of his life. I feel like it's a coaching kind of issue. Thanks for the call.
No problem. Got out to a hot start correcting me on my pronunciation of that state.
Nevada.
Sputtered towards the end. I'm not here to blame JJ for every single part of this. Like, he's a rookie head coach. There's part of that growing pain that you're going to have to experience at some point. That's kind of the whole thing. Don't get me wrong. I'm not a huge fan of how he handled this series, but I'm not throwing away the whole season based on one playoff series against a team that's probably better. 888-SAY-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Paul in Sacramento.
You're cracking me up about Belichick, man. I wanted to talk about the basketball, but real quick. Yeah. My dear deceased friend, Duke Newton from Augusta, Georgia, once told me, Paul, it don't matter how old you are. It don't matter how fat you are. It don't matter how ugly you are. All you need is money, and you got all the honeys you want.
Thanks for the phone call. He's calling on a walkie-talkie from the 80s there, Devin.
I was going to say, I don't know what was going on there.
I barely understood any of that. That will not be a contender for Regional Accent of the Week.
Not what I expected from Sacramento.
Yeah, that was, anyway. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Mitch in New Jersey, what'd you think about last night?
Oh, God, how you doing, Clayton, Devin? I love to talk about all the great coffee that we have on the East Coast here, but that's for another time. I'm trying to just give you my New York accent. I don't have to try too hard. It's just natural. It's not like we don't have assets to get a superstar. It's all this talk about getting Giannis. I don't want to see the Lakers give up their first-round picks. We get just somebody to clog that middle and get a couple of good players. I know it's easy said than done. I don't know how many picks they have in this year's draft. It's supposed to be a deep draft, right? If we just had a center, Golden usually doesn't have a game like that. You saw it in Golden State years ago with the Run DMC. Small ball really doesn't work. I don't think so. You have to get a center.
Thanks for the phone call. Yeah, they need a big man. That's obvious. It's particularly obvious when you're playing against the same team over and over and over again in the playoffs, not just a one-game deal. And once they figure you out, you are figured out.
Yeah, also, this just popped into my head because it's been going all over social media. There's a clip of Luka Doncic getting absolutely blown by, playing absolutely no defense. And while that's not a shocker because he's kind of known to not do that, at some point, I just don't understand how you can get away with that. I know he's one of the greatest offensive players we've ever seen, but there's a level of not even trying on defense, which you're putting other people in bad position. And it's just, it's inexcusable to me, and I don't know how you fix it. And I think that's another challenge for J.J. Redick as a rookie head coach to try to get through to Luka. Maybe he can do it better because he's closer in age. But watching that, I'm just like, there's a level of you're bad at defense versus you're not even trying.
Yeah, and it's a tough situation, too, because you can't be super hard on him. You got to have the guy resign. You can't put this guy in a situation where you're making it seem like he's some sort of whipping boy for a larger team problem just because he can't move his feet. You still need him to commit to the Lakers. That is not a fait accompli. It's presumed. But again, he didn't choose the Lakers. The Lakers chose him. Getting him in the right headspace is going to be the hardest thing to do for this franchise, period, in the offseason. No doubt about it. 888-SAY-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Kent in Ohio, you're on the show.
Hey, what's going on, Clinton? I love the show. The two things I had were, one, with the Lakers, people talking about them getting players, you got to be careful what you wish for. There's two instances where they got players that didn't work out. One, when they got Karl Malone and Gary Payton, and the lack of chemistry derailed their four-peat. And then the other one is when they got Dwight Howard, and the lack of chemistry between him and Kobe did not work out well for them. And then the second thing I had about Luka not playing defense, he may as well be playing at the YMCA, the local YMCA, and just cherry-picking all the time. As supposed to be, last time I checked, defense and rebounding was a part of the game as well as scoring. And that's all I have. Thank you.
No problem. I mean, yeah. But again, the Lakers aren't just playing against themselves and their expectations. The actual opponents in the Western Conference have improved drastically over the last 5 seasons. Look at what the Rockets are doing. Look at the Thunder. The Dubs are still hanging around. I know the Lake Show ended up as the 3 seed, but, obviously, this is a stacked conference. It has been for a while. You're not just playing against yourself. 888-SAY-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Jason in Minnesota. What's up?
How's it going, guys?
Pretty good.
I just want to call and talk a little bit about the Wolves because we're talking so much about what the Lakers did wrong.
Sure.
And I just think a lot of people overlooked how great the Wolves really have been. There's only 4 teams in the NBA this year that were top 10 in offensive and defensive efficiency. The Wolves were 4th in defense, 6th in offense, I believe. And I can let you guess who the other 3 teams are, but you'll get it right every time. It's Boston, Cleveland, Oklahoma City. Right. I think everyone overlooked what the Wolves did last year. They beat a team in Denver that pretty much everyone said wasn't going to lose unless they lost to Boston in the NBA Finals. So this whole experience, and the Wolves are young and not ready to win. I think the Wolves are out for blood this year, and I think Oklahoma City needs to be looking in their mirror because the Wolves bench beat them twice this year as well.
Let me ask you a quick question. Let me ask you a quick question.
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
You honestly put this team as a title contender right now?
Absolutely. Every time they play good, when they play bad teams, they play down to competition. When they play good teams, they show up regularly.
Okay. Thanks for the phone call. People are pumped in Minnesota. People believe in the Timber Puppies. They look good, man. Cohesive unit that knows their identity and executes their brand of play. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Jay Boogie, welcome back.
Salute, 3 capital S's. Bless, health, happiness to everybody. Shout out to Clinton friends and everybody that's viewing and listening to the show. Great show as always. I just want to give, JJ some bail. Before I do that, Jay-Z had a line where he said, "Can I live?" But JJ, I'm going to say, can I learn? He's never been in these moments, in these situations, these pressure situations as a rookie coach. He's only been in these type situations as a player. He has to learn and understand what it is. Mistakes, can happen at these point in times. But let him learn and let him live through. Just give him a little bit of time and let the office figure out what they're going to do. You have a superstar in place just in case LeBron decides to leave. But you got to let JJ learn and be in these moments. Just like a basketball player, he has to learn about being in these moments. A coach does too. And I just want to tell Detroit, yeah, we still outside. Y'all took away the bung bean, but now here we come again. We back in Detroit. I wanted to show my face because I didn't show my face the other day when we lost. Shout out to you, my brother. Everybody have a gorgeous weekend. I won't be calling in Friday. Salute, 3 capital S's.
Jay Boogie, strong caller. He makes a good point. Cut JJ some slack. He's a rookie. But the LeBron element is a factor here. He ain't beating Father Time, even though he said he wants to go 1-0 against him. What they think JJ can do is vital to his ability to lead this team. It's as simple as that. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Christian in North Carolina.
Hey, man, big fan of the show. I listen every morning on my way to work. Thanks for having me. But My main thing I wanted to say is I know a lot of this blame does go on JJ. He made some mistakes. But like you just said, Jay Boogie, it's his first time being here as a coach. I think this series just came down to, some experience on the player side from the Lakers, but it really just came down to the youth, the stamina, the hunger. I mean, you just can't match up against that when you're not ready for it. One other thing I would like to add, I feel like every time a good team that has good production in the season is knocked out in the playoffs, everybody just jumps to let's add some people, let's get rid of these. I think that, with some better coaching, and now that everybody's got that experience of getting bounced around one, they're going to come back hungry and be ready to go next year.
Thanks for the phone call. I don't disagree with that. Sometimes you got to just plain get better. You got to gel. You got to improve. Dare I say you got to galvanize, Devin?
Oh.
And you got to figure it out. I think there's a lot of that with this Lakers team, even though they need a big man.
Yes, I agree with you. The one thing that's hanging over all of that is, and we do this every year, and he continues to prove us wrong, LeBron.
Yeah.
His age. What's next?
It's a tough question. We'll be talking about it all offseason, I'll tell you that much. That's for sure. Coming up, we'll continue to take your phone calls, and we'll look ahead to some of the NBA matchups tonight. 888-SAY-ESPN, 888-729-3776. You're listening to Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio.
The NBA playoffs on ESPN Radio. The Nuggets win their second straight and take a 3-2 lead over the Clippers. Now we return to Los Angeles. Will LA survive a must-win? Coverage begins tonight at 9:30 Eastern. With tip-off at 10.
A great lawn is like a great sports team. It takes expertise and a little extra care to really stand out. That's where True Green comes in. They're the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour, so they know a thing or two about keeping grass looking like a fairway. It's more affordable than you think, and they'll even match any competitor's price. Plus, True Green backs it all up with a satisfaction guarantee. Head to TrueGreen.com today. Let the pros do the work while you sit back and enjoy the results.
The playoffs are in full swing, and you can get in on all the action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Go from tracking the latest game-changing moments to placing bets in just a few taps. Right now, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with promo code JOEQ. That's JOEQ to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
You have heard me talk about how businesses are elevating their game in Bolingbrook. Here's Mayor Mary Alexander Basta to tell you herself.
Thanks, Peggy. Bolingbrook remains the most desirable southwest suburban location to start or expand your business. I invite you to learn how welcoming we are to the many businesses who recently have made Bolingbrook their home.
So if you're looking to elevate your future and the future of your business, visit BeBolingbrook.com to learn more.
Join us and be Bolingbrook.
Hey friends, I'm Tom Waddle and I drive a Hawk. Hey car shoppers, forget tariffs. At HawkAuto.com, their prices have remained the same. Shop thousands of vehicles from 13 big brands. Get pre-tariff pricing plus 0% financing or no payments for 90 days. Choose from 9 Hawk Auto locations in Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, and Carroll Stream. Right now is the best time to buy at HawkAuto.com. HawkAuto.com! Financing on approved credit.
Hey, it's Brandon, Mr. Finance, the Millionaire Maker. Life's been really good to me. Not always easy, though, but I've had help along the way. This is why I work so hard to give back and help people all over Chicago to make investments that work best. Always taking into account your situation. Me and my team at BrandonMrFinance.com are not pitching for a particular fund or stock. We can see the whole field and the options that can work for you and your unique situation. Are you ready? Go to BrandonMrFinance.com and book an appointment today. BrandonMrFinance.com. Let's go.
Chicago. IKEA makes it easy and affordable to give your home a stylish, functional, and comfortable makeover. And now IKEA is making it even more convenient with local pickup points at Loyola University, University of Illinois Chicago, and University of Chicago. Simply order at IKEA.com or via the IKEA app. Select a local pickup point near you and pick up your order for free as soon as the next day. So create your dream room escape or perfect space to relax after work. Shop IKEA.com and let IKEA bring it to you.
If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has plans built just for you. 2 lines of unlimited for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings compared to Verizon and AT&T. But don't just take our word for it.
It's not just the savings that are great with our T-Mobile plan. There's all this value from all these other things that T-Mobile offers.
T-Mobile has been such a savings for us.
We love it.
Switch today and get 2 free 5G phones like the Motorola Edge with Turbo Power charging that gives you power for the day in just 15 minutes. And customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Go to T-Mobile.com/55 to learn more. With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 new lines with autopay for well-qualified customers plus taxes, fees, and $35 per line connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. See details at T-Mobile.com. Motorola Edge requires 68-watt charger. Charger sold separately. Actual performance will vary based on usage and configuration.
Mother's Day is coming up fast and you don't want to drop the ball. Show the incredible moms in your life how much you love and appreciate them with a thoughtful gift from Pro Flowers. Ordering takes just minutes and Pro Flowers' large selection of modern arrangements at affordable prices are sure to make you look like a gift-giving pro. Visit proflowers.com/sports or use the code SPORTS at checkout for $15 off your Mother's Day order. All Pro Flowers orders are backed by our 7-day freshness guarantee so you can gift easy with Pro Flowers.
Get a taste of that winning feeling before the buzzer sounds with ESPN Bet's early victory promo. Simply place a pregame moneyline bet on any NBA playoff game, and if the team you back goes up by 20 or more points at any point in the game, your bet will get paid out early. Available throughout the NBA playoffs at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Download the app today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
Waddle and Sylvie, now weekdays 2:30 to 6:30 on ESPN Chicago.
Apply. See app for details.
Clinton and Friends.
Time to go to the kennel. K9.
You know, growing up Greek, we don't have too many idols or people to look up to. You know, we had John Stamos, but he ain't the Greek freak, man, and he just proved it.
John Stamos.
John Stamos, is he the most legendary Greek person outside of Giannis? He might be.
Micah in Ohio.
Cleopatra, the queen of the Nile, was of Greek heritage as well.
What Devin put up on the board for that call says John Stamos recency bias.
If you think about it, he does make a good point.
Relative to Cleopatra, there is a pretty big John Stamos recency bias.
Clinton and Friends with Clinton Yates.
ESPN Radio is presented by Progressive Insurance. Pretty full house today, that's for sure. Talking about the Lakers, going down to the Timberwolves. The Wolves look good, man. Rudy Gobert scored 27 points, 24 boards. Anthony Edwards didn't even have a big night. Missed 11 threes. Finished with 23, 5, and 4 in terms of assists. LeBron, decent night, I guess. 22 points, 7 boards, 6 assists, 2 steals, 3 turnovers. Luka Don, 28 points, 7 boards, 9 assists, 1 steal, 2 turnovers. And Austin Reeves, another down day. 12 points, 5 rebounds, 2 assists, 6 turnovers, and each of those guys played 40 minutes, with Reeves playing 41. Not a good night. Deserved to lose. Did lose. Now you got questions. 888-SAY-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Mark in California. You're on Clinton and Friends.
Hey, thanks for taking my call. Hey, I think all the blame's got to be on J.J. Redick. I mean, I know he's a first-year coach. We got to give him time. But he's got experienced assistant coaches there. He has Nate McMillan on the bench. Was actually a really good coach, the NBA. I just think he's so arrogant that things got to be his way or it's the highway in regards to it. And one other point is, I wonder if the fans in Dallas are thinking a little bit different about Nico now. I just feel, because honestly, I think if Kyrie wouldn't have got hurt, that Dallas would have had a lot better chance of going further than the Lakers would with Luka on the team. I mean, I love having Luka here, but I just think, they have to be looking at things differently now after seeing what happened in this series. Thanks for taking my call.
No problem. I don't think anybody's going to replace the shock and anything is going to replace the shock and awe of losing Luka. Like seeing the team he's on not do so well. I mean, yeah, there's some level of good feeling to that, but it's just not quite the same thing. I mean, those are two separate things in my opinion. I mean, blaming JJ, okay, but I just feel that there's a confluence of issues here that have more to do than with just one person. Of course, JJ is going to be at the forefront. He's the head coach. Hell, he's shown a lot more accountability than Darvin Ham, Coach Hamon, as they call them here at ESPN 710, ever did. And there's also the other element of the Wolves are just better. That was clear. This wasn't a matter of some, upstart team just kind of picking off a behemoth in the Lakers. Not at all. The seeding is what it is. But the Timberwolves got a squad, Jack. Obviously. 888-SAY-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Ronald in Florida, you're on the program.
Clinton Yates, brother. I'm 50 years old, dude. I've seen this before. I see LeBron and Steph kind of like the modern-day Magic and Bird.
Mm-hmm.
If Anthony Edwards and the Timberwolves, they get past LeBron, they get past Steph and the Warriors, dude, they could very well be on one. This could be his Jordan moment. They got to see playoff Jimmy, but I'm very interested to see what Minnesota does. And if they win it, it's going to be hard to take it from Anthony Edwards, brother. You have a good day.
Thanks for the phone call. I don't disagree with him. We had Tom Crean on the program yesterday talking about how what he thinks his former player, Edwards, has figured out is how much winning actually matters and not just performance. And you saw it yesterday. He didn't have the best performance, but they played winning basketball. For sure. 888-SAY-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Matt in California, you're on the show.
How's it going?
Pretty good.
I really wanted to see Luka Doncic take accountability last night. Austin Reeves and Rui Hachimura came on the podium and said, I need to do X, Y, and Z better for us to win. I think Luka needs to have some sort of accountability and say, I need to work on my defense for us to have a shot. And if he does that, then the Lakers have a chance to win. But if he doesn't, I don't see us winning a championship anytime soon unless he fixes his defensive flaws and takes accountability for his actions.
Thanks for the phone call. The issue with saying what you think you did wrong is that the accountability comes in the change, because then you got to do it. And the doing is the hard part. Heck, the man got traded away from a team that loved him because the doing wasn't getting done. 888-SAY-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Ernest in Cali, what up?
What's up, my man? Hey, I'm surprised, but I'm happy to hear you on 7:10 in the morning. So I'm tuning in every day. But yeah, with this Lakers, as a generic basketball fan, just from the outside looking in, living in LA, nobody wants to hear any of the excuses, any of the experience stuff, because weeks ago and even a couple of months ago, everyone had this team pumped up, going to the finals and making a big run, and nobody cared about all of the vulnerabilities that they're getting exposed now. So people forgot about it, and I quietly sat back like a lot of people did and was like, okay, this is not going to just be a walk through the park when the playoffs get here. And now all of a sudden it fell apart as expected. People should have kept their expectations tempered. They should have kept it in check, and then it wouldn't have been a big deal. This is the overall expectation I think the team had, or everyone saw when Luka first got there, seeing that they didn't have a big man and all these things. And now JJ wants to be so arrogant, and he does come off as extremely arrogant and unhappy when he doesn't get his way or things don't go his way. I don't want to hear anything about experience because they knew what they had on the roster. They should have went through with the Mark Williams trade, but I think the arrogance of the Lakers acting like they didn't need him anymore because they had the shiny new car in Luka. They didn't get Luka right when he got there. They let him just come, be free, do you. Don't worry about defense. Don't worry about getting better. We just want you to be happy and score points. And they thought that la-la land dream was going to take them somewhere, and it didn't. And now everyone's looking for answers, but it's been there the entire time. So as a non-Laker fan, all the glazing and all this other stuff is coming to it, is all to an end, and now this is what everybody gets because they forgot to pay attention to the important factors, and now it's out there. And that's that.
Thanks for the phone call. I mean, look, he brings up an interesting point. You're never going to lower expectations for Lakers fans. That's not in the equation. Not with LeBron James and Luka Doncic on the team. That's not happening. But the idea that all the problems are just going to work themselves out because you've got stars, that's a very real issue for this franchise. That's something they've battled for years. Something that almost sent Kobe Bryant packing. You've got to put together a team that can actually beat other teams. Not just one that makes Lakers fans feel good about themselves and their potential. And that's kind of where this thing is right now. Luka, LeBron, of course they can win. Well, you need 5 guys on the court, on the floor at once, and you need 7 or 8 guys in a rotation to beat some of these deeper NBA teams. This formula might be the issue as much as the performance, which is tough, but that's Rob Pelinka's job. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Jonah in Ohio.
Hey, Clint, thanks for taking the call, Lakers fan from Ohio. I know it's weird. But we didn't have the roster. Everybody's blaming JJ. JJ, I'm not saying rookie, inexperienced, anything like that, but we didn't have the roster. We knew that going in because we tried to trade for Williams and didn't get that. Playoffs are where weaknesses are shown. We got shown our weaknesses, and we need to fix that. Do I agree with him playing everybody for a half of a game? No. But you know what? The other stuff we were doing wasn't working, so we had to try something. I mean, if you watched any part of those first 2 games, you knew we didn't have a chance. This year was a wash year for me. I'm looking to see how we build our roster and move forward, and then see how JJ does with that. We had no shooters. We had no interior defense. Our exterior defense was terrible. So, did we expect to win a team like Minnesota? Well, were there 2 games between us in the standings? We got beat by a better team because we didn't have the roster. That's about it.
Thanks for the phone call. Well, that's the hard part. I mean, Rob Pelinka's forte to me is not roster construction. Pretty good at drafting, so to speak. Pretty good at acquisitions, but all the parts in between, because there's a lot of them, that's not the only way to get players. It's difficult. Finding that blend, is the hard part about running an NBA team. Continuity is a factor as well. Always been a difficult process for this Lakers franchise. Roster's an issue. Performance is an issue. Coach still growing. That's not always the best formula for success. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Anthony in Virginia, what's up?
Hey, what's going on, man? Thank you for taking my call. No listening to Unsportsmanlike this morning, CC was bringing up a point about how the Lakers could feel if Giannis does end up leaving Milwaukee, and I just want your opinion if you think the Lakers made the right decision by to get Luka now, or if Giannis is on the table come next year.
It's a good question. Was Luka actually the best option to put next to LeBron? It's an excellent question. As of right now, I'm going to say the answer was no. But I don't think this is unsalvageable. But I do believe that Luka has to have the turnaround that he hasn't had yet in his career in order for this to make the most sense. The skating by stuff ain't going to work no more. Not with guys like Anthony Edwards in the league. All the fall away, old man YMCA game, it's effective in some parts. But he's going to have to complete his game in order to truly compete with some of these guys that are on the come up. It's not a knock. It's an observation. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Dave in Indiana. Welcome to the program.
Hey, thanks for taking my call. I'm going to dovetail on what you just said.
Mm-hmm.
Luka is such a defensive liability. In fact, the backcourt was a huge defensive liability. Both of those guys. I didn't see, I'm an old coach, and I didn't see Luka bending his knees, and I've watched him play. Great offensive consumer. I don't think I've ever seen LeBron standing by as much as when Luka's on the team. And I've never seen, everybody's thinking about this, that, and the other, and he inherited LeBron's values of taking care of himself. I've never seen him in shape. He's never in shape.
Yeah.
And, and you're playing against the best athletes in the world, and you're not in shape. And you just made a great point about the old white guy fadeaway YMCA kind of game. You're not going to be able to play the NBA game if you're not in shape. I know that sounds kind of simplistic, but I truly believe that. The other thing is that I think what this Laker team pointed out is that the big man still has a big place in the NBA. Right. There was kind of, talk about small ball. I'm a big Pacers fan, and we're kind of small, but we have guys that play big. But, that trade that didn't go through, that killed them. But there's still a place for tall guys, big guys, and you don't have to go any further than Rudy Gobert getting 27-20 than that.
Thanks for the phone call. The palpable disappointment every time Rudy Gobert got a board in the building was unbelievable. It's like, this guy again. Every single time the ball goes up, he's either blocking it or grabbing it off the rim. Man's was everywhere.
Well, I wanted to ask you, what was the chatter around the building last night as you were watching this unfold?
That's what I was saying. It's like it just never felt like this was going to happen. They kept it in reach, not quite in grasp. There was one point where they took a lead, but it wasn't long. At no point did it seem like the crowd really genuinely thought, okay, they've turned a corner and they can pull this game out, in my opinion. Because it didn't look like it. They lucked up on a couple things. T-Wolves had, like I said, Edwards missed a bunch of shots, but it wasn't as if any time on this night that I think the Lakers were in control. At no point. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Is it Wendell or Wendell in California?
It's Wendell in Fontana.
Okay. Hey, what's up, man?
Yeah. This stuff about the Lakers, man, it's got us. They need to blow it up and start all over. It's real simple. Just simple as that. LeBron James needs to go somewhere else. Send him back to Cleveland. But he can't go back to Cleveland. He needs to go to Chattanooga somewhere. And his son. So that was a wasted draft pick right there. But they had the agenda, and they pulled it off. But the Lakers, this is the first time in my life. I'm 73 years old, man. And it's the first time in my life living in Southern California, the Lakers go home in the first round like they did. It's ridiculous.
Thanks for the phone call. Blow it up, eh? Ditch LeBron? What does blow it up even mean? Ditch LeBron? Don't re-sign Luka? Start all over? That seems drastic.
Why don't they trade Bronny for some assets?
Okay. But blow it up seems a little extreme. As long as LeBron James is in the league, you're going to want him on your team. I would go so far as to say that you've got to show your worth as a franchise to get the best out of Luka. That's not a diss. That's a challenge. They knew that going into this operation. If you knew why Dallas got rid of him, you knew what you were going to have to do to maximize him. Now is that time. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Chris in Iowa City. What's up?
You just hit it on my phone.
Chris, you're on the air. Turn down your radio, Chris.
On LeBron never playing defense.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
You're on the air.
Yeah, LeBron never plays defense. Luka made it to the finals last year playing like that, and he'll make it again. It's time for LeBron to get out the way and let the team grow, man. LeBron needs to move.
Thanks for the phone call. We're sputtering here. The reasons are becoming shorter and shorter and simpler and simpler. But I also think there's just an element of talent here. It's not always that complicated. Teams in the NBA now are deep. They're young because certain franchises have structured themselves that way. They're not all completely star-driven. Hell, look at the Cavs. Complete team. Sure, there's a star mixed in here and there with some of these good squads. Like the Thunder, obviously, with Shea. But it's just not the same league. You can't do everything the same way. Let's hear what LeBron James had to say on whether or not, he's got any answers.
How many more years will we see you play?
I don't know. I don't have the answer to that. Something I sit down with my family, my wife, and my support group and kind of just talk through it and see what happens, and then just have a conversation with myself on how long I want to continue to play. I don't know the answer to that right now, to be honest. So we'll see.
Doesn't sound like he's in a great mood. After a loss, you got to contemplate your future. We've talked before on this program about what a LeBron James free NBA, never mind the Lakers, even looks like. It's a heavy thought. But this team's got to figure something out. Because while they have the pieces to compete night in and night out, that was a bad series against the Timberwolves. A team that looks like they are on the rise. Clinton and Friends is presented by Progressive Insurance. Protect your auto, home, and business today at Progressive.com. You know where we go next. It's the watering hole, kiddos. You're listening to Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
What up and what's good? It's Randy Scott.
And it's Gary Streisky. And Randy, do me a quick favor. Never do that again.
I did instantly regret it. We are the duo that brings you SC Plus every weekday morning, 9 a.m. Eastern, only on Disney Plus.
Highlights, top stories, and the best ESPN analysts, and, of course, us.
Taste.
Evan Cohen here. When the draft clock is ticking, you've got to pick the best talent, regardless of position, to fit your team's needs. Well, if you're hiring for your business, you want to find the best talent for any of your roles. That's why you need ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter's powerful technology hustles to find qualified candidates for your job immediately. And if you see a standout candidate, ZipRecruiter lets you personally invite them to apply. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/sports. That's ZipRecruiter.com/sports.
Mother's Day is coming up fast and you don't want to drop the ball. Show the incredible moms in your life how much you love and appreciate them with a thoughtful gift from Pro Flowers. Ordering takes just minutes, and Pro Flowers' large selection of modern arrangements at affordable prices are sure to make you look like a gift-giving pro. Visit proflowers.com/sports or use the code SPORTS at checkout for $15 off your Mother's Day order. All Pro Flowers orders are backed by our 7-day freshness guarantee, so you can gift easy with Pro Flowers.
This is your White Sox Minute. I'm Len Casper. The White Sox dropped Game 2 of a 3-game series 6-4 to the Milwaukee Brewers on Wednesday night. Shane Smith battled through 5 innings. He allowed 3 runs, only one of which was earned. On the offensive side, Miguel Vargas had 3 hits. He's raised his batting average 80 points over the past week. This afternoon, the Sox try to salvage the series finale at 1:10 p.m. Join us at the ballpark next Saturday, May 10th, as the White Sox take on the Marlins at 6:10 p.m. The first 15,000 fans 21 and older will receive a 1940s varsity sweater presented by Blue Moon. To purchase tickets, visit whitesox.com/promos. This has been your White Sox Minute.
Hey guys, did you know that half of men over age 50 have erectile dysfunction on some level? Whether you have mild, moderate, or severe ED, West Coast Men's Health can help. We don't prescribe pills and hope they work. Instead, we treat the root cause of the problem with acoustic wave therapy, which breaks down plaque, unclogs arteries, and restores blood flow. We have treated thousands of men across our 11 locations nationwide and have established ourselves as a leader in the industry. So whether you have ED, Peyronie's disease, or suffer from chronic pain, such as neuropathy, carpal tunnel, or Dupuytren's contracture, West Coast Men's Health can help. No pills, no shots, no surgery, just results.
With clinics in Hinsdale and Deerfield, call West Coast Men's Health at 630-425-5033. That's 630-425-5033. 630-425-5033. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
Hey, it's Courtney Cronin, and when it comes to gifting, nothing beats a beautiful piece of jewelry. And when it comes to jewelry, Chicagoans have trusted Rogers & Hollins for over 100 years. As your local family-owned jeweler, Rogers & Hollins offers meaningful pieces at a great value, plus expert guidance, trusted repairs, and hands-on service that make every experience unforgettable. Whether it's an engagement, anniversary, or something for yourself, check out rogersandhollins.com or stop by a store near you. That's Rogers & Hollins Jewelers, for now and forever.
Hey, it's Mitch Lyons from Mitch Lyons Wealth. You've heard our ads about how we protect and grow retirements. You may have even thought about calling. With the stock market in absolute turmoil now, what are you waiting for? Contact us today to schedule a 10-minute, no-pressure call. Find out what we do different that has our clients sleeping easy, and so can you. Get a retirement of steel. Call 866-85-STEEL. That's 866-857-8335. Again, 866-857-8335. MitchLionsWealth.com. Your best game plan to protect, grow, and win retirement.
Guys, it's Carmen. You know I love the food scene in Elmwood Park, but we're joined by someone even more biased, the mayor of Elmwood Park himself, Skip Saviano.
I've got the best job, Carm. The restaurants are amazing, but there's much more that makes me so happy in our little hidden gem of a community.
So what makes it special?
The people, no question. Elmwood Park's neighbors care for each other, the families thrive, and businesses succeed.
I definitely feel that every time I come through.
You know, we hook you in with a meal, and the next thing you know, you're moving in.
Tell him, Mayor Skip.
Elmwood Park is waiting for you.
With more than 200 flavor notes, Woodford Reserve wows your senses, delights your palate, surprises you with every new scent and sensation. It elevates an evening into an event, giving you a new experience with every sip. So yeah, Chicago, Woodford Reserve is more than a spirit. It's a spectacle for the senses. Kentucky Straight Whiskey, 45.2% ABV. The Woodford Reserve Distillery, Versailles, Kentucky. Please drink responsibly. Woodford Reserve is a registered trademark, 2025 Brown-Forman Distillery, Incorporated.
Quarterback Jordan Love isn't just on Green Bay's team. He's also on the American Family Insurance team. Because like us, he believes in dreaming fearlessly.
Just chase your dreams and don't let nobody hold you back.
And we help protect those dreams with the right coverage so you can
dream fearlessly.
American Family Insurance. Get a quote and find an agent at amfam.com.
Products not available in every state. American Family Mutual Insurance Company, SI, and its operating company, 6000 American Parkway, Madison, Wisconsin.
Every great team has its core players, but when the season gets tough, adding the right free agent can make all the difference. The same goes for business. At Robert Half, we found that 67% of companies surveyed plan to increase their use of contract talent to handle workload peaks and backlogged projects. With Robert Half's specialized recruiters' experience, combined with our award-winning AI, you can quickly find the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Discover how we can help at roberthalf.com/talent.
There's an app for that. Download, listen live, podcasts on demand. The ESPN Chicago app.
This is Clinton and Friends.
You know, just because you're a good reporter and have a nice smile doesn't mean you're going to beat me to this King Davis story.
So, you think I have a nice smile?
I don't know. I've never seen a weasel smile until now.
Clinton and Friends with Clinton Yates on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
ESPN Radio is presented by Progressive Insurance. I want to thank Charlotte Wilder, host of the Sports Gossip Show. You can find her on the internet at The Wilder Things, for joining us today to discuss the, for lack of a better term, bizarre Bill Belichick story happening down in Chapel Hill, North Carolina. Some people say it's no big deal. Those who live there say they don't care. Some people I know who know a lot about football say this is just what he's doing, man. He's setting things up for his family, and he trusts this woman. Okay, that's fair. Don't know how much of a model for success that's going to be, but there's a lot of weird stuff around it, and Charlotte and her show have dug deep on this matter in a lot of different ways. And it's just interesting. I mean, Devin, I keep running back to this. Like, I don't understand how UNC's athletic department feels that this is cool. It's just a PR nightmare.
100% a PR nightmare, and they might keep a cool face on the outside, but internally. Because, again, there needs to be results on the field with Bill Belichick, and if there's not, and this is added on top of it, it's a nightmare because you can't just be like, all right, we're getting rid of Bill Belichick after one season. You know, I think he might be in this unless he wants to leave for a little bit, and the longer this continues, the longer we're not going to be talking about the football program or even athletics at UNC in general. We're going to be talking about this story that has nothing to do with it.
Right. Full-blown distraction. No doubt about it. We are no longer on to Cincinnati. With that, let's hit the watering hole.
Time to check my
social media, yeah. To see who loves me online.
The dulcet tones of the circle of life, where we gather at the watering hole to take stock of the day and what we've done. At Granted LA, he says the Lakers won a championship with AD, Howard, JaVale, and DeMarcus. I seriously think Rob lucked into that roster and has no clue how to build a team. You need bigs. That's correct. And that team won a championship and it was immediately dismantled for reasons I will never understand. Truly. Got some more tweets here about the Lakers. It's just a lot happening around this team right now. Not a lot of answers. This guy says, Mankey, Rouge 1. He says, the Wolves wasted all their magic, going to get bounced in the next round. I don't know about that. This team is strong. They look like they've got what it takes. Valley77 says, X's and O's, LOL. Going back to the 80s, no one listens to the coach, LOL. Good one. Watch an NBA huddle, comical. Okay. I mean, if you think that JJ Redick doesn't have his team, then that's a different story. I don't happen to believe that. I think he's got a good grasp on his squad. It's pretty much any coach in the league. But that doesn't mean he's very good at what he's doing. Oh, this guy. This guy was a big hater about a lot of stuff. SoCal Native 70. At Clinton Yates, we don't care about your crypto experience. Who cares about the carrot cake? Your favorite topics are me, myself, and I. Good thing it's my name on the show then, kiddo. Because that's what I'm here to do. Talk about the sports world through the lens in which I see it. That's how it works. And who doesn't like carrot cake? Come on, dude. Loosen up.
Who doesn't like a little dessert talk?
You know?
For 5 minutes, you know?
This guy's a crank. David K100 says, Timber Puppies. I'm stealing that one. Love it, bro. Everybody calls them the Timber Pups. That's like an old school name for them. You know? Coconut Michael says, the Lakers fans blaming our first round exit on the 15th man on the playoff roster, Bronny Jr., is hilarious. It's keeping me entertained on a depressing morning. Would have been worse if not for Liverpool winning the Premier League championship earlier this week. Fair enough. Tough day for Lakers fans. Got to really reevaluate who you are. Because that LeBron decision is right around the corner. And if you can't figure out a way for Luka Doncic to turn into the person that the Mavs didn't think he could turn into, this could be bad. Him just coasting on talent isn't going to be good enough for what you gave up in Anthony Davis. Something this team clearly needs from a big standpoint. Pelinka's got his work cut out for him, no doubt about it. And I'll say it plainly. This will be the most anticipated season in Laker history next year. For a host of reasons. But this season will absolutely not involve a Larry O'Brien trophy. You hate to see it. And with that, the circle of life is closed. Want to thank everybody for tuning in today. We kept it Laker heavy because if you are watching on the Watch ESPN app, you can see where they play over my shoulder. Just something we did here. Popular team, out in the first round, big time story. Now, if the Clippers also get popped in Los Angeles with two teams in the playoffs, doesn't have a team in the second round, Devin, that's a problem, Jack. Folks will be sitting around talking about the Dodgers all day long. But that's okay, because your boy loves baseball. Lakers, man, they did what they could with what they had, but unfortunately, that just wasn't good enough. That's why you play the games. Joe and Q is coming up next. You've been listening to Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio.
Carmen and Jurko coming up. We'll talk fast. 12:30 pregame for White Sox and Brewers. Can they get one? Plus the Cubs underway against Skeens. Ryan Poles was on the station earlier today with Kap and Hoodie. Talked about a lot of good stuff in there. So, yeah, it'll be a quick show, but hey, we'll still have some fun as we always do. Carmen and Jurko coming up at noon.
The playoffs are in full swing, and you can get in on all the action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Go from tracking the latest game-changing moments to placing bets in just a few taps. Right now, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with promo code JOEQ, J-O-E-Q, to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Contractors, landscapers, and homeowners. If you're in the market for tractors, mowers, or RTVs, then Kubota Orange Day is for you. Alta Equipment is teaming up with Kubota for a one-day sales event. Tuesday, May 13th, 9 to 3, plan to be at Alta Equipment in Orland Park. Save big and get hands-on with the machines built to work as hard as you do. Live demos, giveaways, and special financing on exceptional deals. Kubota Orange Days at Alta Equipment off 115th and Wolf Road in Orland Park. Tuesday, May 13th.
Hey, it's Brandon, Mr. Finance, the Millionaire Maker. Life's been really good to me. Not always easy, though, but I've had help along the way. This is why I work so hard to give back and help people all over Chicago to make investments that work best. Always taking into account your situation. Me and my team at BrandonMrFinance.com are not pitching for a particular fund or stock. We can see the whole field and the options that can work for you and your unique situation. Are you ready? Go to BrandonMrFinance.com and book an appointment today. BrandonMrFinance.com. Let's go.
Hey friends, I'm Tom Waddle and I drive a Hawk. Hey car shoppers, forget tariffs. At HawkAuto.com, their prices have remained the same. Shop thousands of vehicles from 13 big brands. Get pre-tariff pricing plus 0% financing or no payments for 90 days. Choose from 9 Hawk Auto locations in Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, and Carroll Stream. Right now is the best time to buy at HawkAuto.com. HawkAuto.com! Financing on approved credit.
Madison is open for business, and that includes you. Looking to shop local, supporting small businesses, help communities grow and thrive. At the Village of Madison, they're building more than just businesses. They're building futures. Just minutes from Chicago, Madison offers unbeatable accessibility, a talented workforce, and a community eager to support local entrepreneurs. Shop small, but make a big difference. For more information, visit villageofmadison.org. Madison, where business breathes new life.
Thy ticket, Lady Jennifer of Coolidge.
Well, many thanks, good sir. Here'th my Discover card.
They accept Discover at Renaissance fairs?
Yeah, they do here. Discover is accepted at the places I love to shop. Getteth with the times.
With the times? You're playing the lute.
Yeah, and it sounds pretty good, right?
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get this timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-837-5050. That's 800-837-5050. 800-837-5050.
Whether you're building a single roof or a successful roofing business, roofing contractors like you need the right tools for the job, and software is no exception. Service Titan is on a mission to be the most powerful software platform for the trades, with purpose-built technology proven to maximize revenue, streamline operations, and deliver 5-star customer experiences. We are taking roofing companies like yours to the next level and beyond. Service Titan. We are built for this. See what we can do for roofers at servicetitan.com.
Mother's Day is coming up fast and you don't want to drop the ball. Show the incredible moms in your life how much you love and appreciate them with a thoughtful gift from Pro Flowers. Ordering takes just minutes, and Pro Flowers' large selection of modern arrangements at affordable prices are sure to make you look like a gift-giving pro. Visit proflowers.com/sports or use the code SPORTS at checkout for $15 off your Mother's Day order. All Pro Flowers orders are backed by our 7-day freshness guarantee, so you can gift easy with Pro Flowers.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, you are listening to the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Carmen and Jurko, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
It'll be brief today. Jurko and I are out in 30. We had a day game, White Sox and Brewers, live on the south side. I'm actually going to the ballpark for the first time this year today. After we talked to Pat Murphy yesterday, he extended an invitation to go talk to the team. No, I'm just kidding. I am going to.
You should go down there, Carm.
I am going to go hang out at Brewers White Sox, though, for this a little bit this afternoon. My first game of the year.
Yours is a moving story.
Mine is a moving story.
Yes, it is.
First game of the year, and maybe, they were 0 for last year when I was there. Now, a lot of people could probably say that because they didn't win a lot. And I think I went to 5 games last year. I want to say 5. I went to 4 or 5. They lost them all, including opening day, which Garrett Crochet pitched beautifully, but they got shut out by Tariq Skubal 1-0.
Yeah, it didn't matter.
I always feel like I'm still saying, I don't know why all these years it's taken me so long to, I still butcher his name. It's Tariq Skubal. I always think like Tariq Cohen, and I want to call him Tariq Skubal.
I like
but
it.
It's Tariq Skubal. I don't know why I do that. For some reason, I got like Tariq Cohen on the brain.
Yeah, I can understand why.
So
maybe I played with a Tarek Saleh.
Yeah,
so
that
for
sounds
me,
familiar.
Tarek Saleh's easy. Rolls off the tongue.
It's Tariq Skubal. I will hopefully bring the White Sox some good luck and a win, and maybe they'll
hope
pick
so
up
too.
Win number. Hey, they're still waiting on 8. Look, the contest is over.
Contest is over,
and I got to bring the leg lamp in.
We have a winner
because Travis wants to ship it out to our winner. But maybe I'll bring them their 8th win of the season. White Sox had a lead in each of the last 2 nights. Or actually, they tied it last night and then ended up giving the lead right back. But, it is what it is. They're not very good, but a day at the ballpark is always fun. So, Jeff Miller's got your pregame show coming your way at 12:30. Len and DJ have the first pitch just a little bit after 1 o'clock. Last night, who was in the booth with the guys for a little, I was listening to the middle innings a little bit, and they had John Garland in the booth. And it was actually nice to think back to a time when they were good in the one magical year of 2005. They've got 20th anniversary stuff going on all year.
Was it John Garland night?
I don't know. I mean, I guess Garland was there. He did a pregame thing with DJ.
He threw out the first pitch.
He did throw out the first pitch. He was wearing Farmio's jersey.
Yeah.
He threw out the first pitch. He was really close with Farmio.
Sure he was.
Farmer.
Yeah.
So he wore his jersey. He ducked into, he did about 2 innings with Len and DJ here on your home for the Sox. It was good to hear John Garland talk about the old days a little bit, and he still watches baseball. And Len mentioned how when he was on the north side all those years ago, remembering back to the trade between the Cubs and the White Sox that netted the White Sox, John Garland. Remember, he was a young farmhand in the Cubs system.
You bet. Yeah.
At first. And if memory serves, trivia time, I believe it was, I want to say Matt Karchner. Does that sound right? The White Sox sent the Cubs Matt Karchner for John Garland. Does that sound right?
It sounds familiar, but I don't know if it's 100% dead on balls accurate there, Reg.
And John Garland would help the White Sox win in that magical summer of 2005. It's a long-ass time ago, Jurko.
A lifetime. Lifetime ago.
It's a lifetime ago.
We were talking about something that started in 2009. Oh, the shake weight. I saw a report this morning on the shake weight.
Remember that
in
thing?
2009.
It was awkward.
They were acting like it was antiquated. And they showed the commercial of 3 ladies standing around. And, I've only done it for a minute. And my triceps and my biceps are burning. And I can feel it in my chest.
That's the shake weight.
And they treated it like it was forever ago, 2009. It's 16 years ago.
That's a long time ago.
I get it. Yeah.
Somebody created the shake weight just for the infomercial,
$40 million in sales the first year.
$40 million?
$40 million in sales the first year for something that probably cost about $3 to put together.
Probably.
The shake weight, maybe $3.
And it accomplishes nothing.
Yeah, nothing. I mean, it does get you moving. I guess it gets you moving.
Does it?
But it gets you through such a short range of motion that you're really not doing anything. So you're right, though.
If you're watching on YouTube or Twitch, and it's brought to you all this week, and I know they're going to be super proud, by Woodford Reserve, more than a spirit, it's a spectacle for the senses. Jurko was just doing the motion, too, and so was I.
Right here.
I mean, this was the shake weight. And somebody created it just to mess with everybody on the infomercial. Like,
please
hey,
put that
this will
Twitch.
be funny.
I know you're on it, but please do that, please.
Don't do it, Adam.
No,
You
what
guys
I just
remember
did.
what
What
we
I
did
just
too.
did.
Yeah. Do you remember that? The shake
Sometimes
weight.
you do things for comedic
That is
purposes.
epic.
And now it could live forever.
What was the other thing? Remember, this is longer, but this is way before 2009 even. What was the thing that got real popular for a while? The assisted sit-up thing. Do you remember that one? What was that one called?
Yeah, I remember it, but I forgot what it was called. Assisted sit-up, then you're not really doing anything.
Well, I didn't say it was like a little contraption. You
That
laid
pushed
down.
you up.
You laid down. You put your forearms sort of on these pads, and then you just did sit-ups with it.
You guys remember the ab roller?
Yeah, I don't know. Is that what I was thinking of?
No. The ab roller was one that you were down on all fours, and it was like basically like two wheels and a bar between them.
Yeah, right.
And it would like get progressively harder.
And you could go side to side.
You go side to side.
That's actually a good core exercise.
Yeah, that is actually
a good core exercise.
Because at least you're using your body.
You're supposed to pull back with your abdominals.
Right.
You go down, and you're supposed to tighten your abdominals and bring it back up. That's actually a core exercise. If you look on some of the things, they'll have that little wheel with the stick in the middle. Yeah.
The two that were crazy that had no chance of working were shake weight, and then the one that you strap to your abs, remember?
Thigh Master.
Well, even that, at least.
But not through a full range and not with a consistent enough weight.
That was Suzanne Summers, wasn't
Yes,
it?
it was.
The Thigh Master? Rest
She
in
made
peace.
gazillions.
Suzanne Summers.
Yeah.
She did.
Women sitting on the couch, eating their bonbons, watching soap operas.
Do you remember?
And they had the Thigh Master. And I did the Thigh Master for an hour today. Look, and I only had 75,000 bonbons.
Bonbons. You talk about an antiquated reference.
Candies.
No, bonbons.
Okay, kolaches. Cakes. Schweadels.
Do you remember the thing that you strap to your abs
and
it said
like laser beamed your stomach?
Yeah, or like electronic
charge.
pulses and charges. I'm like, there's no way.
Yeah, the infomercial was people sitting on the couch, like watching TV.
Like eating potato chips, like you'll lose weight. I'm like, there is no way.
Look how miserable all the guys
could be good for you.
On TV are right now. It's Jay Williams, it's Stephen A., and the big fella.
Kendrick Perkins.
Kendrick Perkins
went after Jay Will this morning on Get Up. Did
they
you see
all
that?
looked miserable.
He came out and he accused Jay. Before Jay Williams even gave his take.
Yeah,
he accused him. He said, "I know what's going to happen here. You're going to protect your former Blue Devil." And Jay Will was like,
JJ Redick?
Yeah, and Jay Will was like, "I'm not protecting anybody." And
he's doing a preemptive strike.
Yeah, it was weird.
Hey, Kendrick, slow your roll. No preemptive strikes. You have no idea what I think. You got to put him in his place right after that.
JJ Redick is really taking it in the teeth, and maybe rightfully so.
For playing his guys the whole second half that one game.
Yeah. I think for the Game 4 decisions, and then even all of a sudden Maxi Kleba was back in action, and he was hurt and has been an MIA, and he's really. I think people like going on the offensive against Redick, and my guess is this is why Kendrick Perkins has been so hard on him, is because I think he rubs a lot of people the wrong way. Because he's very arrogant.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't even mean that as a critique or a criticism. It's just pretty obvious. I mean, I'm not trying to attack JJ Redick. He was a longtime pro, and I do think I think he did a lot of good things this year. Watching the Lakers, watching the way they defended in the second half of the season. Now, I also can be critical of the decisions of his rotations here in the playoffs and say, maybe it's something that he learns from. It's something he would do differently. I think JJ will be a fine coach, and I don't mean to be overly critical by saying he's obviously very arrogant. I mean, just the way he carries himself and the way he speaks. He went after a reporter yesterday pregame for insinuating that he doesn't know enough about how to handle his rotations and he needs to lean on his assistant coaches more. And he sort of snapped at the reporter. You're only saying that because I'm a first-time coach, and kind of got up and stormed off. But he does come across very I know more than everybody else. So I think that's why people are going at him so hard. I don't think this was only J.J. Redick's fault, right? I don't think Austin Reeves was terrible in the series. That's not J.J. Redick's fault. It just isn't. Luka averaged 30.5 points a game in the series. LeBron averaged about 25.5 in the series. They had nothing left yesterday. Luka's back, flared up. I'm not saying that's because of his conditioning. I just think it's he could have just had back
his weight. Yeah.
Look, Luka was in the finals last year. My guess is his conditioning was about the same as it was this year. So I don't know. They might have just had just unfortunate timing. But Luka he couldn't get up and down the floor last night. LeBron is 40 and has played almost 300 playoff games in his career in all the minutes. And he looks like a 40-year-old at times. Like, well, a lot of what he does is still amazing, but he looks like a 40-year-old on the court against 23-year-olds sometime. That's not supposed to happen.
Which are spry and flexible.
Exactly. And nobody else on that Laker team other than those two did anything. With those two averaging like 55 a game, they still barely averaged 100 a game, Jurk. Is that J.J. Redick's fault? Probably not. And everybody's to blame when you bow out in 5 games and you had higher expectations. Everybody shares some of the burden of and responsibility, and everybody's to blame. I think everybody wants to attack Redick so much because it's a victory lap for a lot of people who just don't like J.J. Redick. That's my guess, and it's easy to pile on LeBron, too. Don't get me wrong. But that is just my guess on why everybody is eviscerating J.J. Redick these last few
And he's not very good. I'll tip that in for you. How about this?
He was pretty good in the second half of the season.
J.J. Redick?
I thought their defense was terrific.
So were the Bulls at the end of the season. It's a different thing. I don't think he understands. Yeah, he's extremely arrogant. I think he knows everything about everything, except in a playoff series, they were coaching circles around him, and his team looked completely out of sorts from the jump. How about this stat? You love stats? Here's one. LeBron and Luka on the court this season together. The Lakers scored 1,773 points. Their opponents scored 1,778 points. A difference of 5.
A difference of 5. Yeah, they were a minus 5.
-5. With those two on the court together this season.
Yeah.
So you could argue, one, that they're not getting any help. I would also argue that two guys who can't really play defense anymore as your two top dogs.
Yeah, that's hard.
You're going to get eaten alive in every single playoff series because in a series is different from the regular season when teams are scheming against and targeting, knowing that LeBron can only do so much, and especially when he's played for an entire half, that he gets gassed, and then Luka can't play chooses not to play defense. Incapable of giving a decent effort to help out his teammates.
Yeah.
So he's not putting them all on an island defensively.
Yeah, last year's finals really exposed Luka too.
Of course. And the Timberwolves knew it.
Yeah.
They just, think about this. Throughout the regular season, how many times, how many halves, how many quarters did the Timberwolves just say, Julius Randle, just go?
Yeah.
That's all they did last night.
Yeah,
they hunted Luka.
If your two best players offer zero defensive resistance anymore, especially perimeter point of attack stuff, Chris is right. It's hard, man. It is hard in a playoff series because everything is more specialized. Everything is everybody's more in tune to exactly what are we going to do to attack this team on every possession. You know the tendencies. You've seen all the tape. It's not a regular season game in February. That's true. And I think overall their roster was very exposed. And maybe it is a lot on JJ. Yeah, I don't know. I guess we'll see how this goes. He's a young coach. Let's see how long he sticks with this. And if he learns from some of his mistakes, if he gets better, he is extremely arrogant. And he comes off as such, and I think it's very easy for people to take a victory lap against him right now. But their roster, to me, is still very, very flawed.
Whatever pop was provided by the trade when it happened was probably about a 25-game pop that they received. And then after that, just reality comes in. Okay, this is what we are. This is who we are.
Yeah.
This is what our flaws are. Whatever excitement you have of joining a new team and whatever life you bring to the situation, that wears out, and now you are the team that you are. And they just weren't good enough for all the reasons that have been stated.
They looked old, right?
Luka Doncic would do himself justice if he came back here 20 to 22 pounds lighter next year. He would.
I know, but I don't think that'll happen. Sylvie was saying that on the text chain last night.
But we saw that in the European, when he played in the European Championships, he came back that one year and he looked fresh as a daisy.
Listen, if I'm the Dallas Mavericks, I never trade Luka Doncic. Don't misunderstand. Yeah. I think this is Luka. I don't think Luka's ever going to come at the start of training camp and be in shape, ever. We've seen it. We know what he is.
But the point is, he did do it. The point is he did do it the year he played in the European Championships. So I don't think the point is that this is Luka and this is who he's going to be. He's the one that's got to make a change.
I think he might have been more in shape because he played extended basketball that summer. Luka is never going to have Michael's mentality or Kobe's mentality where the season's over and I'm going to work my ass off to make sure. He's just never going to do it. It's not going to happen. Not in terms of in the weight room. I'm not suggesting Luka goes through an offseason where he doesn't work on his game. He's not going to do it. He's not going. We're not going to get to October and say, look at Luka. It ain't happening. This is it. Now, he still went to the finals last year. He's capable of taking teams to the finals, and eventually he's good enough where I think he'll win one. But I think this is who he is. I don't know. I don't think all of a sudden anything's going to magically change. They looked old and tired and thin. When I say thin, I mean just their overall roster. That's what the Lakers look like these last couple of games. LeBron looked old, and Luka unfortunately got hurt. I mean, he definitely hurt his back. You could tell. He was sick in one game. He hurt his back in the other. Not good. And when you're thin and you need him to be great. So, I don't know. I just didn't. They're done. We don't have to talk about them, I guess, anymore until the summer or they make a big move.
You don't think so, but you'll watch ESPN beat the dead horse.
Well, I know. It's the Lakers. It's like the Cowboys.
Till the draft.
It's like the Cowboys.
I got you. The dead horse is going to get beaten, though. Don't think they're going away.
Well,
the whole series is going to go on. You know, the playoffs are going to go on. Yeah. Oh, but trust me, the main focus on ESPN television will be them, the Lakers.
All right, we got a few more minutes here where we're going to hang with you. Meller is standing by with pregame live at the ballpark at 12:30. White Sox and Brewers. White Sox will try to get one here before Milwaukee leaves town. 312-332-3776. It's Carmen and Jurko. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports.
Before you can fly, you have to learn to crawl. Yingling is sending Chris and me to Philly for a Northsider series in June, and we have to take some fans with us. Join me, Adam Abdallah, for a pub crawl Sunday afternoon from 1 to 3 p.m. in Edison Park. At each stop, we'll watch some baseball, responsibly enjoy some Yingling, and register fans to win this Philly flyaway. We'll choose a qualifier at Tavern on the Point first, then we'll head to Firewater Saloon where we'll grab another qualifier, and then end at Edison Park Inn where we'll choose the third qualifier, and then we'll pick the winner from those three finalists. The winner and a guest will fly away to Philly with us. Get complete details at ESPNChicagoContest.com. See you in Edison Park Sunday, and please enjoy responsibly.
$1.6 million. The Veroliak Law Group wins again for their clients. That's right. The Veroliak Law Group recovered $1.6 million for a client who was injured due to negligence on an airplane. If you're injured, make sure to call the Veroliak Law Group. Playing professional football, being on the radio for years, I've had the chance to endorse many companies, but I've never endorsed one owned by close friends until now. The Veroliak Law Group has been helping people for over 60 years, including my friends and neighbors. When you need a lawyer, experience matters. The Veroliak Law Group has recovered over $9 billion for clients, serving over 40,000 cases in personal injury, auto accidents, workers' compensation, medical malpractice, and more. Their proven results and commitment to clients make them the right choice. They've helped my neighbors and friends, and they'll help you too. Call 8444-VLG-LAW today. The Veroliak Law Group. Experience you can trust.
This is your White Sox Minute. I'm Len Casper. The White Sox dropped Game 2 of a three-game series 6-4 to the Milwaukee Brewers on Wednesday night. Shane Smith battled through 5 innings. He allowed 3 runs, only one of which was earned. On the offensive side, Miguel Vargas had 3 hits. He's raised his batting average 80 points over the past week. This afternoon, the Sox try to salvage the series finale at 1:10 p.m. Join us at the ballpark next Saturday, May 10th, as the White Sox take on the Marlins at 6:10 p.m. The first 15,000 fans 21 and older will receive a 1940s varsity sweater presented by Blue Moon. To purchase tickets, visit whitesox.com/promos. This has been your White Sox Minute.
Vivid Seats is your ultimate destination for basketball and hockey this season. With a game-changing rewards program and an unbeatable selection of tickets, they make it easy for every fan to watch their favorite teams and players in action. Catch every one-timer and buzzer-beating 3 live and in person from your favorite seat. Plus, every ticket is backed by a 100% buyer guarantee, giving you peace of mind with every purchase. Don't miss out. Visit VividSeats.com or download the app today. Vivid Seats, the official ticketing partner of ESPN.
The playoffs are in full swing, and you can get in on all the action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Go from tracking the latest game-changing moments to placing bets in just a few taps. Right now, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with promo code JOEQ, J-O-E-Q, to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
The Nissan No-Hitter is back on the White Sox Radio Network. Head to NissanNoHitter.com to enter, and if the Sox throw a no-hitter this season, you could drive away in a brand new 2025 Nissan Rogue. Presented by your Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana Nissan dealers.
All right, Chicago, let's make some room in the beer fridge because Yuengling is finally here.
That's right. After 196 years, the oldest brewery in America has officially landed here in Illinois. And we're not just talking about one beer, Chris. They're talking about the whole dang lineup.
Started off with the legend, Yuengling Traditional Lager, a smooth, rich beer that's been around longer than our North Side, South Side rivalry.
So that's one beer. Then you got the Light Lager, that famous Yuengling taste, but crisp and easy drinking. Then you've got the Golden Pilsner for that clean, refreshing finish. And if you'd like a little extra flavor, you've got the Black and Tan. And, of course, you've got Flight because it is coming up on Speedo season, Chris. You got to get the body right.
I will not be wearing a Speedo. But next time you're at the bar or grabbing a six-pack, don't just go with the usual. Try Yuengling. You've waited long enough.
Chicago, the wait is over. This is officially Yuengling country.
DJ Yuengling and Son, Pottsville, PA.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko. If you miss something, get the podcast on the ESPN Chicago app. This is Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
White Sox baseball coming up in less than 10 minutes as they take on the Brewers day game here on your home for the Sox. Full show tomorrow. Jurko will be gone. Barstool Eddie's going to be in with me tomorrow. We'll have two Eddies. Eddie O's going to jump on from Louisville to talk about the Derby. Cap's on his way to Louisville now, going to the Derby this weekend. And then we're also going to talk to Jesse Rogers tomorrow. Ralph in Munster wanted to say something about today's Sox game. Go ahead, Ralph.
I know you like to promote the region. There's going to be a region story going down to Comiskey this afternoon.
Is that the kid from Hebron?
Yeah, the starting pitcher for the Chad Patrick, PNW graduate, D2 All-American, is getting his first ever start in the Chicago Stadium as a MLB player.
Nice.
So,
there you go.
What's his first name again?
Chad.
Chad?
I think it's Chad Patrick.
Chad Patrick.
And PNW.
What's PNW?
Purdue Northwest.
Purdue Northwest.
Yeah.
Got it. All right, Ralph. Thanks. Way to shout it out.
Yep.
Jurko had a question like that locked and loaded for Pat Murphy
questions
yesterday.
Locked and loaded until I lost my mind and my train of thought yesterday.
And I just think we kind of ran out of time, too. That was a question you were going to ask him at the end.
Yeah, and that was courtesy of Viking Scott, who had also sent that in. Yeah, local product. So
6'1", 217 out of Crown Point, Indiana.
That's right.
He was drafted by the D-backs in the 4th round out of Purdue University Northwest, which you guys just said. And somehow, obviously, he's made his way to the
local
Pittsburgh
product.
Pirates. We always like to see when the local products make it.
Yeah, local product.
100%
Gotta like
right.
that.
And so far this year, he's got 5 starts under his belt. He's got a 2.45 ERA.
What's his ERA plus, Carmen?
It is 171. That's excellent.
It's early. It's early. It's excellent, but it's early. Because if you look at Jose Quintana, look at Quintana's ERA plus.
He's been great.
Yeah, but look at his ERA plus.
Right,
I've never seen one like this.
Hold on. Let me look.
ERA plus. Early in the season, he's 4-0. Go ahead, tell him.
368.
368 ERA plus. I've never seen anything like that.
He's got a 114 ERA.
Three times as good as the average player?
3.5. Yeah, more than that. Yeah.
It's nuts. I saw it yesterday. Good. I had a Quintana thing, too. I'm like, with Jose Quintana, it's like, is he doing it with smoke and mirrors? What's going on here? How much does he have left?
36. Still pitching in the bigs.
The Cubs got the better end of that deal. I'm sorry. The White Sox were fleeced out of Jose Quintana. You can admit it now.
Well, why did they get the better of that deal? I mean, Quintana did help them go to the playoffs.
Yeah, he did. And the next year, he was a hell of a pitcher, too. Jimenez was nothing.
Jimenez was like
Was
Eloy
nothing.
was still on a team that went to the playoffs. So like,
But he was
Eloy.
nothing.
Yeah,
Look at his career.
It's pretty meh.
Anybody going to tell me that Eloy Jimenez had a wonderful
He's
Major
not
League
even
Baseball
on
career?
I don't even think he's on a big league roster.
And then Dylan Cease is not even a part of what you're doing now.
No.
He was second for you, right? In the Cy Young voting.
Right.
So, yeah, he went out and he performed on a team that couldn't support him.
Eloy's in the minors, I think.
Yeah. You know who's not in the minors?
I think he's on Tampa's 40-man, but I think he's in the minors.
Jose Quintana is still pitching.
No, he's not. That's true.
Okay, he's not in the minors. He's in the big leagues still pitching.
Eloy Jimenez is in the minors. What in the world?
I mean, I got the plan. I understood what the plan was. Trade away a lefty. You're not going to win anyway. Try to get some young talent, put all that young talent in together and have them grow together. Ugh. I understand the plan, but the plan's failure.
Unfortunately, it didn't work out like we thought.
Custer had a plan. Yeah. A Little Bighorn. Custer had a plan at Little Bighorn. It failed miserably, but he had a plan. I mean, there's an antiquated reference for you.
Well,
if you think we can have
history.
antiquated references,
that's history.
They don't teach it anymore.
You should know that.
They don't teach it anymore.
That's
American history. They won't teach that.
Well, it's kind of like Pat Murphy said yesterday.
You know why? It's one that the Native Americans won. That's why they don't want to teach it anymore.
Yeah.
That's a victory on their side.
That's why. I know kids should probably learn about the history. Like the whole, you got to plan until you get punched in the face, you know.
Yeah.
I keep thinking about this 100 men versus the gorilla.
Yeah, you can't
I was thinking
get
about it
your
last
eyes
night.
off
I was
of
like,
that.
you know, the plan with the 100 men, maybe. But then the minute the gorilla snaps one of their arms off, I don't know. The plan might go to hell. Who the heck knows? I don't know.
It's the crushing of the melon.
Yeah.
And then seeing the limp body with what happened, you know, with half a head there. It's no good.
Knicks Pistons tonight back in the Motor City. That series can come to an end. The Pistons are going to try to extend it back for a Game 7 at the Garden, and then Clippers Nuggets. I don't know what to expect because, you know, the Clippers were the favorite on the road the other night. They're a 6.5-point favorite at home tonight. But boy, they laid an egg 2 nights ago. They had no urgency, nothing whatsoever.
Big stinky egg. Well, you'd have to tell yourself that Denver will probably go back to the norm of shooting.
I guess.
And there's only a 16-point victory with the way they played, 56 from the field, 50+% from three-point range. You'd have to say we're going to regress to the norm.
Yeah.
So if they regress to the norm, and they didn't shoot that great, the Clippers. So if they just play their game and Denver plays their normal game, is this a victory for the Clippers?
Maybe, but I wouldn't want to lay 6.5. I'll tell you that much.
I'll take the 6.5.
Yeah, I think I'm
Denver.
with you. And then speaking of teams that just never seem to have a sense of urgency, Jurko, whatsoever, and just always seem to disappoint, it's the team that Sylvie and I are cheering for this hockey postseason because we bet the Leafs. But the Leafs are going to leave, and they did it 2 nights ago in a potential closeout game at home in Game 5. They were. I didn't. In full disclosure, I had that game on,
but you didn't watch.
It was kind of like I kept looking, knowing the history of the Leafs, being like, pretty typical. They've lost like 7 straight closeout games at home. I think. Stop and think about that.
Okay. 7 straight closeout
and that covers a whole bunch of seasons, obviously.
Sure it does.
7 straight closeout games at home. And now they have to go back to Ottawa for a Game 6 tonight. I don't know. The Leafs, and I hope I jinx myself, the Leafs are never going to win. Let's just face it. So Sylvie and I made kind of a fun, silly bet on the Leafs. I mean, they're a good team, but they're never going to win. They're not. Not 4 series anyway. And boy, the Leafs are going to leaf. And they did it again in Game 5. Pat Boyle texted me. He goes, because I think Patty watched a big chunk of it. He goes, but this Leafs team, he's like, 0. You want to talk about 0 sense of urgency. He said complete and total dogs, total dud. And that is the Toronto Maple Leafs in a nutshell.
To a T.
To a T. Maybe they'll win tonight. They won't have to go back for a Game 7. We'll see. 4 games in the NHL tonight. This first round is always fun with the NBA and the NHL because it's just a whirlwind each and every night. We'll start to winnow down here as these leagues get into their second round, but it sure has been fun. And the Winnipeg-St. Louis game was great last night. The hockey's been fantastic. I've been trying to watch as much of the NBA playoffs and the NHL playoffs as well, and been able to catch a lot of the late night stuff. That's what's fun about it. And the NHL playoffs have been great. Meller standing by with pregame for White Sox and Brewers. Everybody enjoy the rest of the day. Full ride tomorrow. Barstool Eddie's going to be hanging with me. Jurko will be off. We'll get you set for the first full weekend in May. That means Kentucky Derby. Eddie Olczyk will be on. We'll talk baseball with Jesse Rogers. and kind of recap the week and look ahead a little bit. Have a great day. Meller's got your pregame coming up next. Enjoy some day baseball here on your home for the Sox, ESPN Chicago.
This is ESPN.